I hate it when it does that. I hate it when it does that. Oh my Lord Jesus, I hate it when it does that. Every single time. There was some sort of like scheduled electric maintenance or whatever, and the scheduled electric maintenance was like from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. and it cut the power off, and then all my computers got turned off and turned back on. Apparently, when they turned off and turned back on, as you can clearly see, my microphone also got turned off in the settings of my streaming program, which is so stupid. Very stupid. I don't know why Windows does that. And it pisses me off every single time it happens. Windows is like, oh, I see your computer has restarted. Let me go ahead and redo all your sound settings for you because that is the way that it should be. And I'm like, no, that's not that is never that has never been the way that it's supposed to be. Ever. Not once. Not even one time ever. Ever, 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 ever. Ever. Does it anyway. Anyway, so back to what I was talking about before I was so rudely interrupted by my computer that muted my microphone. Okay, so System Shock 2 25th anniversary is going to be the actual release date is going to be announced on March. I think it's like March 20th or something like that, and I'm super excited. As you can clearly see, despite the fact that I didn't even know I was muted, I was still like ranting like an idiot. So anyway, System Shock 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. It's absolutely amazing. I freaking love this game. It is a story about a rogue AI that basically gets shot off into outer space, lands on some planet, decides that it wants to reinvent humanity by creating its own organisms, and eventually gets picked up by a ship called the Von Braun, I think is what it's called. And yeah, well, all chaos ensues because, of course, the AI is literally like rewriting people's genetic code to its whim. You are essentially like one soldier on the ship who's trying to stop things. And there's a lot of various skills. It's very much so an RPG, more so than it is anything else because you actually have to level up the skills that you want to use, which weapons you want to fire, like the science, the research. You got to go through the process of like finding really good weapons for your specific type of powers. You can also get psionic powers. There's all sorts of cool stuff. I absolutely adore this game. I wishlisted it literally as soon as it popped up on Steam, and I will definitely be paying attention to when this one goes live because I definitely want to play this one when it comes out. Super a duper excited. They actually cleaned it up pretty good. The monsters in this game taunt you the entire time, even when they can't see you. Like they're like silence the Discord. Like I hear you. All right, Ninja Boy. I'm already like the memories are all flooding back right now. Yeah, these kamikaze robots. These things is kamikaze. If they come up on you, they just explode. They'll be like, "Do you need something? Do you need any help? Can I help you?" And then they sneak up behind you, and then they explode, which is not nice. It is not nice. Not nice. Anyway, we're gonna be playing some Diablo 2 today. Let's hop into some Diablo 2. Diablo 2 below. We got our unblockable Amazon to level 42, and we're working into nightmare difficulty now, I believe. Sounds like fun. I'm more excited about System Shock 2. I wish it was out right now. The opening for System Shock 2 was always so good. Doing research on cold. My girlfriend is doing research on cold crimes. Cold crimes. I heard a lot of cold crimes are getting like reintroduced because of like genetic evidence. Like once the genetic evidence starts coming out, then the starts getting better and better. Like, you know, they start being able to like reopen some of the cold cases and figure things out from eons and eons ago. They actually have been setting a lot of people free that were put in prison too for crimes they didn't commit. Now that the genetic testing has come out, because the genetic testing allows them to clear these people of the crimes, which is also pretty cool. I think so, anyway. So thirsty. Let's get some music bumping. Let's start. Let's go. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, out the door. Pew, pew. What's up, Doom Vex? The Vex of Doom over here. The Doom Vex. What level is my merc at? 40? He's actually keeping up with me. What do you know? I need to get a might merc. Any enhanced damage I can get is very powerful for this build, so might is probably going to be our best play, unless we can get like a frickin' misbow or something for concentration. Just make a last wish, it's no big deal. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew. We're still playing on players A, right? Let me just double check. Yes, we are still on P8. Best way to level, to be honest. Makes every kill so much more impactful. You get so much more EXP for every single thing you knock down. Makes it a lot more fun too, challenging, because then you actually have to like try to kill stuff instead of it being like little baby one shots. Get that one shot, 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 one shot. So what's up with PoE 2? I plan to go back to PoE 2 eventually. They got some work to do before I want to go back though. It's too much of a single player adventure. Take the 8-man barb run that we did the other day. That would never happen in Path of Exile 2. Never. The way that it is currently set up right now, like nothing that fun could ever occur in Path of Exile 2. They really need to work on the group play of the game. The group play in that game is awful. It's awful, and they should feel bad. That's how bad it is. Like they should actually feel bad about how bad the freaking group play is in Path of Exile 2. I ain't ever seen a game that was literally just a single player game pasted onto an online orchestructure. Whoever designed that game, whoever went through the process of creating Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2, must have absolutely no idea what it's like to be in a group with other people. Because the experience is terrible. Alright, so what were we working on skill point wise? I think we need to get penetrate up for the attack rating. And make sure we're landing them hits. Don't be running away from me. My boy needs better equipment. You know what? It's probably a good time for me to get him upgraded. After I finish this this run here of Den of Evil, we're going to go back to town. We're going to get our merc some equipment. He is currently still wearing a superior chainmail, a nadir helmet, and a randy stock of readiness. I could pick up trash off the ground that would be better than what he currently has on, so I think with minimal effort we should be able to do better than that garbage that he's currently equipped with. Minimal effort. Another Aratha's gloves. Are they better than mine? 9, 9. So they're exactly the same. I don't know if the defense really varies that much on light gauntlets anyway. Maybe by like 1 or 2 points. Alright. I actually want to keep building up crit too. Alright, we need equipment for merc. That's where we're currently sitting at. So I do have a hustle sitting in here, which I suppose could go on him for right now. I mean, that's way better than what he's currently using, so that's certainly not a terrible choice. Let me see if I got any 3-socket helmets or... I'm trying to think what I got, like, helmet-wise. I think I got some pretty good unique helmets, actually. Let me check my unique helm mule. Let me see what I'm running on unique helmets. I got Peasant Crown. Glory, Undead Crown, which is Life Leech. It's pretty cheap and easy Life Leech helmet. It's certainly not terrible. It's also Worm Skull. Let's give him an Undead Crown. I like using Undead Crown. And let's see what we got for armors. Or not armors, weapons. So I think I've got some really good spears and I've got some really good pole arms. I think both of them are actually really good. I've got a bunch of like crazy pole arms and spears and stuff that I picked up. I'd actually really like to try out that one if it's the right level. Let's do spears, because I think I've got like a really sick like Soul Feast Tine, which is a mid-tier spear. Yes, level 35 mid-tier spear, life leech, 164% enhanced. It's that one's not bad. Oh, I also have Hone Sudan Yari. I didn't even think about that. And I've got an Impaler. Also good. That's a Razor Tine. Spire of Honor. I mean, these are both good options. I do think Hone Sudan is a little slower. It does require me to put an Amrune in it too. You get the CB. Well, he's high enough level to use either one, really. Let's go with the Hone Sudan. Hone Sudan's a fun one. We can deck it out with some runes. I think I will go back to Path of Exile eventually. I'm probably waiting for a league start. I really felt like I got dicked over with the, I don't know how to put it, like the way that the game was kind of really lacking a lot of the stuff that needed to be done. I mean, they made a lot of like weird changes in the beginning, some good, some bad. The game went from I don't really know how to explain it. Very unfinished, I guess. It's got good bones. I said this during when I was playing Path of Exile too. It's got good bones. But like as I played it more and more, I realized that some of that stuff that was missing that wasn't bones. You know, like the meat and the fat. Like the muscle and the sinew. Like the stuff that was missing that wasn't the bones was kind of more important than I thought it was. Like the group play functioning properly. Like that was a lot more important than I originally had thought, and rightly so. Alright, he is already leagues better than he was before, and we haven't even put runes in his weapon yet, so let's go ahead and do that. So what do we throw in there? I mean, I feel like he has life leech already, so maybe we just do like 3 shales just for the lulz. He's got a life leech helmet on, so let's just hit him up with that triple shale action. And then he's using a hustle too, so he's got 40% and 60%. I mean, that should bring him to probably nearly a max breakpoint at something or other. Help him hit really fast. Let's see how he does versus this like one random elite here. Yeah, he just wrecked that boy. He's stronger than me now. I get him to a might merc instead of a prayer merc. I think that's a really good trade-off too, because that'll help my damage tremendously as well as his damage tremendously. Pew, pew, pew. What's up, Edward? So a while I've been plagued for a very bad idea for D2R, a lazy man's vengeance paladin with auras instead of Doom Axe, Dragon Body Armor, Dream Helm, Exile, Pally Shield, and Native Conviction. Yeah, I've seen some people do that. I don't remember it being very good, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that low-level versions of those auras aren't really all that strong. And you need to add the synergies for every single one of the auras, which is also an issue. So it's a very point heavy build. So if you go with all 3 auras, you have to put in the points for all 3 auras, which means you have to max out resist fire, resist lightning, resist cold, and also salvation to really get the most out of them all. And I think actually I can't remember if salvation was part of it, but it ends up being like a 60, like 80 point investment to get that far. And then, of course, you got to put, like points in conviction too. It ends up being really heavy, point-wise. I mean, not much more heavy than Vengeance is itself, but the damage I don't think is anywhere near as good. Why do people like ethereal items if they're a ticking time bomb of use? Because ethereal items have way more damage, and the tangibility, the weakness of the item can be countered. So there are lots of ways that you can potentially counter ethereal nature on items. Circle of Arrows. So number one, you can counter the ethereal status by getting indestructibility, like for instance by adding a Zod rune. That's number one. Number two, you can counter the etherealness of an item by countering that with Repair's durability. Repair's durability is something that exists on a wide variety of items, like for instance, the Honsudan Yari has Repair's durability on it. So if we find an ethereal Honsudan Yari, then it is going to be superior to a non-ethereal version by far, because the ethereal version can repair itself. Number three, mercenaries do not burn durability. So whenever you put an ethereal item on a mercenary, it does not have to be Repair's durability, and it does not have to be Zodded. It does not have to be mitigated at all, because mercenaries do not burn durability. Number four, there are certain abilities within the game that do not burn durability at all. Like, for instance, Blade Fury, which is on the Assassin, does not burn durability when you use it. So if you use an ethereal weapon with Blade Fury, and you're careful not to use other abilities that will burn durability instead, then you can have an infinitely useful ethereal item without the need for Zod or Repair's durability. Number 6. If you find an ethereal dimensional sword, and it has very, very, very good stats, you can upgrade the ethereal dimensional sword into a phase blade, which allows that item to become essentially indestructible, because phase blades do not have durability. And then you have an ethereal phase blade that will never break. And I could go on because there's more ways that you could potentially use ethereal items to your benefit. But suffice it to say, ethereal items are, in general, better in basically every single way to non-ethereal items if you can mitigate in some way the negative effects of the item breaking forever. I can go on. So, like number 8. Let's talk about number 8. So, number 8 is Iron Golems. So, Iron Golems don't necessarily care, because once you create the Iron Golem out of the item is gone forever. The Iron Golem also doesn't burn durability on items, so making them out of ethereal equipment is preferred. Ethereal equipment is higher damage and higher defense in general, so if you have an ethereal version that can't be used otherwise because nobody can make it into a mitigated situation, or they have no intention of putting a Zod rune into it, you can use that item to create a very powerful Iron Golem out of the item as well. Once you get into a new game, the Iron Golem dies. No. The Iron Golem will follow you in between games. The only way that the Iron Golem dies is, number one, he actually dies by physical or elemental damage. Number 2, the Necromancer dies. Number 3, he gets glitched out for some reason and despawns. Or number 4, you recast another golem, which would then destroy the first golem when it creates the next golem, because you can only have one golem active at any given time. So if you had an Iron Golem active and you accidentally cast Clay Golem, goodbye Iron Golem. Which is, I think, honestly something that they need to fix, in my opinion. Like, you shouldn't be able to, like, so easily destroy your Iron Golem like that, but I've done it before because I'm stupid. And it's just way too easy to accidentally desummon your golem by casting another golem. Circle of Pharaohs, you've been around for a long time in streams and stuff, and you didn't know this about ethereal items? Like, I don't mean to come down on you like some sort of, like, parent, like, scolding a child, but, like, I feel like you've been hanging around long enough that you already know this stuff. squinting at you right now. I'm squinting. You're getting a squint. Oh, I have an entire video on ethereal items if you'd like to go check it out, Circle of Pharaohs. I'm pretty sure it has me ethereal in it too. I adjusted my opacity so I could be ethereal, which I think is funny to do. I'm gonna make myself ethereal today just because I said that. It's time to be ethereal, boys. It's time to be ethereal. Oh, come on down and see some ethereal. Ethereal nature, come on down, ethereal. We're gonna be ethereal nature. We're gonna take it down to ethereal land. Oh no, Ginger's ethereal. Ethereal Ginger might break, so you better be careful before you take another step. 'Cause he's not very strong. He's fading away fast, my friends. He doesn't look very good at all. He seems to be washing away with your reality. Is there a part 3 of my Holy Freeze Paladin? I don't know. I can't remember. I know I finished him. I know I came to a lot of conclusions about that character. I mean, is there any questions that you have about the Holy Freeze Paladin that I can answer? I guess. I mean, if the golem was actually made out of the item, Michael M., then maybe that would be cool, but the golem isn't actually made out of the item, so... Like, realistically, the golem is not actually created out of the item. Like, in our head canon, you know, like in the recesses of our mind where we feel like we have, you know, like imaginational powers, we believe that the golem is being made out of the item, but that's not the case. What the case is actually in the game is that the golem is... He's just wearing the item. He just equips it. That's it. So, in that case, it's not making him indestructible, it's just making the item indestructible, which is not important because he doesn't burn durability. What's up, Balthazar? How's it going, buddy? I thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. I'm torn on my no-cal smiter. I pushed through Act 1 Nightmare. I can get up to 50-ish magic find, and I don't have bases for double spirit. 3 open socket crown for bulwark. So I've been going 0 MF so far. I mean 0 MF's fine. You know how many good items I found with 0% MF? Like any MF is better than no MF. But like I've literally dropped Wind Forces, Mang Songs with 0% magic find, freaking Harlequin Crests with 0% magic find. Rune drops don't care about your magic find at all. So like if you're not finding runes, you can't blame that on not having magic find. No, he just wears the item, Michael. He just puts it on. Like he's wielding it. He's wielding the item. So if it's a weapon, he's using it in his hands. And if it's an armor, he puts it on. And if it's a helmet, he wears the helmet. If it's a pair of boots, he puts the boots on and he straps them up. If it's a pair of gloves, he puts some gloves on his big metal hands and he uses them to slap people with. I mean, and you're not exactly a no-cow. You just do chaos better. You can still kill cows with smite. You just gotta level up the smite portion of your build. If there was ever a negative skill item that had Iron Golem charges, I'd totally play Troll Barb who would just shout you negative buffs in the Iron Golem. And Iron Golem all item drops. Balthazar, why do you want to be a troll so bad? And I appreciate the $20. Every time you guys donate, I get 1 durability, okay? And my ethereal status rises. So far, you've donated twice, so I can increase my durability by 2. So let's increase my durability by 2. We gotta up my durability now. You guys are bringing me back to non-ethereal status. There you go. I've upped my durability by 2. Triforce Paladin. Who's a Triforce Paladin? Yo, mama's a Triforce Paladin. What are your thoughts on a Triforce Paladin, Doom, Phoenix, Dream, Exile, and Zealot? I already talked about that earlier. It's very point heavy and it's not very effective. Also, using Doom as your main weapon is not good. It's very bad. It's very bad, okay? The durability on those weapons is trash. There is nothing that you can make your Doom weapon in that literally won't have like the worst durability in the world and break in like 2 seconds when you go out to zeal things. Now, you can do it in a 2-handed weapon. There's actually a halfway decent 2-handed base for your Doom weapon. But let me break out a golden oldie, okay? I'm going to break out a golden oldie for you, okay? I'm going to break out a golden oldie for you. Just for you, my friend. We got to mute this music because we got to have this music up here. You guys ready? Okay, here we go. 368,640 gold. That's what you call the big oof. I like big oofs and I cannot lie. I go to the treasurer and sigh at all of the gold that I have to spend when I repair my Doom. It costs a frickin' ton. I don't know what to tell you about none of this, son. There's no inheritance, because I spent it all, my friend, at the blacksmith to repair my Doom weapon again. And once I repaired it about 3 or 4 times, I burned up all my treasury and I have lost my mind. And there's no inheritance, no gold. We're broke, son, eating mold. We have no money, son. We're going to go to jail, yo. I tried to sell my Doom weapon to Larzik. He laughed and chuckled. He said, boy, I wouldn't buy that. And you gave it to me for $1.52. Because it sucks. It breaks all the time. And you gotta repair it every time. I laugh and giggle with glee when you come. When I see that it's broken again, I know I'm going to get paid. And this is why I got a Bentley. That's right. That's why I got a Bentley. Now you've been educated about Doom weapons and their insane repair costs and how often they break. Now don't waste all your money like the person in the video. Freaking Balthazar dropping the big money on me today. I've watched too much Diablo animations where the Necro kept Iron Golem items other party members needed, the Barb kept overriding shouts, and Assassin kept socketing runes and useless helms. Why don't you just go for the big oof and just start one-shotting people, Balthazar? Didn't you know you could one-shot people? So here's how you do it. I'm gonna teach you a way to troll other people, Balthazar. Okay? There is a way for you to troll other people. What you do is you get yourself a Thorn's Aura, and then you level up Conversion. All right? And you apply Thorn's Aura to the converted monsters. And when somebody hits the monster that has thorns on it, as it deconverts, the thorns will apply to the player and instantly one-shot them. That's right. You heard me right. Instantly one-shot other players. And how do you do this? Well, it's just a quirk of timing. That's all it is. It's just timing. There's nothing really fancy to it. It's just getting the timing just right. I actually have a whole video on this if you want to see it, on how to one-shot people with your thorns. Let me see if I can pull this up for you. Where is it? Kill your friends. I'm pretty sure I called it like kill your friends or something like that. I can't remember why. Where is my video where I kill myself? Oh yeah, that's right. Hold on. Meow. Meow. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Where? No. I can't find it for some reason. Yeah, dang, dang, dang it. You gotta one-shot your friends. Oh, that's right. PK was in the title. PK, aha, I remember. PK, PK people. Ha ha, PK your friends. Yes, how to PK your friends. Ha ha, the video.
What did you discuss with the Holy Father in that final meeting?
How to PK your friends. Boop. Your friends for no other reason. I've got horns. I've got demon horns. How do you kill your friends, you might ask? Well, it's actually quite simple. First off, you need thorns. That is step number one. Without thorns, you're not going to be able to kill anything. Thorns is, well, that's pretty easy to get your hands on, and if you get a decent amount of equipment,
to kill
very
your
easily provide
friends.
yourself with thorns. The other thing you need, which is another interesting little tidbit, is you need to get yourself conversion player. Notice how much damage I just took there? This is with the thorns to activate on the player. Notice how much damage I just took there? This is with a elemental damage ability, not a physical damage ability. This is an ability that literally only does like 1/4. Are you guys ready? You guys ready? I'm gonna one-shot myself. You guys ready? It becomes, and on higher level characters where the equipment is at its best, you are more likely to kill yourself. Murder yourself. There you go. There you go, Balthazar. I have given you away. I have given you a way to one-shot your friends in Diablo 2. Now you just need to use it. Found a Vex in P7 and a Burr PK P8. Nice. How do I get away with 0 strength and all bite for my North Star Smiter while leveling? Wear baby equipment, I guess. Baby equipment. I mean, there's tons of equipment that's like really low level that you could potentially put on, like Crush Flange, and you could put on like a really low level shield. I mean, like Goblin Toes, probably the lowest strength requirement boots you're going to be able to get. Get yourself Ethereals, that's got 0 strength requirement. Just a little baby Ethereals, no big deal. Just a well baby Ethereals. Baby level 85 Ethereals. Yes. Yes. Boop, 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 boop. How's the Magic Hero build going? It seems to be doing pretty well. I'm kind of wrecking shop. Magic Hero just kind of avoids all resistances, which is really nice. And I don't need any mana potions because I'm a strong, independent woman. And, oh, thanks for the Prime sub, CC Ninja. I appreciate it. Dropping off my sub. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Pew, pew, pew. Ooh. Dang, bro. What are you? One socket. You are trash. Would go back to the dirt. Back with ye, foul demons. Murdering your friends, murdering your friends. Die. Die. Pyong, 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 pyong. I got 8,165 attack rating at level 45. Player count definitely changes things, 100%. One hundo percent. One hundo bundo. Changes everything. It's not just more items. It's like completely different items. I tested this pretty significantly. When you change player counts in between like 3, 5, and 7, it changes not only like the number of items that fall, but it also changes what items fall. The items change entirely depending on the player count. How lucky you are? No. Well, how lucky you are. It's like an entirely different drop set. It'd be like if you went to the store and you bought a pack of Pokemon cards and you got a pack of Pokemon Crystal cards. And inside the Pokemon Crystal pack is only Crystal pack cards. And then you go to the store and you get yourself a Pokemon Fire pack, and Fire pack only has Fire cards. And you go to the store and you get yourself a Pokemon Emerald pack, and Pokemon Emerald pack only has Emerald cards. When you're changing the player count, you're changing the pack that you're opening. You're not just changing like how many items fall by decreasing the no drop roll chance. You're straight up changing the pack of cards that you're opening. And the items that are in that pack are different than the ones that were in there before. What the hell's that? Long battle bow is Vidalas? I think that's Vidalas. So it's all relative. So every time you go to a specific seed code, a specific seed code has like specific drops depending on your route. And as you go through that route, you're only going to get specific things on specific player counts. This changes when you change the player count. So what can drop in that seed code changes when you change the player count. But every seed code has different drops for those specific, like, player counts. So it's not always the same. So while, yes, you might not be able to find Arachnid's Mesh on players 7 in one seed code, in another seed code, there very well could be an Arachnid's Mesh there. It really depends on what is in that particular seed code and in that particular player count for that seed code. I can demonstrate this. Let me get to the Darkwood waypoint and I will show you exactly what I mean. Just give me a second. Let me give you a visual aid first before we get into the details of determining like what I'm saying. Because you need to see it. And once you see it, I think you'll understand a little bit better. Seeing is believing, as they say. I don't really have a video on this specific topic, Tomac. Like, I may have covered it, like, in a live stream at some point, but this is, like, a little different than what I've covered before in my other videos. It's not quite the same thing. What I'm talking about is a little different. He's talking about, like, specific player counts and, like, having these specific player counts drop specific items and like all that other craziness. Like I'm gonna put some other information up here. We'll talk about it in a second. Let me just go find the Darkwood waypoint first, and then we'll go from there. I'd love to see D4 challenge run where you press the F key at the beginning of a run to see if you can beat the game. What? What? Balthazar? What? What? Man, a zoom in challenge? Oh man, I'm scared of that. You're scaring me there, Balthazar. I don't want to play the game like this. I'm gonna cry. It hurts my eyeballs. I can't see any of the monsters 'cause they're way too far away. And my camera zoomed all the way in and it sucks to say. They actually zoomed out the camera on D4 quite a bit. It could still be zoomed out further in my opinion. Like if I had to choose, I would let you zoom it out a little bit further, but that's just me. Like I don't think it's far enough. Like the little tiny extra zoom out they gave. I'm not gonna complain about it. Like I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I was happy to get even that tiny little bit. I feel like I got played by some sort of master pimp. Like they gave you just a little bit, and then for a long time, and then as soon as you got like a little bit more, you were like super excited. It's That's the old starve them so that they're super hungry, and that way when you give them even just a little tiny taste, they get excited. Hit myself with dim vision, permanent dim vision. There you go. Just have somebody follow me around in PvP mode, just dim visioning me over and over again. Can I beat the game with dim vision on me constantly? Am I there yet? Am I there yet? Finally. Okay, let me get the waypoint, and then I'll do some demonstrations for you guys. It's going to take me a little bit. I just want that freaking waypoint. Give it to me. Always gotta check around the door here. Because a lot of the times the Darkwood waypoint is like right here by the door, and I miss it because I didn't do like a sufficient enough circly dirkly. That's a real word. You guys shush. Circly dirkly around the doojank. The doojank hole. Circly dirkly around the doojank hole. I didn't do the circly dirkly, so I didn't see it right here by the door. So I'm trying to, like prevent that from happening this time. Ow! That's a lot of monsters. I guess I'm being like overly confident here. Time to shoot my magic arrows in the direction of you. Do 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, there's a cold enchanted, lightning enchanted, undead monster in there. That's probably what was doing that. Resistances aren't terrible. I mean, they're not amazing, but they're not terrible. Boom, 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 boom. Pew, 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 pew. Why do they got horns? See, they got horns. They got horns in the old game, too. They got horns in both games. They're horny. They're little horny bastards. I mean, I understand why these girls got horns. I guess maybe those are like undead skeletons of the demon girls, I guess. I guess that's what they're trying to say. They're demon girl skeletons. Oh, there you are, tree head butt fist. Tree head butt fist coming at me. I don't like it, tree head boy. Ow! Butt in the tree head butt fist. It's a tree head butt. Die, tree head butt fist. Well, I guess I got the scroll anyway, even though that's what it wasn't what I'm going for, but that's okay.
What a strange
Pew, 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 pew. Alright, where's the waypoint? Oh, it's right here by the tree. Okay, nice. Alright, so we've got everything that we need. Let's go ahead and reboot the game. We need to lock the seed code to make this stuff work, so I can demonstrate this to you. So I can demonstrate. We need to demonstrate. We need to do a little bit of demonstrate. So you can follow along with me at home. Like, you don't need me to, you don't need to, like, trust me on this. You can literally follow along with me on home. I will show you how to do this. And you can follow along the same steps, okay? So the seed code that I'm going to lock to for this particular test, and hold on, let me bring up the panel so you can actually see what I'm doing. So we got options, game settings, and you're basically just going to go additional modifier for the command, and you're just going to type in this seed code. This is the seed command right here. And all this does is it just locks the seed code. The game constantly shuffles seed codes, and all this does is it just locks the seed code to a specific seed code. You can use any seed code you want. It doesn't have to be this seed code, but if you want to get the same results as me, you would want the same seed code. All right, so let's boot up the game with the seed code locked. And what I'm going to show you is how the item drops change depending on like the player count. So we're just going to demonstrate that, how that works. All right, let's pick my Amazon. Where you at, Amazon? I mean, not Amazon. Sorceress, my sorceress. Okay, there's my sorceress. Okay. So here we go. So the first thing I'm going to show you guys is we're just going to do like the LK chests. That's the easiest one to start with. We want to make sure all the variables stay the same so I can show you exactly how this works. If you change the variables, if you do a bunch of random things, it's going to change the results and you won't understand exactly what's going on. So the way that Diablo 2 obfuscates things, you know, hides it behind the surface, is by swapping the seed code all the time so you can't see this stuff happen. And the only way you can see this is to lock the seed code. You can't see it otherwise. So we're gonna go lower Rust, and I'm going to go to this super chest here. The super chest is going to drop me a greater healing potion, a dirk, a double axe, and 628 gold. It's going to drop me this every single time. All right. So if I do this again, and I go back to this same exact chest, you'll see the same exact items fall every single time. Now, I'm in players 8, and that is what falls out of the chest in players 8, right? The thing is that when you change the player count, it doesn't just change like the no drop rolls and things like that. It also changes what falls out of the chest, right? So we're going to change the player count now, and I'm going to change the player count to it's every 2. So 7 and 8 are the same. So we're going to change it to 6. And when we come back to this chest, you'll notice that the chest should drop completely different items. I say that should because I can't remember right off the top of my head whether or not I had to do anything else, but it should, if I remember correctly, drop completely different items now than it did before. Even if we keep all the variables the same, now the chest will drop something else entirely, as you can see. So now we got a greater mana potion, giant sword, 2,143 gold, a jewel, a large siege bow, a greater mana potion, gold, 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 and bolts, right? And if we do this again, you'll see that the item is the same every single time on this player count. So the player count changes the drop completely. Like what falls out of the chest, it's changed completely by the player count. It's not just that in higher or lower player counts, more items or less items fall. It's that the items are changing completely from what would have fallen in a lower or higher player count. So, for instance, if I change this to another lower player count, so 5 and 6 are the same, we're going to change this to 4. All right, so I'm going to leave, and I'm going to come back. And let's see what the P4 chest drops. Now we have a super mana potion, 1,552 gold, a super mana potion, and a small charm. And we can actually play with this, and we can actually change the charm, believe it or not. This is actually a whole little thing I did a while back. I did have a video on this which is like manipulating the stats on the items by controlling the number of items in your inventory and such and such and such and such, right? So like with this particular charm, you'll notice that this charm is a 9 attack rating, 1 to 24 lightning, which is really good, by the way. That's actually a really good charm. I'm going to sacrifice a gem to keep the number of items the same. So the item count in this particular case determines the stats on the item. And so if you have the same number of items when you click on the chest, then the item has the same stats. And it continues that way forever as long as you keep the number of items in your inventory the same. However, if you change the number of items in your inventory, the stats on the item change as well. And in this particular case, I don't have an ID scroll. Let's go pick up some ID scrolls. And as you can see, I now have 2 identical charms, which I actually really need lightning charms for my boy. So, I mean, that's kind of cool. But what if I want something else? Like, what if I want something else besides a lightning charm? Well, the key to that is adding more items to my inventory. So where before, when I picked up my first charm, I dropped a gem out of my inventory to reduce the item count to the previous item count before to make sure that the charm retained the same exact stats. However, if I take this new charm that I picked up and I do not drop a item to counter that, then the next charm will be different stats. It will be a new charm entirely with new stats because the item count determines the stats on the item and the player count determines what fell. And I can change what drops from the chest as well with other variables. So there's more at play here than just that. And everything is different, of course. Super chests are different than everything else. So in this particular case, I got a 2 max 10 AR charm, right? If I'd like to get another 10 max 10 AR charm, then I have to sacrifice an item from my inventory to keep my item count the same. And then when I come back to the chest, I'll get another 2 max 10 AR, which is a pretty nice little charm. So lower Kurost, boop, pick up the charm, 2 max 10 AR, bam. So now we have 2 max 10 AR. Now, if I do not sacrifice an item, if I keep these charms in my inventory and I don't sacrifice an item, I'm going to advance 1 more into the breach and I'm going to find another charm. So something completely different than I found before. And this is getting off into a tangent because this is not really what I was trying to talk about, which is the way items change entirely through player counts. They also stay the same through difficulties too, as much as they possibly can anyway, which is also kind of interesting. And I'll show you that here as well. I'm out of keys. So I can't really do anything at that particular point because I'm out of keys. I'll do this again. I had to go grab some keys. Can it be done on PS4? As far as I'm aware, everything that I'm doing works except for the ability to lock your seed code on consoles. That's the only thing that, as far as I know, does not work. Because you're incapable of locking your seed code, it's not something that you're going to be able to do effectively. So why does locking your seed code matter when you're trying to view the variables and how they function, right? So why does it matter? Well, if you don't lock the seed code, then the game is just changing the seed code on you basically every single time you go into a game. If it changes the seed code, then you can't verify any of these results. Like, you don't get to see this stuff because it changes it essentially every single time. What I'm trying to show you is how the game functions behind the scenes. I'm not trying to show you how to duplicate items, which you can do if you're on PC. If you want to do this and you want to like play around and create items and duplicate stuff and like manipulate the chests to your leisure, that's perfectly acceptable. But you notice that every single time I get a small charm, right? Well, let's change the player count again. So this time, let's go down to players 2. So players 2 is a different player count than players 3 in terms of the game logic and changes the drops entirely again. So every single time we change the player count, we're going to get a different result, right? Now, the interesting thing is that the player count is so dramatically different than the previous result that you always inevitably end up with something completely different than you did before. Like in this particular case, I ended up with a grand charm. This one is a 21% extra gold from monsters, which is kind of poopy. Let's go ahead and pick up one super mana potion. And then we're gonna roll that again, and we're gonna see if we get a different Grand Charm. I could do this all day, and I don't do this because I feel like it would completely ruin my single player game through if I just had everything that I ever wanted, which I totally can do. Um, it's 100% viable. Not even like with the seed code attached. I can take the seed code away, and I can still do this kind of stuff. It just takes a little bit more effort. So that's 3 max damage. I don't want that. Let's grab another super mana potion. Womp 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 womp. So this time we ended up with an 80 attack rating, which is meh. So let's grab another super mana potion. What's up, Sang? Do 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 do. What we get this time? +1 to max, so we're getting a bunch of trash. I did a lot of testing with this, and I wanted to see like a lot of things. I wanted to see like how many good ones there were, how many bad ones there were. Like I don't even know how to explain it other than that. Like I would go and I'd get like a small charm, and then I would just run through the numbers like 1 to 1,000 like items in my inventory, and I would find every single small charm that you could potentially find from that particular thing, and like I would just write down the results and see what I got. Like see that's a halfway decent one. That's a 30% fire res, 11 life, which is kind of cool. I mean that's a halfway decent one right there. I mean, it's not like super duper amazing, but it's okay. I wouldn't be sad about that one. Why am I see through? Because I'm ethereal. I'm an ethereal item. I had questions about ethereal items, so I felt like I wanted to be ethereal today. I thought it was funny. Because when you have an ethereal item, it is see-through. Come on down and you can see it. Well, kind of. It's almost there. It's an ethereal item, and it's got really cool hair. Am I Zotted? I'm not, so be gentle. You gotta be gentle with me. Okay, so let's move on from this, because this is just like parlor tricks. Alright, so let's talk about the meat and potatoes of what I'm trying to show you when it comes to items changing with player count. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to see if I can replicate my burr rune real quick, which actually doesn't really take much effort. So let's see if she can do it. I don't know if she can do it. I don't think I've ever gotten the burr rune with this particular character because I think her run walk speed is a little slow. I don't know if she's hitting the right breakpoints or not. She's also not exactly the tankiest thing in the world, but we go to Travancore first, then we go to Lyricurast, then we teleport here, click on the corpse, click on the Dujink, click on the armor stand, then we run over here, and I think we already messed it up. We got the hatchet though, that's good. Let me run all the way over here, and we click on you, and we didn't get a burr room. Let's try again. I think we need to be a little bit faster. Let's be a little bit faster. I can add some teleports in. Does the seed trick work online? So you can't find the seed code online. A lot of us have been trying to theorize of ways that you could potentially determine the seed code online, which would potentially give you the ability to use this trick online. But if you cannot figure out the seed code online, then no. If you can figure out the seed code online, then yes. Also, if you're willing to do like 65,000 runs, then also yes. Because the seed code is going to give you a burr rune depending on the finding it, right? So finding it. I mean, like, just imagine you had 65,000 doors, and as long as you open the right door, there's a burr rune behind it. But, like, how do you guarantee that you're at the right door? each pattern works for a different seed. So you could type in any seed that you want. It doesn't matter what seed you type in. And all of them will have different patterns that lead to specific items. The whole thing about online is that you are utilizing a random seed code every single time you make a game. So how would you therefore verify that you are on the right seed code? It's very difficult. I need some more run walk speed. That's what I need. I got some 30%. Let's put the 30% on instead of the 20%. Maybe that'll push me over the edge. I think I'm on the wrong player count too. I'm pretty sure this one has to be 7. Apply. Let's try that one more time. I'm a little bit faster now. I can see I hit the breakpoint. Oh, wait, hold on. I try first. What am I doing? Try first. What am I doing? It's very important. Like, the pattern that you take, everything is all very important. But, like, these things can be applied online. So when people ask me whether this works online, I have to hesitantly say yes. Why do I hesitantly say yes? Because the variables work online, but the pattern doesn't, right? So the variable does, the pattern doesn't. Alright, so we were a little bit off. We got the ith rune instead of the bur rune, so we're close. I think I need to speed. I think ith was speed up by a tiny percentage. So I'll need to put one. I think one teleport will probably push me over the top. I keep running into stuff like an idiot. And then I get the ith rune again. The ith rune is right next to the bur rune. It's literally like, they're literally side by side. They snuggle each other at night. The ith rune cups the bur rune's breasts. The bees in the breasts. He's got 2 of them. On the other side of the bur rune is an am rune, believe it or not. The bur rune is snuggled neatly in between the ith and the am. It's very strange. Let's try adding 1 teleport here and see if that's enough to bridge the gap on the speed problem. Didn't I just tell you about the am? Didn't I say? I said, look, I said the am rune's on the other side. Okay, so we were a little bit too fast this time. So the first time we were a little bit too slow. The second time we were a little bit too fast. The ith rune is before. The am rune is after. Literally finding a bur rune, it's so silly, but finding a bur rune is literally that tight. It's the difference between being too quick or being too slow by a tiny percentage. And this character has never done it before, so I have to figure out the pattern that works for this particular character. So we're going to teleport once here instead of twice, and I'm going to see if that's fast enough. And we got the am rune again. So we're still going too fast. Recreating this on odd characters. I noticed that people, when they try to recreate my method, usually have this problem. Like, they have to figure it out for themselves. They have to get into a rhythm, and they have to understand exactly how it works for their particular character. If I stop hitting this pillar right here, I'd probably be okay. And we got the ith rune again. Okay, but it doesn't really matter. We don't have to get the Burr rune. The Ith rune and the Am rune are both sufficient for a certain part of this. So basically what I'm trying to show you is that the drops are essentially almost static in each seed code at specific points with the player count. But the thing is that the player count is different, right? So when you go into a game and you're like P3 or P4 or P5 or whatever, like you're not just getting more drops, you're also getting different drops. You're getting a different drop entirely. And let me see if I can show you this as well. So we're going to run this same pattern again, and instead of running, I didn't mean to do that. Instead of running the pattern for player 7, we'll run the pattern for a different player count. And I could steal. I think hustle would probably work. Hold on, let me steal the hustle from my Amazon real quick, just for the purposes of this video. I don't know if I want to make like 1,000 YouTube videos on this. I still don't know everything about this myself. Like, I'm still testing. If that tells you anything, like how deep and how ridiculously just chunky the well is of this particular topic, it's very difficult to really get a grasp about everything about it. And I've been trying. I've been doing testing. I've been playing around with stuff, trying to figure out like the different variables. Okay, there we go. That should be fast enough. I think that's fast enough. Let's try it. I might have to redo this game because I was playing around with stuff in my inventory, but we'll see. I'm hitting everything. Gonna run into all of the doojanks on the way. That's okay, I will run into it. I will hit everything in the way. In the pirate cache. Oh, wrong waypoint. We took the wrong waypoint first. So the waypoint represents a variable stack, is basically how it functions. So it's just a variable that's being added into the pile. The game stacks variables, essentially one on top of the other, and we're essentially using the Travancore waypoint as a way to stack a specific variable. Are any of you guys familiar with the Mewtwo glitch in Pokemon? Are you guys familiar with the Mewtwo glitch in Pokemon? Because if you know anything about the Mewtwo glitch in Pokemon, you will know that the Mewtwo glitch essentially allows you to get Mewtwo by controlling the variables within the game. And by controlling the variables in the game, you can force a specific thing to happen, right? So you can force a Burr rune essentially to fall, right? And so what I'm going to do here is I want to be dramatic. We're going to be dramatic about this. So there you go. I just sold the Burr to the shop. Why did I sell the Burr to the shop? Because, well, it's trash. It's garbage. It's garbage to me. Why is it garbage? Because I have an infinite number of them, that's why. Because I can do this all day. So once you get the variables correct, everything just lines up, right? So what I'm trying to show you here is I want to show you how things change dramatically from one player count to another. So now you can see I can get a Burr rune every single time, right? So we're going to change the player count. So on the next run after this one, we're going to change the player count to players 5, all right? And we're going to see, does the Burr rune still fall? If I keep the variables the same, if I keep everything the same, is the Burr rune still going to fall from the chest, or is something else going to fall in its place? What about difficulty? Does difficulty make a difference? Like what falls in Nightmare difficulty versus what falls in Hell difficulty, right? So here we have a Burr rune, and the Burr rune falls every single time as long as we have the variables the same. So let's change just something as simple as the player count. So we're going to move this from 7 to 5. All right. So now we're going to do the same exact run, the same exact way, everything the same. We're going to be in the same seed code. We're going to be running the same exact chest, right? We keep everything identical. What do we get from the chest in 5? Am I running out of keys? I didn't run out of keys. I still got keys. All right. So let's run this in 5. No, I forgot to click on the skeleton. I messed it up. Balthazar. Hold on, I'll read your message in a second, Balthazar. I'm trying to pay attention. This takes concentration. I gotta use my brain and stuff, and it's hard. My brain hurts. We didn't get the amulet there, so we might. So, well, actually, no, we're in a different player count, so of course we didn't get the amulet. So we click on the chest, and what do we end up with? A gothic plate, a gothic bow, a heavy crossbow, defender, short battle bow, gargoyle head. So not the same thing, right? We got something completely different in players 5 than we got in players 7. So let's change it to players 3. What do we get in players 3 if we do players 3? Every time I see Zarfin, the loot goblin, do a challenge run, I realize just how noob I am at this game. No item, only uniques, only vendor gear, etc. An only vendor gear challenge could be pretty fun. That would be really fun. Appreciate the donations, Balthazar, by the way. All right, so now we're on P3. Let's see what drops from the chest on P3 with the same exact variables. So, Trav. Lower Kurast. And again, no burr rune, but we got Helm, Scroll of Identify. And notice it just changes every single time, right? So we change the player count, it changes it. Now here's an interesting experiment that shows you that it's not just simply about the variables changing or something odd happening. It's literally the player count changing things. And I'm going to demonstrate this to you in the easiest way possible. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to player 7. We're going to run it again. Except for this time, we're going to run it on Nightmare. So do you remember what the pattern was in Nightmare difficulty, or in Hell difficulty, right? So when we ran this pattern in Hell difficulty, we got a burr rune. So if we run this pattern in Nightmare difficulty, do we still get a rune? Does the player count in Nightmare difficulty keep things the same? The answer to the question, surprisingly, is actually yes. So the player count translates across difficulties, and as long as the item can potentially fall in the lower difficulty, it will. Now, you might be saying to yourself, well, but Ginger, burr runes don't drop in Nightmare difficulty, and you're absolutely correct. So what takes its place? Well, if I remember correctly, because I did this test before, it ends up being a foul rune. Ooh, spooky, right? So it's not just that the player count changes everything that falls. The player count also keeps things the same across difficulties. So when you are like lucking in, like for instance in Nightmare difficulty, if you're running LK chests and you luck into a foul runes and burr runes are somehow linked together. Which means that a foul rune find in Nightmare difficulty is the equivalent of a burr rune find in Hell difficulty. And I could do that over and over again, too. I actually need that foul rune. I need foul runes. I need a couple foul runes. I need the foul runes. Give me them foul runes. I need them foul runes. And I cannot lie. I need a couple foul runes. Make me fly. I could use them for stuffing things. I'm gonna put them on some rings. How do you dummy 7 AFKs so you can ladder when you don't have friends? I have no clue, my friend. I think there's some sort of like ridiculous way that you can finagle um, like the game, so you can run like 8 clients on the same computer if that's what you're trying to get at. All right, so what happens if we bring it down to normal difficulty? So what if we do the same pattern in normal difficulty on the same player count? What do we get instead of a foul rune? Well, it's fun to test this stuff. I like testing this stuff. It's a very fun thing to test. I don't have lower Kurast apparently though, so I'm gonna have to go get it. All right, so we have lower Kurast. Now let's do this properly. You could always just become a streamer, Balthazar, and then you don't have to have 8 dummy people in your group. You could just have 8 real people in your group. People like, guys, I need players 8. Can you guys come AFK in my game? Oh, so Ethrune. So interesting. So Eth to foul to burr is basically how this pattern works. So normal difficulty gives us an Eth, nightmare difficulty gives us a foul, and hell difficulty gives us a burr using the same exact pattern. There's more patterns. I've got a bunch of patterns. I've got ones for co-runes. I've got ones for foul runes. I've got ones for ist runes, low runes, all sorts of things. I hesitate to like make videos on all of them though because I feel like it's an interesting contradiction in terms. I feel like the person who comes to the conclusion of the pattern is not cheating. Like, I don't think you're cheating if you find it yourself. Like, if you just type in a random seed code and you spend the time and the effort and the hours to learn specific patterns and you write those specific patterns down for yourself, I think that's legitimate. However, if you go on my website and copy my pattern, then that's kind of cheating because then you're just looking up a cheat code. It's a really weird, nuanced thing that like I feel like if I just kept posting a bunch of like infinite low runes, infinite ist runes, infinite sir runes, infinite cham runes, infinite zod runes. Although I would like to do an infinite Soj, that would be fun if I could find like a Soj pattern. That would be absolutely great. So when it comes to player count really does change a lot. It changes a lot about how the game functions. Like the items that fall from the chest change almost entirely. And so it's not just a matter of like, okay, does the player count give me more items? Because the answer to that is definitely yes. But there's also another part of the equation, which is it literally changes all the items entirely. And it's not just super chests. So super chest is just one of the many things that you can potentially check, right? So let's take a look at Inner Cloister. So there's a dead rogue in Inner Cloister, and you can see if I click on the dead rogue, I get 355 gold, the damage wrist blade, 1427 gold, and 1030 gold, right? So let's change the player count to like 5. And we're going to do this again. So we're just going to do one more quick change out. Let's go back to hell. We'll click on the same corpse. And we still get the wrist blade and the gold. So let's go back to Inner Cloister. And instead we get a ruby 1,427. And let's do that again to make sure that it's not a fluke. And say we have the same exact thing. So let's change the player count again. So what do we get in players 3 as an example? So we change the players 3, go back to the same body. What do we get? Yeah, ethereal streamers are the best. Just be gentle with me, I might break. So this time we get a Grand Charm. Interesting. 12% faster hit recovery. And then let's do it one more time, and we're going to change from 3 to 1, and let's see what we get from this body on players count 1. Still think there should be a Konef El Hel El Lober 4 prefix gems cube recipe for a Zod kneel before Zod. I would totally add it. I would if I could. I would totally add it, Balthazar. So this time we only get 10,030 gold. So you can see that things change dramatically as we like change the player count, right? Now 10,030 gold is kind of interesting because wasn't that the same amount of gold that we got from one of the other ones? Like 3 wasn't like 10,030 like the exact amount of gold we got from like one of the P3 or P5 drops? Not that one. I think it was the P5 drop. I like to note things, even just like the amount of gold that falls. I think it's very interesting to see, like, is it the same amount of gold that falls every single time? Like, does the amount of gold change like between times, or is it the same every single time? Like, that's this 1427 every single time, right? Also, a reggae rune word comprised of bur, fal, so, lo, jaw. We need the developers so we can make silly rune words. I don't see any reason why not to have just like some absolutely silly rune words in the mix. They don't have to be like super OP. So look, 1030. Interesting. So 1030 is the P7 gold amount, but it also included the 1427 from the P5, wasn't it? 1427 was the P5 amount. So it's very interesting to look at things from this perspective and to see that like not only is the player count dramatically changing what falls, but it's also not only that, there seems to be some sort of crossover. Like the 1030 is the same 1030 gold that was dropping in like P1, and the 1427 is the same 1427 stack that was dropping in P5, but the damage wrist blade didn't drop in any of the other player counts, and I didn't see any 355 gold stack. Right, so where did all this come from, and does it change on like other numbers? Right, so does it change if I go to 7 to 8? As far as I remember, the answer was no. So 7 and 8 are linked together. 5 and 6 are linked together. 3 and 4 are linked together, and 1 and 2 are linked together. They basically all have the same drops. And there you go. So same exact drops at P8. The corpses are interesting. The monsters are interesting too. I did some testing on the monsters, and I tried to play around with the monsters, and I found out that like the order in which you killed the monsters changed the items that they dropped, which was also very interesting. So like a monster will have a guaranteed drop, and depending on the order in which you kill them, we got a scroll of town portal and 577 gold. Okay, so scroll town portal, 577 gold. We killed the one in the back first, and then we killed the one in the front last, right? So we go back and we do it again. So this time we kill the one right here first. And we got no item from him. And a stamina potion. The order in which you kill the monsters matters. Like, so if I go back and I do it again and I kill them in the same order I did before, I'll get the same items that I did before. If I kill them in the same as this time, I'll get the same items I did this time. Like, even just the order in which you kill the monsters changes things, which is also very fun. It's very fun to think about that from a certain perspective. And there's my scroll town portal. It's interesting. So what I was trying to explain to you when you were talking about like which player counts are the best for which particular items, and like why bringing up the player count is better or worse. Well, it's really just it comes down to the fact that some player counts have patterns that work for specific runes and some don't on specific seeds. But it all matters about getting into that specific seed code. Like that pattern in particular for the Burr rune works because I'm on that specific seed code. If I change the seed code to a different seed code, it doesn't work anymore. If I go in here right now and I go to a different map set, like for instance, I go to, let's just change it to 65 instead. Boom, 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 boom. And let's run the pattern for the burr rune. Let's see if it falls. It'd be interesting to see. I don't know if it will, but starting from Act 4 usually doesn't matter, but we'll check and see if it does. We'll just rerun it if it doesn't work. So notice the map changed completely, right? So I can't do the pattern anymore, right? I mean, I could run the pattern and I could pretend I was doing it, and then I could like run over here and I could see if I could find a chest to click on or something. But the thing is that the pattern only works for that seed code because the map is different. The seed code is different. They change, right? So knowing the pattern for one seed code with one particular low rune doesn't mean you're going to get all of them. If you're playing offline and you're playing on the same map and the same seed code forever, then, you know, like, these patterns are important, which is one of the reasons why I tell people all the time that I don't think these runs, like, have you guys ever seen something like this? Like a YouTuber posts a video and they're like 10,000 Anni runs. You know, like, and they're like, what did I get? You know, what did I get? Or something like that, right? And they want to show off their results, but they did this offline, right? So they did it offline. And they did it in the same seed code practically. So they basically had the same seed and the same map as essentially for all 10,000 runs, right? So what does this mean? Well, this means that this is invalid. So invalid because online, when you do this online, if you did 10,000 online Andy runs, okay, which would probably get you banned for being a bot, by the way. But if you did 10,000 online Andy runs and you posted your results, so online shuffles the seed. So let's put a wild card for the seed. So it shuffles the seed and it shuffles the map, okay? This means that the results from a 10,000 online Andy run is going to be completely different than 10,000 offline Andy runs, because this one is in basically the same seed and the same map forever, using what is essentially a very limited set of patterns, which are going to give a limited set of results. Like, for instance, if I had the right seed and the right map and I found myself a Soge, there's a very good chance that I could luck into multiple Soges. We'll put an X there to represent like multiple Soges. So I could potentially end up with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Soges if I lucked into the right pattern. Or if I lucked into the wrong pattern, I could end up with 0. However, online, the results are going to be completely different because the seed code changes every single time you make a new game. The map changes every single time you make a new game, and so do the patterns. So the patterns change every single time you make a new game, which is like part of the whole problem, like with the difference between these. So like these offline runs, they don't tell you anything really. In fact, honestly, the offline runs should just like include their seed code in it. They should literally just have this written in the description, because if you were to run the same 10,000 runs with their seed code and their map code, you'd probably get pretty much identical results. Maybe not 100% identical, because you may have different movement patterns and whatnot. But if you took 2 bots and you ran them 10,000 run each on the same seed code and the same map, they would have almost identical runs if they moved identically and they killed the monsters in the same identical pattern. Whereas this guy right down here, you could have 100 bots, you could have 1,000 bots running online Andes over and over and over again, and because the seed and map are rotating every single time you make a game, you don't end up with the same results. They're always going to be different results every single time you play, because you're always going to get different seed codes and different maps every single time you play. I need my item back. I'd love to eventually find a seed code that drops me a Soj. I think that would be really nice, really fun. I would be really interested to find one. If anybody ever like encounters a Soj on a specific seed run, I would love to know the pattern that you use, and I would try and replicate it. Um, are you telling me that I'm wasting my time repeating runs offline without changing this map code thing? Yes and no. So if you have a pattern that results in a very good array of items, then you have a good pattern. If you have a mediocre pattern, then you have a mediocre pattern. If you have a like a really bad pattern, then you have a really bad pattern. So if you're repeating like 10,000 runs offline and you're getting crap, then you're in a bad seed code and you're running a bad pattern. Now, I don't really think there's anything such as a bad seed code. I don't think that exists. I think there are seed codes that match more with your personality and how you like to play the game, and there's seeds that don't match very well with your personality and how you like to play the game. Um, Let me give you an example. So let's do a little science experiment here. So let's grab. Let's go back to the other seed code because I know that seed code a little bit better than I know this one. And I'm going to do a little bit of a science experiment here. So we're just going to change that back to the other one. That's exactly my case. I have almost 4 level 90 characters and don't have a single good unique item. So yes, you're probably falling into the category of you're playing the game wrong. People like gasp audibly at me when I say things like you're playing the game wrong. Um, what do I mean by you're playing the game wrong, right? So if you're offline and you're finding nothing, if you're finding crap, that's not just luck. You're not just lucking into crap. You're just playing the game wrong. Um, and the crazy thing is that as you play the game in your kind of like weird way that you're playing it, you're basically your own worst enemy, essentially. Right? So there's a bunch of different variables that have to do with this. Like if you go directly to the place as opposed to going somewhere else first, right? So if I go here and I click on the chest will drop me, you know, a dirk, a double axe, and 15 gold, right? If I go somewhere else first before I go to LK, like let's pretend for a second that I go to Pindleskin, right? So let's just simulate like realistically if I were to do multiple things at one time as opposed to simply going directly to the source, right? So instead of going directly to the area, I'm going to go and I'm going to pretend to kill Pindleskin. Of course, actually killing him has more of an effect, but we're going to just go ahead and we pretend to kill Pindleskin, and then we're going to go and then we're going to click on the LK chest. All right, so now we go to LK and we click on the chest, and what does it give us now? We still got a dirk, a double axe, and a greater health potion. So we didn't do enough, right? So we didn't travel far enough. We didn't add enough variables. We might have to actually kill Pindleskin to make that work. Let's use Frigid Highlands. I know Frigid Highlands works. So let's say instead of going directly to LK, let's say we go kill Eldritch and Shank real quick, right? So we'll go to Frigid Highlands, and then from Frigid Highlands, then we go to LK, and now we click on the chest. Completely different result, right? So the game seems to almost respond to organic behavior as opposed to rigid behavior. So to put it in a very specific way is that the game is responding to you actually doing shit. And I curse because I want to make sure I get my point across. If you don't actually do anything, the game seems to punish you. And this has to do with the way that the game actually rolls its mechanics. It actually like controls the pseudo random number generator. It's basically just stacks. It's stacks of variables, right? Every variable leads up to another variable. So when you have like Legos and you put your Lego down and then you put another Lego on top of it and then you put another Lego on top of it and another one on top of it and eventually you've got the Death Star, right? But you don't get the Death Star from 2 Legos. You don't get the Death Star from 3 Legos. You get the Death Star from multiple Legos. So the more Legos that you add to the total, the more building blocks that you add, the more variables that you add, the more you change the way that things function within the game. So instead of going to Frigid Highlands, let's say now I add in another variable. So now I'm going to kill Eldritch, we kill Shank. Then I'm going to go to Ariat Plateau, and we're going to kill Thresh Socket. Then I'm going to go over and we're going to go pick on the Summoner because I want to get a key. And then we're going to go to LK, right? And what do we get from the chest now? Now we get a Warhammer, an Ancient Shield, and a Trellis Armor. So we've changed the result again, and we've gotten different things, right? And that's essentially what I did when I started to figure out the Burr Rune pattern, and my Burr Rune pattern was terrible, by the way. If you go back to my original live stream where I was figuring it out, I didn't quite understand the way the variables worked yet, and so I was doing silly things like running all the way up here, and I was like clicking on a Shira, and then I would like talk to her for a second, and then I would run back down here, and then I would like stop and have a conversation with Ormus, you know, like, Ormus was once a great mage, and then I would go down here, and then I would go and I would like teleport to Travancore, and then I would go back and I would go to Lower Kurast, and then I would come over here and start doing the pattern and try and figuring out how it worked. And eventually I got a Burr Rune to fall. I did eventually get a Burr Rune to fall, but the pattern that I had was terrible. Like, it was so bad. At which point we figured out that like a lot of the stuff that I was doing was meaningless. Like running up and talking to Ashira was pointless. It didn't do anything, right? So we started to figure out like what were the variables that actually controlled what was going on within the game. What was organically changing how the game functioned, right? And as we went on, we started to kind of just like figure it out. We're like, okay, well, let's test it. Like, what actually makes a difference? What doesn't make a difference? Like, if I talk to Ormus and I stop and talk to Ormus, does that make a difference? Like, will I no longer get the Burr Rune if I stop and talk to Ormus about the weather? And so we started to slowly like whittle down what was actually changing, you know, like the effect. Like, does just talking to Ormus change things? If I stop and I talk to Ormus and I like we gossip with him for a minute and do like the Black Temple and whatnot, does that change it? So well, let's find out, right? And then you just start playing with the variables and you see how things function. And eventually, what we figured out is that there wasn't very many things that were controlling the variables. There really wasn't. It wasn't as many as you would think. There's only about 3 things, and I totally probably messed that up because I stopped and attacked him. But there's only about 3 things that actually seem to control the variables. One of them is where you go. So where you go matters. There are kind of like these Minecraft chunks. I believe that's the best way to explain it. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen those videos where like a person will sit there and like they're like how to survive a Minecraft world on just one chunk or something, right? And so like a chunk represents 1 square of the map. And what we determined was that it didn't matter unless you crossed a chunk barrier. So there are chunks within the world, and if you don't cross those chunk barriers, nothing changes. But if you do cross the chunk barriers, then things change. So essentially moving around and actually like participating in the game world changes how the items fall. And it's not just the items. So it's everything. Like, I want you to pay attention real quick to the monster. All right, we're gonna do this run again. I'm not gonna go for the Burr Rune, but I want you to see the monster. right? There's going to be a very specific monster, and you may not have paid attention the entire time that I've been doing this because your eyeballs may have been on the burr rune and you didn't really think to look at the monster, right? But look at the monster and his name, right? So let's go ahead and do the pattern like we normally do it, and we're going to end up with an elite monster that's going to chase us down here. There should be an elite monster here anyway. Usually the pattern has one elite monster like right here. All right, so we've got champion doom apes, right? So we got 4 champion doom apes. All right, let's see if they're still there when we do the pattern the same way. And let's see if we can deliberately force those champion doom apes to be something else. Can we change them? Can we deliberately force those doom apes to become, you know, maybe like elites? Can we turn them into minions? What can we do? How can we change them into various different forms? Well, we totally can, and I'll show you. So there we go. We have our pattern. It's done correctly. And down here should be the doom apes. Of course, we did do like a little circle, didn't we? So there's probably a chunk border right here, which is what the problem is. Hold on. We have to learn. It's strange learning where the chunk barriers are because you can't see them. It's not like in Minecraft where they're like really obvious and visible. This is completely different, where you don't necessarily know where they are and you kind of have to feel out where the chunk borders are. None of this is really like super important when you're actually playing the game. All this really means is that moving around and actually having fun and doing things within the game changes the results. That's all it means. So I'm going to go up here, and we're going to do that circle like we did before. And the Doom Apes should be back. And there they are. So notice how I can force the Doom Apes to spawn, right? So we now have a pattern. We can force them to spawn, right? So let's change something very small about the pattern, and let's see if we can force them to become something else, right? So instead of becoming Doom Apes, maybe we can force them to become an elite pack. So the easiest way to try and do this is let's just go directly to Lower Kurast instead of taking the portal. We're still going to do all the same stuff that we did before. We'll take the same exact pattern. We're going to come up here, and then we're going to do our little circle. And let's see what we have down here this time. So this time, instead of the Doom Apes, we have Mind White the Grim. Mind Wipe the Grim with Conviction Aura, no less. So we turn the Doom Apes into Mind Wipe the Grim. Now, let's do it again. Will Mind Wipe the Grim be there again? Yes, he will. He'll be there every single time as long as we do the pattern the same way. So what I'm trying to show you is that it's not just about the items or what falls from the chests. It's also about the monsters that are spawning. It's also about a lot of other things. So there's Mind Wipe the Grim yet again. So we have the same monster because we followed the same pattern. So when you play the game, when you're playing Diablo 2, like where you go not only determines like what drops, it also determines what monsters spawn, the modifiers those monsters have, even down to their names. Okay? It also determines the clickables. So when you were watching me earlier and I was doing this, you may have noticed that some of the clickables didn't appear if I changed the pattern. So the pattern deliberately changed some of the clickables. The positioning of the actual like things on the map change. So if I go to Travancore first and then I go to Lower Kurast, you'll notice that there's a body right here. And there's a body right here. Right? However, if I do the pattern slightly differently, you'll notice that the body will disappear because I changed the pattern. So let's do Upper Kurast instead, and then we'll go to Lower Kurast. Now we have one of the bodies, but not the other, right? So we changed the pattern, and we lost the body. And this goes for the armor racks too. So the armor racks can be manipulated in this way. Now the armor racks are probably like among the simplest items in the game in terms of like what they drop and how they drop items. And believe it or not, changing like your direction and like where you click on them from, like because obviously if you're crossing the chunks, it's not necessarily the direction you click on them from, but it's the chunk that you cross to get to them, which is kind of weird. And you can see this easily. So if I go directly to it, I get a mummified trophy, right? However, if I travel through some chunks first, which is really easy to do, all you got to do is just do a little bit of teleporting. You can travel through a couple chunks by teleporting over and teleporting back. So that, for instance, I could just go like up here real quick, and then I can come back down, and I can travel through a chunk, and now I get a scarab husk. And you can repeat this over and over and over again. You can force the armor racks to drop whatever you want. Any base that you want, rather. I haven't really had much luck in forcing them to drop, like, unique items or anything. But I can definitely force them to drop whatever base I want them to drop. Then I went even further, and I'm like, okay, all right. So if where you go and what you do changes like everything, including like the clickables that you get, what else is changing stuff? So another one was item count. So you might not believe this, but if you're a hoarder, or if you are I don't like to pick anything up, this is going to completely change the way that your playthrough goes, because item count is a extremely important modifier for like your entire playthrough. This means that basically you get a huge change in what actually falls just by simply changing the number of items in your inventory. And everything's different. Everything is different. Super chests, item count controls the stats on the item. For clickables, it actually controls what falls, which is kind of interesting. So they change it up a little bit. They shuffle it a little bit. So, for instance, if I were to go to like Inner Cloister and click on this corpse right here, you'll see that it gives me a crude hatchet, a two-handed sword, a scroll of identify, and some demon hide gloves, right? So let's do this a couple times here, just make sure we have the same result, repeatable. I did start from Act 3 that time, so it might be different. Okay, so we got gold and a low-quality wrist blade. All right, so let's do it again. So gold and a low-quality wrist blade. So let's pick up the wrist blade, okay? So people that pick up items are going to invariably change their item count, okay? And when they change their item count, they are going to change what falls. So let's see what happens when we have another item in our inventory. So now we get a field plate. So because we picked up the damaged wrist blade, we change the result. Now if we pick up another item, like arrows, we can change the result again. Now we get super healing potions. You want to go back to one of the previous results, change your item count back to one of the previous item counts. Now, does the item being inside of your stash count? That was a question we asked, and the answer to that question was invariably yes. So if I take this damaged wrist blade, put it inside of my shared stash, and then I leave and come back and I do it again, we're going to get the field plate. We should get the field plate anyway. So we determine things like by testing this. We're like, okay, well, if item count matters, then what about your stash? What about your shared stash? What about your project cube? What about your mercenary? What about runes inside of your shield? The answer was yes to all of the above. Your mercenary's equipment counted. The runes in your shield count. Your shield counts as well. Your shared stash counts. Your stash counts. Everything counts. Okay? So The interesting and very powerful like thing that this kind of like triggered in my mind, because I was always with you guys. I was always one of those people that was like, yeah, let my gem stack, and I want my runes to stack, and I want extra stash space. Just sell us extra stash tabs. Just give me as many stash tabs as I can get. I take 700 stash tabs. Well, when I realized that item count directly affects what falls on the ground, I also realized in a nutshell that just giving you large amounts of stash space and making it so that your gems and your rune stack would inadvertently like mess with this entire system and would change the entire way the game plays, because your item count would like inexplicably change by massive amounts. So you would be talking about like the difference between like having one, like two, three, four, five, six, seven topazes and like 100. And of course, changing your item count by 100 is going to matter. And if Diablo can check and see if you have runes inside of an item, then it can definitely check and see if you've got like a stack of gems in your inventory. I don't know how it does it. I don't know why it also counts shared stashes. I don't know why it counts your character. I don't know why it counts your mercenary. And we even found out that it also counts minions. So even something as simple as like a wolf from like the summon spirit wolf changes the result. So let's do this example real quick, and I'll show you what I mean. So every summon in the game has equipment on, as far as I can tell. They actually do have equipment on themselves. They are equipped with not only items, but they're also equipped with weapons. And we just can't see it. There was a mod back in the day that made it so that you could see this stuff, but it doesn't exist anymore as far as I'm aware. But let's go ahead and summon one of my little wolvies. So we're going to summon a spirit wolf. I now have a wolfy wolf. We're going to go click on that again, and the result should be different because the wolf has equipment on him as well. Now we got a pair of chain gloves. Very interesting. It's one of the first times I've ever got a set item from this. Now, set items, or rather like any items in general that comes from these, is also affected by Magic Find, and Magic Find can be changed. So I can adjust my Magic Find by 7% by taking my 7% Magic Find charm out, and let's try that again. So was that a Magic Find, or was that just a find that happens in general? It's a question that you have to ask yourself as well. So let's go back and let's try one more time. Do we still get the Clegg Laws? Interesting. So the answer to that question is that Magic Find did in fact cause that to occur. It was an exact percentage of Magic Find that caused that, which was, where's my Magic Find at? 249% exactly. So that's how much Magic Find you need to find the chain gloves with this particular set of variables. So this item count, this wolf, etc. And you would have to sit there and count every single item. So you'd have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. It also counts your swap, by the way. 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. And then we'd have to go to our stash, and we would have to start counting those as well. So 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. You get the point, right? The point is that the item count is so important to what's actually falling that the items that I'm holding in my inventory even make a huge difference for this, right? Which is crazy. And if you start giving people huge amounts of inventory space, if you start like slapping on a whole bunch of extra storage capacity onto these characters, well, it's going to change like how the items fall and like what you actually get. And Magic Find also is really weird, and I don't even want to talk about Magic Find right now. I talked about Magic Find many times on other videos, but suffice it to say, Magic Find doesn't work anywhere near as good as I ever thought it did, and what it actually does, I can't really quite quantify properly. It's definitely a strange one, that's for sure. I'm going to disable the seed code because I do want a bit of randomization in my games. Exploiting the individual seed code stuff is fun to play with because I like to learn the inner workings of the game and how things function. But I don't necessarily like to have the seed code option on when I'm playing the game for fun because it kind of takes a little bit of the fun out of it. It locks the seed code and then I can see patterns. And once I see patterns, I can start to exploit those patterns very easily, by the way. Extremely easily. Even without the seed code command in, I can still exploit those patterns. They're just a little bit more difficult to exploit. But it's only because now I actually know what the hell I'm doing when it comes to the variable stacks. Yeah. When you're farming offline, all you really have to do to add a little bit of randomness into your runs is just do random things. Instead of going directly to Catacombs to farm Andy, just go to like jail level 1 first and teleport around for like 5 seconds and then go back into Catacombs. You will completely change the drops that are going to fall from her. It's literally as simple as that. Just adding in some variables changes things. One of the things that we started doing in the kinship, which was actually really cool, is we started doing these like swap games. So we would make these games and everybody would come in and drop all their items on the ground, and then everybody would pick up whatever they needed, and whatever was left usually was just considered trash, and we just let it fall to the ether, right? Well, inadvertently we didn't realize what we were doing, but once I actually found out that item count was actually so important to the drops, dropping all our items on the ground and cleansing our inventories of equipment every now and then changed the drops that we were getting. And inadvertently, even though we had no intention of creating this particular scenario, our swap games actually help everybody's drops because you reset your number of items in your character back down to 0, and then you start collecting back up the items again and rolling through the numbers. If your inventory is full, you're always at the same number of items, and it could potentially be a bad number of items, giving you just bad drops. But if you're constantly shuffling your drops, like emptying out all your equipment on a regular basis onto your mules, or dropping a bunch of your stuff into free games, or in our case, putting them in the swap games, we were constantly emptying out our inventories and resetting our item count to basically the lowest that it could possibly be. Then we would go and we would farm and collect more items, which we would hold on to for the swap games or for ourselves, and we would fill that item number count back up as we farmed, getting different results. And we were essentially more organically playing the game, even though it wasn't necessarily the intention, because we were deliberately changing the number of items in our inventory on a regular basis, as opposed to maybe somebody else who might fill up their entire inventory and just leave it full, which is a completely different thing to talk about. There's definitely odd ways that you can potentially play the game and mess things up. And every single thing has a different way that the variables work, too. So, like, when it comes to the super chest, the item count changes the stats on the item. But when it comes to, like, clickables, it changes the items that actually fall. Magic Find doesn't work on super chests. So, super chests have more finite results, and that's one of the reasons why they're a good place to find runes from. Because all you have to do is luck into the right pattern to find the runes or a good item, as opposed to, like getting other things to happen, like Magic Find to hit just right, which is a lot harder than it seems. I think what I learned from all of it, like all that I have learned so far, is that just playing the game in general seems to make a better result. Like, it seems like the game was designed for you to play it. I know, gasp, lay gasp. And the less you play the game, the more finite the variables become, until eventually you end up with almost a very similar result over and over and over again. Now, that similar result can basically be bad, good, or neutral. But if you find yourself in a situation where you just seem to be getting bad drops over and over and over and over again, it doesn't hurt to manipulate the variables a little bit. And now that you know what the variables are, that's just as simple as going to another waypoint before you go to your Andariel run, or emptying out your inventory every now and then to your mules, or dropping items in a free game to lower your player count. in general, like everything seems to count for your item count, including your potions, by the way. So if you're constantly struggling, like this is a very interesting thing to think about. So let's pretend you are a OP end game character, right? And you've got a full belt of full juvies, and you barely even touch them, right? You're so good, you're so tanky that you just barely even touch your potions. Well, in that situation, you're not changing your item count because you're not drinking your potions. Even something as simple as drinking a potion changes your item count, right? Well, the person who's struggling, the guy who's not an in-game character, who's struggling and has to chug a couple potions to kill his Andariel, is going to get different results than you because he's actually burning items constantly. He's changing his item count up and down by a variable of, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So plus or minus 15, depending on whether he has or doesn't have any potions at that particular time period, and he's constantly picking them up and putting them down, drinking them, using them, throwing them away, whatever, right? But he's constantly changing the way he plays the game, whereas the person who's OP and doesn't use any potions isn't changing their item count at all. So they're just keeping that item count at a static variable, which is also kind of cool. So there's two different entirely ways to play the game. How you play the game changes everything. Like, are you hoarding items? That changes it. Are you not hoarding items? That changes it. Do you drop items for friends in games and clear out your inventory on occasion? That changes it. Do you mule off your equipment? That changes it. Did you go to Pindle before you went to Mephisto? That changes it. Like, every little action that you do within the game changes what falls on the ground, what monsters are spawning, like the whole 9 yards. And it's just, in general, it seems like the game was designed to be played. Like, they want you to run around, they want you to kill stuff, they want you to, like, go to different areas and zones. And it's probably why a lot of the times these little short, little tiny runs, like run and Pindle like 10,000 times, don't really yield very much stuff. And you get like maybe like one or two good items out of like 10,000 runs. But like, you have somebody who's just running through the game and finds like the same item from like a random monster in the middle of a field. Have I checked out if the number of charges and or stack count or durability levels change anything? It doesn't seem to change anything now. The number of scrolls you have in your Tome of Town portal doesn't change it. The number of charges you have on your items doesn't change it now. Your gold doesn't change it either. You can have 1 gold or you can have 10 billion gold. It doesn't change anything. I personally really like Paladin, but it depends on what you're doing with your Paladin. I think Paladin's one of the strongest characters in the game. Easy to clear with like very limited equipment. Very easy to have multiple element specs like Vengeance, or you can do like Holy Fire for the first part of the game. I mean, that's what some people like to do. I don't normally recommend doing the whole respec thing because I feel like you can get through the game just fine without respecking 17 times, but I come from the old school back in D2, like before LOD, when respecs were essentially null and void, and if you messed something up, you just deleted your whole character. So maybe I just come from a different time period. Boom, 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 boom. If you were going to solo from Larzik quest, how would you do it? Solo farm Larzik quest. Um, I mean, Holy Fire works really good for that. Or you could do Lightning. You can do Lightning Zon too. Lightning Javazon. I mean, Lightning Javazon, you can literally beat the whole game with like a white spear. A white javelin from normal difficulty. Like, you don't really need much. I mean, if you're just trying to speed run to a socket quest, I mean, that's like a whole different story. I mean, Assassin Wake of Fire would probably be really good too. Wake of Fire is super powerful early on. Doesn't even require much. You just kind of troll through the game as fast as you can. Try Wake of Fire, Assassin. That could be kind of fun for you. Yeah, it'll crash my game every now and then, autocast. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. How many socket quests do you need? I mean, I understand you're just trying to farm up some socket quests, but I mean, as you level characters, you get 3 socket quests per character. I mean, wouldn't it be more beneficial just to level up characters? Like, get a character to hell, like, get all the socket quests. Just focus on trying to get, like, multiple characters to hell. I mean, if eventually you've made, like, all the characters that you intend to make, then I guess, you know, at that point, you're just, like, at socket quest territory, but I've always felt like, for the most part, when it comes to socket quests, it's really just like a hand-me-down situation, right? Like, you make your first character, you use up your 3 socket quests. And you make your second character, and maybe your first character uses up those 3 socket quests, and then your third character, your second character uses up her 3 socket quests, and so forth and so on. It always ended up being like a hand-me-down situation to me. Where like one character hands down the socket quests to the next character, and so forth and so on. Did I learn the patterns to the point of dropping multiple high runes in a row? What do you mean multiple high runes in a row? Like, I mean, I just showed you I could do it multiple times and get the same rune, but I don't know what you mean by in a row. Do you mean like multiple high runes from the same chest? I have not had any patterns that have had multiple high runes from the same chest, no. I look like an ethereal drop? That's good. That's my intention. My intention is ethereal drop. I just did that on streams, Eddie. I literally just got the same burr rune like 4 times in a row. Same steps, same pattern, same burr rune. I've got a whole mule of them. I left them in the dirt. I didn't need them. I literally have a burr rune mule like on this single player account because of how many burr runes I found using that method. You lost your 93 Sork today? I don't think I would ever do a hardcore sorceress, but sorry about your loss. That sounds like just trouble waiting to happen. Teleporting to the wrong pack and you're gone. Am I a sorceress right now? No, I'm not a sorceress. I am an Amazon. Man, his arrow dodging technique is on point. I'ma dodge all of your arrows. I'ma dodge every one. I'ma dodge all of your arrows on the run. I was equally as unsympathetic. I mean, I would be more sympathetic if it weren't for the fact that you chose to play hardcore. Like, I mean, like if you were some little old lady that was walking down the street and somebody came and like hit you in the back of the head and stole your purse, I'd be like, I'd 100% be sympathetic, right? But like, you're not a little old lady walking down the street. You're a like full grown adult, like male who has chosen to walk in the dangerous neighborhood of the city, like the most dangerous area, like the crime rate is like 99% or something, and you've chosen to walk there, and then you end up getting knocked on the back of the head and somebody steals your purse, and I'm like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you chose that life. That was the life you chose. Why you choose that life? Why you choosing the deadly life? Stop choosing that deadly life. You're a big silly head. Why you choose to go down for it? To the place where all the demons are. Why you choose to go down in the demon land, my friend? Oh, there's demons everywhere. Yes, there's demons in your hair. Come on down, we've got some demons. We've got demons for you. Yeah, sorceresses are like one of the weakest classes too. Oh, I would just revive my character if that was the case. Hibbity hoobla. People get mad at me when I say that, but like if my death is not legitimate, like I'm not gonna accept it. I'm sorry. Like I don't accept illegitimate deaths. Like if I was playing hardcore and like the internet went out and I logged back in and my character's dead, like I don't accept that. If I was like like on single player and like the power went out or something and I logged back in and my character's dead, I don't accept that. That's bullcrap. I don't accept that. I would go right into hero editor and I would revive my character because that's not an acceptable death. Your character died because you were AFK pooping. Like, okay, yeah, I'm reviving my character. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Like you want me to play hardcore? This is what we need. If you ever want me to ever touch hardcore, we need this. We need an Overwatch system. Have you guys ever played Counter-Strike? And have you have participated in the Overwatch system? Do you know what the Overwatch system is? So the Overwatch system, for those of you who don't know, is a system that basically submits clips to random players that have been chosen and requested to join the Overwatch system, based on their playtime and things like that. When you review this clip of what happened, you get to vote on whether or not this person is cheating. Like that's how the Overwatch system works. Now, when it comes to hardcore, like I think hardcore also needs a similar Overwatch system. If somebody dies in hardcore, they should be able to submit their death, like the 30-second clip leading up to their death or whatever, to this Overwatch system, and like 10 or 12 or 20 people or whatever, however many people you want, would watch this clip and they would vote on whether or not the death was legitimate. If they voted that the death was legitimate, your character stays dead. If they voted that the death was not legitimate, then your character would be revived. Because to me, there's too many situations where if your character dies, it may not necessarily be your fault in any way, shape, or form. Like when Cody sneaks up behind me and licks the back of my leg for really weird reasons. I don't know why he likes to lick the back of my leg, but he does. And then just I'm randomly distracted for no reason. Like, and I'll just be standing there letting a monster beat on me until I'm dead, or like the power goes out, or the internet goes out, or whatever, and you're just standing there, like you're obviously attacking the monster like this, and then let's just do a simulated hardcore death. Like, oh, the power went out. Oh man, I hope I don't die. Trying to log back in furiously. Man, dang it! Connect, connect. What is wrong with you? Connect, connect. Log back in. Oh, dead. And then they would see this on the clip. They would see you fighting. They would see you literally like doing your best to stay alive. They would see you going through the process of trying to defend yourself. And then all of a sudden, they would see you stop. And you would do nothing to defend yourself. You stand there and you get wailed on. And they would think to themselves like, why would he just stand there and let himself die? This is obviously not a legitimate death. Something happened. And then they like maybe check the logs and it shows that you disconnected at such and such time. And then they look at it and they'd be like, oh, okay, this is a disconnection death, like ruled as not acceptable, and then like resurrect your character. I'd be fine with that. Like I'd probably play hardcore if they had something like that, but I got too many random things going on in my life to play hardcore like ever without it. Like I'm not even gonna bother. Cody will like sit on my keyboard and get me killed in like 5 seconds. I can almost guarantee it. I boot up my hardcore character, I'll just be dead. They'd be like, "What happened to your hardcore character? What level did you get to?" I'd be like, 5. I got to level 5. Like, what? Wait, what? You got to level 5? What happened? Yeah, well, I was leveling, and then Cody wanted a snack I had in my hand, and he jumped up on the keyboard and like ran me into a pack of flares, and I did. Rescue Kane. Run away. I don't care about these guys. I forgot to rescue Kane, so I went back to rescue Kane. Pew, 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 pew. Punk. Pew, 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 pew. Not having any mana cost on this is really nice. I actually really enjoy the no mana cost. It is very nice. I like having no mana cost on my abilities. Oh, I got another Juby. Let's put that down there. Alright. What's up, Kane? How's it going, homie? See you later. Bye. Alright, Harry Jr., glad you enjoyed the stream. Stay a while and listen. Forgot to get my merc. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go find the smith and punch him in the eye. Right in the eye. I gotta upgrade this bow at some point. This bow is woefully inadequate. But I did kind of want to see like what it would be like to play this with a not so great bow. I shall make weapons from your bones. That's what you sound like. That's what you sound like. I shall make weapons from your bones. Bones splones. You're just jealous that I got bones and you got jelly bones. Bones, 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 jelly bones, bones, bonesy, bonesy, bones, bones. Did I forget to put his armor back on? I did forget to put his armor back on. That's why he's getting his booty cheeks clapped. Let's go get him his armor back. Ormus was once a mage. Hey, Ormus is pretty powerful. You got to give it to Ormus. Like, a lot of people don't realize just how powerful Ormus is. Ormus is so powerful that the Assassin Order sent Natalia to kill him. And you might be wondering, well, why isn't Ormus dead? Well, so the order that Natalia is with only kills evil mages. They don't kill good mages. So Natalia basically hung around in town for a little while, and she determined that Ormus was not a bad mage, that he was not corrupted, and that he didn't need to be killed. So Ormus got off easy. But Ormus was powerful enough to attract the attention of the Assassin's Guild and warrant killing. But he didn't actually like do anything wrong. Essentially, they don't just go kill the mages for no reason. Like they only kill you if you're bad. Speaking of mages that the Assassin's Guild has killed, they actually killed the sorceress. So if you follow the story of Diablo, the sorceress from Diablo 2 eventually becomes corrupted, and the assassins realize that she's been corrupted and they kill her. That's later on in the story. So the Sorc from D2 is dead, and Natalia did it. Natalia killed her. So for those of you who might have thought that the sorceress was still alive somewhere, no, she's dead. Ormus lived though. Ormus lived. Good old Ormus. Ormus was once a mage. A mage. Ormus is the secret to Barons. He probably is a secret to Barons. I call them Barons. I don't call them Barons. That's silly. Come in here with your sneaky repronunciations. Where'd my music go? Yeah. And I need snacks. Cody, give me some snacks. Man, Cody's like dead sleep over there. He said, boy, ain't no snacks coming from me. He said, you the one that got snacks. What kind of snacks we got? We got cheese stick. I want a cheese stick. That sounds good. Cheese stick. Cody's already coming over. I have awoken Cody from the grave. You guys want to see Ethereal Cody? Cody, come on. You get some cheese stick if you come up here, Mr. Ethereal Dog. Oh no, it's a ghost dog. It's a ghostum dog. Look at this ghostum dog. Him's a scary, spooky boy. That's a spooky ghostum dog. Oh no. He's a ghostum dog. He's a nice hungums dog. Not ghostums. He's a ghostum boy. I'm gonna get your nose like this, and I'm gonna get you the ghostum nose. You being the goodest boy. Would you like a beefum stick? Does Mr. Ghost Dog want a beefum stick? He said, I always want a beefum stick, sir. He said, give me this beefum stick. Come on, that. Let's give me this beefum stick. And let's give him this beefum stick. Alright. You be the goodest boy, okay? I'm gonna eat some more cheese stick. He said, I gotta have some too. You don't get all the cheese stick. Yeah, I'll be playing ladder reset. How long do I think it'll be before it dies down? I don't know. Oh, I got wrecked. Pit spawn foul dog to the win. To the rescue. March 7th is the next ladder reset. Hey, the jail level 1 waypoint actually came in handy for like the first time ever. I'm excited. Let's use slow missile on those guys. Maybe it'll help out. Little bit of slow missiles. I'm gonna help them hoes. Man, he was like right there through the door, wasn't he? That's what I get for eating a cheese stick. It's all my fault. That dirty cheese stick eating hoe. Run. A dimensional blade. Always pick up rare dim blades. They could be ethereal. And you can upgrade them to phase blades. That one is not. But, you know, it could be. Back the music off a little bit. It's already at 5%. It's so hard to control the percentage on this. 3%. There you go. 3%, my friend. What is the animal? It's a dog. It's a dog, Harry. Harry, are you a wizard or something? Cody said, that's me, I'm a dog. He's looking at me. He's like, why are you talking about me? He's like, why are you talking about me? Why are you talking about me? What did I do? What are you talking about me? I didn't do nothing. Said, I did nothing. I'm innocent. Am goodest boy. Always goodest. Dogs are always goodest boys. Even when they're baddest, they're still goodest. Cody, is you my baddest boy or is you my goodest boy? Which one is you be? You be a goodest? Or you be a baddest? I don't know. Which one is it? Good or bad? Bad or good? He said, I didn't take nothing out the trash can today. That's the goodest. And I stepped on Mama's toe only once. And I said I was sorry, but she didn't like that. And I tried to steal some cat food, but I got stopped. I didn't actually get any cat food. You coincidentally got the itch, so you're going to play on reset, but I imagine after like 2 weeks and everybody has a little back on single player. I'm probably going to play until, honestly, I'll just keep playing. Until something else comes up, I guess. I usually go for at least like a couple weeks. Like 2 to 3 weeks. I usually at least go for like 3 weeks. Sometimes a full month. I just want to get out of the jail. There's so many ugly, stale skeletons. They taste like salted wheat thins. They definitely taste like salted wheat thins. They're not very good. Very disgusting. Pew, 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 pew. I wonder how long I can go before changing out my bow with something great. Something better. I'm using a Lycander's aim right now, which is obviously not the most amazing thing in the world, but it's something. A smell charm? Smell charm of eats the poopies. Why is it so bad? Dead end. That tile up there looks good. Could be it. Gotta go all the way around. What? Against monster, best druid weapon offline for against monsters. What are you talking about? Like best weapon? Like best fury druid weapon? I mean, Eth Reaper Stole with a Zod in it is pretty amazing. Kind of just like as like an all-in-one package.
Hey, Ginger.
You scared me.
Oh, sorry.
Who that? Oh, I got my voice chat up. Oh, what's up? Ready for you? How things been going, man?
Hey, it's been going pretty all right. I've been starting a new job.
Oh, nice. Anything fun?
Yeah, working for IT at a college. So I'm
Oh,
as
nice. He's a nerd. No, I'm just kidding.
well, I'm looking at all the old tech that from 1990s to 2000. It's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah, they got a lot of really old stuff there.
Yeah, man. This network room, the server rack room, and they had and in it was a TNT 2 video card. Somebody had just a brand new, never used.
You know, a lot of that stuff's really valuable, right? No joke.
Yeah.
There started like I don't know what happened, but like eventually there's these groups of people that started like putting together old systems to play old games that just don't run on new hardware anymore. And so like stuff like that, like cards like that, like working systems from like the 90s are actually pretty valuable. Like you can sell like a TNT card. You can sell a TNT card on eBay for a pretty good amount of money. You can like put together like working systems. Like if you can put together like a whole working PC from that particular time period, like a Pentium 1 or like a Pentium 2 or something, or like a 486 DX, etc. You get it all working and running. You can sell it for a pretty decent amount of money on eBay.
Man, I wish I had known that before. I had a Packard Bell, the original, like the one of those originals from the 90s that were sold like Circuit City.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I had one. Yeah.
Pentium 1, I think it was like 130 megahertz, maybe, if that. And I threw it in the trash like last year when I was cleaning out my house. And I was like, now I'm like, oh, why'd I do that?
Well, I mean, it has to work, right? But like, that's part of the problem is getting working units.
Yeah, isn't it like a problem with like bit rot in those old video cards? Or some of those RAM?
I don't know. All I know is that I started looking up like old cards and stuff like that and old parts.
Okay.
And people were like, people put together like an old 486 system and then they install like Doom on it and then they're playing like freaking Doom on like a classic system, which is kind of neat.
Yeah. I really need to build one. I've got some parts from like a gosh, man. I think hold on. I think I have some PNY RAM from like 1996 or something. Somewhere.
This place is eerie.
I mean, the parts are becoming increasingly rare as time goes on.
Yeah.
The hard drives are like pretty much all like dying and stuff. So, I mean, that's also difficult. You can't put like new hard drives in like old systems. They don't have the
Oh
partition
yeah.
tables to be able to recognize like high, like quality drives. I remember like I had trouble when SSDs came out. Like any computer that was older than like 2006 like wouldn't even recognize an SSD.
Oh man. Now that you mention that, yeah, I don't even remember how to set up master slave drives anymore.
And it's just a pin out on the back of the thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's usually it's
Those are
just
the old ribbon
jumpers.
cables.
It's just jumpers usually. Oh God. It's just ugh.
I saw you got like a System Shock on 25th anniversary.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited about that.
Okay, what's that? I've never played that game, and
Well,
and
System
that's the
Shock
thing.
System Shock 1 remaster is already out. You could always play that one first.
Okay.
I did a full playthrough of that on stream. It was really good. System Shock 1 was a little odd because the controls on it were kind of funky.
Yeah.
And it was like one of the first freaking like first person kind of games like ever created. So yeah, the controls just ended up being not the greatest. The remaster though was great. I actually had a lot of fun with it. And then like System Shock 2 occurs after that, of course. So then the first events of System Shock 1 lead into System Shock 2.
Okay.
It's a pretty interesting story. I mean, the general gist of the first one is that like there's an AI that was tasked with like keeping track and like maintenancing and like doing all the general boring tasks on the space station. And at some point or another, they decide that they want to like upgrade this AI, and they do it. Only to their dismay, the AI becomes sentient and starts taking over the station. You are essentially a hacker who has experience working with like all manner of computer systems, and you're basically called in by the government and like dropped onto the station to deal with the problem.
Of course.
But in System Shock 1, you fight the AI and you do eventually like subdue it, but you don't defeat it, and you end up ejecting like the core out into space. System Shock 2 is essentially following a ship called the Von Braun, which is the first faster than light vessel that's ever been created. And lo and behold, they end up finding the planet that the AI lands on. So, like that's a pretty interesting story too. These are the precursors. They were made by the same person that made the BioShock series.
Oh yeah.
So if you
Okay.
enjoyed the BioShock games, you probably really enjoy the System Shock games. They're the same creator. They have the same kind of vibe to them. Like you have to upgrade your character the same way you like upgrade your character in like the BioShock series. You got like psi powers and like different weapons and whatnot. It's a really cool system. When you complete certain quests, you find like cybernetic modules, and the cybernetic modules are used to train you in various things. It's very much like RPG-esque because you got to sit there and like upgrade your systems.
So is that a game do you think would be best be played on like retro hardware, or should that be experienced like in the modern OLED?
Oh, System Shock 1 I would not recommend playing System Shock 1 on retro because it's rough. The control scheme in that game is rough. I tried to play the original version because it was like it came out in like DOS, I believe is like what it originally was, and it was very difficult to play. System Shock 2, on the other hand, came out for PC. It was a little buggy and it crashed every now and then, but it was definitely a better experience than System Shock 1. Overall, though, like, I mean, they already remastered System Shock 1, so I would just play the remastered version.
Okay.
And then System Shock 2, you could play the original version, or you could just wait for the remastered version to come out. They're both good experiences. The graphics on System Shock 2 aren't the most amazing, but at least it wasn't like a a game that was on like DOS and plays horribly. Like it's more of a modern title than System Shock 1 is.
Okay, gotcha.
It reminds me when I played Wasteland, which I thought Wasteland was really good. But like I played Wasteland 2, and Wasteland 2 came with Wasteland 1, and I ended up playing Wasteland 2 first, and then once I beat it, I was like, oh man, I really like this. I should probably check out Wasteland 1. I pulled up Wasteland 1, and Wasteland 1 was like... hold on, let me pull up a picture of Wasteland 1. I'm going to show you what Wasteland 1 looks like.
Okay.
Alright. This is... This is Wasteland 1. Right on the right is apparently some sort of Wasteland 1 remaster that they're working on. But that's Wasteland 1 on the left.
Oh man, that is wild. That is such a wild difference.
And I was like, huh. You know, this game is old, isn't it? This game is dirt. It's dirt old.
It look to me. It looks like the original Grand Theft Auto. Trying to, if you look at it now.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I won't play the original Wasteland then. That's how it felt when I went back to System Shock 1. I was like, it was such a old game. It was very difficult to play. Had all sorts of issues. It kept crashing on me. Like, it would freeze up. It's probably one of those games that if you really wanted to play System Shock 1, you might actually have to play it on like original hardware kind of a situation. Because it doesn't seem to work well in modern hardware. I don't know what it is that makes it so jankety and broken, but it is very jankety and very broken. The I don't know, the remaster didn't take me that long to beat. I was actually kind of surprised. It was really good though. Like I enjoyed it a lot. I still think I like System Shock 2 better, but
yeah, I'm about to put it on my to-do list on Steam.
yeah, it's on there. You can wishlist it now. I threw it on the I threw it on my wish list immediately as soon as it was. They were like, "You could wishlist it now." I'm like, "I'll wishlist it."
Yeah, my boss. We're going through some of the old. We're cleaning out our inventory, and I ran across a GT 1030, brand new. I was like, man, why couldn't this be a 1080 Ti?
Shoom, 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 shoom. I used to love going to the schools and stuff like that and getting the hand-me-down parts. I always thought that was great. I'm not even gonna like sugarcoat it. I used to dumpster dive. Like when it came to those universities and like schools and stuff like that, they would take the most expensive computers and they would just throw them right in the trash.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh my God, so many times. Like we would just be walking by, like and we'd look in there and they would just be like whole iMacs and just anything in the world that you wanted, monitors, like and I always wondered why. I was like, why are they always throwing away like working computers? Like we're not talking about broken. Like they didn't have broken monitors or like dead hard drives or like fried or anything like that. These were working full systems that they would just chuck in the garbage. And eventually I managed to get a hold of one of the contracts for like one of these schools, and sure enough, in the contract it actually states that when they upgrade the systems they have to throw them away.
So in my IT department, everything phases out after certain years. A certain amount, they go through support cycles, and so they just wholesale just toss that stuff in the trash. They still do. Like my boss was like, "Hey, you want this thing? We're just gonna throw it away." I was like, "Okay."
But it's crazy. Like what they throw away, it's so wasteful. It's so wasteful. Like if you can imagine, like imagine a school has, like I don't know, like over 200 computer systems, and they go to upgrade their computer systems for the next school year or something, and they take all the computer systems that they had the previous school year, and what do they do with them? They just throw. They don't just throw them in the trash can. A lot of them now are required by law to actually throw them into the what's it called? It's like a machine that like grinds up metallic objects and like things. You like throw like a garbage can in, and out of the bottom of it comes like garbage can bits.
Yeah, it's like a metal shredder.
Yeah, they literally are required to throw them into like a metal shredder to just destroy them. Like they have to actually destroy them by the contract.
Oh, jeez, I haven't seen that one. With ours, the old computers get sent to a e-cycler, and then they end up reselling. They end up reselling it on like eBay.
Yeah, it depends on the contract, but like I've seen all of the above. I've seen some of them will sell them off in lots. Some of them will throw them in the trash can. Some of them destroy them. Like they literally destroy them. They take the hard drives out, hit them with hammers. They
Yeah.
like the whole 9 yards. Depends on what's going on with like do they have any confidential information in them? Oh my God, what is that? Ready, what is going on? You got some bleed through going on. You watching a porno in the background? Holy crap. I'm gonna move out of the channel for a second. My ears bleed. Bleeding ears. Yeah, some of them do like gold stripping and stuff like that. I've seen that as well. Might aura. Pew, 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 pew. Just focus on that door, buddy. Don't let him through. Don't let him through. Gut bang. Extra fast zombies. That's scary. And Dario kicked my merc's booty cheeks. He kicked my burks. She kicked my mercs. She kicked my merkin twerking, making merkin twerking.
Hey Ginger, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. I didn't know what you're talking about, but when I had some whatever was going on, I'm not sure. I had to be in my mic or something.
It was really weird. I just pulled you out of the channel because it was going crazy. Sound like you were watching a porno in the background.
No, sir. Would not be disrespecting your live stream like that, sir.
I mean, I heard a couple. I mean, it sounded fake, but she faking. She faking. She faking it. Where's my freaking Valkyrie at? There you go. Get in there, Valkyrie. Do some work. What do I pay you for? Don't tell her I don't pay her, guys. I don't pay her. Don't let her know. She doesn't know I don't pay her. Man, P8 Andy's brutal. Brutal. Brutalis. Look here, blue titties. Why is she a Smurf in Nightmare difficulty? She's a super kind of Smurfin'. A Smurfin' lady girl. Of course, I got her poison, so I like poison. It really does good damage to Andariel, but if you don't stop resurrecting every single one of your little hooligans.
Yeah, so Ginger, if you're gonna start humming that tune, you might want to recreate a role of Paladin and name it Rick James.
Rick James. Pew, 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 pew. We actually used to sell so many laptops back in the day that we actually got contacted by a school. They wanted to rent a large number of our laptops for the weirdest thing.
Oh,
So they had like a conference hall in the college, and they wanted to like make up like a pamphlet brochure kind of a thing of the conference hall, and they wanted to look like there was actually people in the conference hall. So they basically contacted us and like rented a large number of our laptops. They needed to be working so they could be on for the picture and whatnot, and so like they had like hundreds of seats. And so we literally just brought with us, like in a big giant like Tupperware container, like all of our laptops that we had that were working. Like, I mean, we busted out every single model like that we could possibly bust out because they wanted a lot. And we just filled up all the like the table spots with laptops, and they took their pictures, and then we took all our laptops home.
Yeah, I used to work for Duke University. They do shoots like that all the time. They like spending like a whole lot of money, like just getting like still shots for it's like like pamphlets and stuff, just so they could make have a good public image.
I mean, we got paid for it, so.
Yeah. That reminds me, I was in my department, my IT department, we hand out loaner PC or loaner laptops for students that are in demonstrated need, and so we have a limited supply. I think like maybe have like 20 total for like the whole school, or like 5,000 students, and it kills me. Like we were talking about throwing away the PCs, but we literally throw away like PCs like we could give these people, and they'd be good for a computer for the whole year.
Send them to me. I fix them up and sell them.
Yeah, right, exactly.
$1. $1, holla. $1 make you holla. Spend $1 make you holla. Alright, so we need to swap out the merc to a might merc. Sorry, it's Shalon. It's Shalon. It's Shalon. Is there really no might merc? Zanari is the only might merc. Oh, Hassin. Alright, that should increase my damage tremendously. Tremendously. God, I smacked my knee into a door frame last night. Something fierce. I can't even explain. It hurts so bad. I slipped and fell and I hurt my foot, and then like, so I was riding around on the little the little mart carts, and and I was going through the doorway, and I guess I didn't realize that my knee was like slightly protruding from the edge of the, like the perimeter of the jank.
Yeah.
And I went through the door at full speed, and my knee smacked right into the metal door frame. I was like, ah.
Oh.
Dude, the jank still hurts.
Oh man.
Just add insult to injury. God, what was
So
that movie
they-
where the guy just kept getting hurt over and over and over again? Like the guy hit him with a car, and then like he apologized. I don't know. It was like American driving in Europe, and then like the guy hit him again later, and he apologized again, and it was like the third time, and the guy had like a broken leg, a broken arm, like thing around his neck. Somehow he got hit again because the guy kept driving on the wrong side of the road.
I don't know. What year was it? It was like an old movie?
I can't
70s,
remember.
80s?
All I remember is the British guy was just like apologizing, like every single time he got hit. He was the one that got hit, and he was apologizing. He would find out he was an American, and he would immediately apologize. He goes, "Oh, it's no big deal." He goes, he goes, "You're in a different country," and
That sounds like a Peter Sellers kind of skit.
to the sewers, level 2. We go pew, 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 pew. This magic arrow is a lot stronger than I thought it would be.
Yeah, like what's going on with your build? I didn't have a chance to like check the stats on it.
Just magic arrow. I'm trying to see if I can do like a magic arrow build. I want to actually try one this season. So magic arrow is all about building as high physical damage as you can and then converting it into magic, and I want to like try like full magic arrow build. Yeah, we're gonna do an 8 Amazon start for ladder season on March 7th. I'm gonna be a magic arrow Amazon.
You guys won't be short. There won't be any shortage of tanks then. All the Valkyries.
I don't know. We could have like 8 Valkyries. Decoys, Valkyries, all sorts of stuff.
Oh, speaking of which, have you figured out how to like exploit the decoy bug where it's like it's unkillable? Okay. 'Cause I just learned I didn't know it was a thing, but I was noticing that behavior over the years. Like sometimes it would just die instantly, and the other times it wouldn't. You couldn't kill it. But apparently, there's like it cycles somehow or another cycles hit points or scales up in stat points for some reason, and then it loses all those stat points, and then that's why it can be killed instantly.
Yeah, I think it might have been European Vacation.
Okay.
Yes, Ghost Gaming Mentor. That's right. But if I start doing pottery in a very erotic manner, you might want to turn off the stream. That's a movie joke. You had to have watched the movie. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Look up Patrick Swayze Ghost. Then you'll get it. Yeah, we might end up doing some other 8-man runs. I don't know. We already got the sign-up sheet up. I think we got like 5 Amazons so far out of 8 for launch day.
I hope to have my homework done by then.
Your homework?
Yeah, I'm going for a CCNA certification. So.
CCNA, what's that?
Cisco Certified Networker Associate.
Ah. I went
It's
the
all
other.
about the switches.
I went the other way. I got the Microsoft Systems Administrator certification.
I probably should have did that, or at least I would have had to start at a help desk job, probably.
I don't really think it matters much, but a lot of these companies want the certifications. But I mean, if you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing.
Right, exactly.
I never really had a lot of luck getting into IT, despite the fact that I had many years of experience and knew what I was doing more than most of these people ever did.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, you like your hardware knowledge is like really high. Um,
I
so
mean,
I'm not sure, like,
I've taken apart and put together more laptops and computers than most people have ever seen, let alone taken apart. I mean, we're talking about like as old as like 386 laptops that I used to take apart back when I was a kid to like, you know, modern laptops that are like what you'd use today. Things with trackballs, trackpads, like my laptops that have the dots. I don't even remember what the hell the dots were called. Like they used to have the little dot in the center of the keyboard. I don't know why I can't remember what the hell that thing's called. But the but like even like some of the transitional laptops, I worked on a lot of those. So there was a time period when like none of the laptop makers wanted to concede that one form of like mouse was better than the other. So there was like trackpads, there was trackballs, there was the little track dot. There was even like some odd ways that they were like trying to figure out how to do it. And there were laptops that actually had both. Like you would have laptops that had both a trackball and a trackpad, or you would have laptops that had both the trackball and the dot. It was actually really common for a long time for laptops to have the dot and the trackpad, or the dot and the trackball at the same time, because they didn't want to like choose between the two.
I was trying to think of hardware equivalent. I think I have like an old motherboard, Intel. I think it might have been Intel board, where it has like AGP and PCIe
Yes,
on the same board.
that would be a transition. Yeah, PCIe was slow and AGP was faster, but it wasn't that much faster. PCI Express was a huge step up.
Yeah.
I had tons of fun with desktops back in the day. Like my gaming PC around that time frame was a Pentium 3-S 2 Lawton dual core system.
Yeah.
I had two P3Ss in one system. It was a really fun build. I mean, I didn't know at the time that like having two CPUs didn't really do that much good for me, but I had a dual core system and I liked it.
That's
and
crazy because
most people weren't even in like single. They weren't even out of the single cores yet.
I think like dual core is only like good for like servers now, but I could be mistaken.
Two CPUs gives you a small boost in performance. It's about 10%. You can also offload some of the work to like one CPU to like if you have multiple tasks running in the background. So it's good if you have an environment where you're trying to run multiple applications at one time, or you have multiple monitors. But like the performance gain for a single game isn't really that great, because you end up essentially just using like there was no like multi-threading technology back then. And the games weren't really optimized to use multiple CPUs, so it didn't really matter all that much. I mean, you could go in and specifically tell a program to use a specific CPU, which was kind of cool. And there was like about a 10% performance gain in general over like nothing, but it was still pretty cool. Those old coolers though were terrible. I had like a copper cooler on mine. It was really nice, but the clips. Like one time I was playing Final Fantasy 11 back in the day when I bought that thing, and it was a pretty good system for Final Fantasy 11 back in the day. But I'm sitting there playing Final Fantasy 11, and I just hear this, it's just really loud, like, and I'm just like, what is that? And then like 3 seconds later, my computer cuts off, and I open up the side of the case, and the cooler is just sitting on the bottom of the computer case, because the like little plastic piece that holds the cooler on just snapped off.
That reminds me of the in the old Dell machines like from 2002. They had like this standard like uh some kind of funnel. It's like a I think it's supposed to be like an air to channel the airflow through a little funnel.
Mm-hmm.
And they were on like all the Dells at the time, the Pentium 3s, Pentium 4s, and
Yeah, I don't really know how well they worked, but
yeah.
I mean they were there for a specific purpose, which was to basically control the airflow.
But they're all like cheap plastic, and I was like, and it broke off so easily.
I proc fade.
Oh,
I did proc fade.
Oh, Ginger, I DM'd you one of those pic those those photo shoots pics that we were talking about. You were talking about earlier. Um, I saved one from Duke when I used to work at Duke, and I thought this was funny. Like I was like, why is this person even here?
What's that one? What's up, Dubs? They see me playing D2 and they're immediately like, did a new season start?
Some people just like playing D2. I don't know, you can't.
No, you're not allowed to play it unless it's a new season. What's wrong with you?
Oh.
What's wrong with you?
They just don't understand the calling, man. The calling of the Diablo.
These crazy setup photos. Where did they shoot that at? In the middle of Africa?
No, dude. Afghan. This is in a. This is like some medical intern that is in a hut in Afghanistan, and like, what are you supposed to be? What are you doing?
It's taking pictures and telling people about the good Lord and knowledge. Knowledge. The knowledge
like,
Lord.
yeah,
Lord
I
of
mean,
knowledge.
yeah, like the kids don't even have shoes. Like, what are you? Why are you there?
Teach them how to make shoes.
Right. Anyway, that kind of stuff just. I just laughed at that kind of stuff because I'm like, they just spend all that money to send people there, and they don't do anything except just take pictures and they go back home.
Got to get their publicity photos. Sure.
Exactly.
I mean, why do you think we sent $50 million to, Gaza, Africa for condoms? Come on. I want to see them line up all the condoms, and then we take a picture of, like, handing the condoms over. Have lots of sex, okay? Many sex. Have many sex. How many condoms does $50 million buy?
Oh my gosh, man.
It's a lot of sex. And then I heard some of it went to like those anti-rape devices, which is like it's like the teeth thing that you like push inside your hoochie coochie, so that like if somebody puts their wiener in there, it gets stuck on a teeth trap.
Oh man.
It's like remember in the cartoons where like the guy would reach into the girl's pants and like come out with a mouse trap on his hand. Like,
Yeah. What do they call the thing? Chastity belt. They call them. I think they used to
by the
call
way,
them.
if you don't want to get scarred for the rest of your life, don't ever watch that movie Teeth. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Don't watch that movie. Don't watch it.
Okay.
Let me just say that the sickening thud when she stands up is a little too much to bear.
Okay.
Now people are going to look it up. Now they're going to look it up and they're like, wait a minute. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You've been warned, people.
You've been warned. You're going to have nightmares. You'll have daymares. You'll have both. Nightmares and daymares.
I don't know, Ginger. You got me going down the rabbit hole now because I'm thinking about Where do hell spawn babies come from? Or hack spawn?
Hellspawn babies.
You know the Stygian worms. Yeah, those guys.
Oh, Morgana LaRose, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Are you related to Morgana Le Fay? Morgana LaRose? That's pretty close. Could be sisters, maybe. Cousins. Second cousins. Kissing cousins. I didn't see. You were right along there with me, weren't you? We went down the same rabbit hole together. He's like, wait a minute. He's like, kissing cousins is coming next. Distant cousins? Okay, distant cousins. All right. Not kissing cousins, just distant cousins. Got a lot of people on Twitch today. Morgana pushed me up to 42. I appreciate it. Looking good. All we doing is playing the magic arrows on and murder and stuff. Magic arrows kind of fun. And we're excited about System Shock 2. We're also excited about that.
Oh yeah. The oldies but goodies.
You restarted your lightning Javazon? Nice. I just recently completed a playthrough of lightning Jav through hell. It was pretty easy, to be honest. I mean, like, yeah, there's some monsters that are lightning immune and they kind of piss you off a little bit, but I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty easy to avoid them. it's pretty easy to just run by them and be like, yeah, you know, you're immune to me and all, I'm just not gonna kill you. Like, you lived for today, and I'll come back and fight you later. But for now, you live. Later, you will die. Later. Come back with my electro whip.
Yeah, so I don't know if you remember me talking about but he got me thinking, like, poison, like, he was using he was like leveling up using poison javelin.
For what?
Well, he was killing that gargoyle statue in the jail or whatever to get experience, but it got me thinking, like, he was killing hell monsters at level 18 with poison arrow, not poison arrow, poison javelin.
Well, if you stop regeneration, you can kill just about anything. It just takes time.
Yeah.
Like most of the act bosses don't have any regeneration at all, right? So it's just a matter of, like, can you do enough damage to kill them? The thing about like regular monsters is they regenerate. So most of the time you can never do enough damage to overcome their generic regeneration. But poison wouldn't have that trouble. If he was applying poison often enough, there would be no regeneration. So it would just be a matter of time.
Yeah,
right.
I mean...
Well, you have a good one, Morgana. Try not to cast any evil spells and murder people. You gotta be a goodest Morgana, not a baddest Morgana.
Hey, did you ever... Ginger, did you ever...
Did I ever what? You kind of cut out there.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Did you ever have a chance to play Dark Age of Camelot?
No, that one. I didn't get to play that one. No, I think that was during an odd time, and I think by the time I was like back into the gaming scene, I think that one was gone.
Yeah.
I heard it had good PvP.
Oh yeah, it was awesome when it was.
Yeah, I heard it had good PvP. That's what I remember hearing a lot about it. People were like, "Oh, the PvP's a murder."
Yeah.
Sugar.
They had a pretty good Well, a lot of people didn't join it for the just the PvP, but I'm sorry, the fight monsters. But it had a really good like backstory too. Like if you were playing the Arturian realm, like your quest would be like to fight Morgana. Like that was the whole thing. There's like a thing to each area.
Oh yeah, Dark Age of Camelot. Of course, Morgana's gonna be in there. She's only like the main villain of the entire story.
Right.
But is she really a villain? Was she really a bad guy? I find myself having trouble sometimes, like when like figuring out whether somebody's a bad guy or not. The bad guys in these stories are so gray sometimes. Like take Babylon 5. In Babylon 5, there's a character named Londo Malari. Londo Malari is one of the Centauri, and the Centauri are particularly kind of like twisted and wicked. You know, they got like slaves, and they don't really think very much of other races, and they look to have their nose down at people. Londo doesn't really do that. He's kind of like a... I don't really even know how to explain Londo. Like, imagine you were in a family of, like, Ku Klux Klan members.
Okay.
But you're not a Ku Klux Klan member. But if your family found out that you weren't with them, they might kill you, right? And I feel like that's exactly where Londo is in the story. Like he's like a member of a like organization and family that he cannot leave. He's not necessarily one of them, but he can't let them know that he's not one of them. Because if he did, then they might just decide to like murder him in his sleep. And a lot of the times he ends up making decisions like based on just simply that, like I can't do that, like, you know, do you know what they would do to me if they found out, or you know, like whatever. And he often finds he's very much so the guy that's like stuck between the rock and the hard place kind of a person. Like he's always trying to like just get out. Like he just wants to get out, but he can never get out because he can keep dragging him back in.
Man, Babylon 5 has such rich stories, man.
Harry's sleeping. Okay, we gotta sing Harry a lullaby. Rockabye Harry in his ugly bed probably has sheets that match his head. Brown and dirty like a poo. Go to sleep, sleep with you. There you go. Harry's personal lullaby. Now go to sleep. Close your eyes. Turn off the light.
Don't
No
let
more-
the bed bugs bite.
No more sass out of you. Where is the doorway? Like covered a whole map, still can't find a freaking doorway to the next zone. Not here, not here. Is this it right here? This is it. This is it, isn't it? Or is this not it? Yay! Maggot lair. Ooh, maggot lair's right here by the door, too. Alright, time to shoot the crap out of some maggots. And beetles. And bugs. Look here, sand maggots.
Uh-oh, fanaticism.
Dude, it's crazy the kind of like auras sometimes these monsters have. Look at level 1 and the how conviction aura, and I'm like, bro.
Don't get the beetles. Got beetles, watch out.
Oh, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Look at that beautiful magic arrow piercing through the whole line. Everybody complains about this zone. Meanwhile, the Amazon's just like, "What? Why are you complaining? This is like the easiest zone." You guys are stupid. Fires one arrow down the hallway and everything shatters. Shoo. Stupid eggs. Sometimes it seems like I can't hit the eggs depending on their like location. I'll try and shoot at them and nothing happens.
Do eggs also have a chance to miss? Like, or is that just a glitch?
Maybe they got a chance to block. Maybe they block my
wow.
attacks. I don't know. Shoot the black loci. Man, I am like ripping through these beetles though. Just tearing through them. I don't have anything like super duper special. I'm using a Lycander's aim. Got like an Aratha set on. And it's not like super end game gear or anything. What the hell is this music? Switch. Change. Next. Pew, 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 pew.
Oh yeah, I meant to ask, where are you sourcing your tunes from?
Pretzel Rocks.
Oh, okay.
It's a free service. It's not free service. Paid service. And they have like a catalog of musicians and artists that add their stuff to the catalog for a fee. And then I pay Pretzel a fee. And they have copyrighted music on there too, which I don't even know why. Like I use the service strictly for the not copyrighted material. Still end up getting copyright notifications on my videos, and then I have to go through the process of disputing them and being like, look, I pay for a service, this is the service, they put their stuff in this catalog, so if they put it in the catalog, then I'm allowed to use it, and then like...
Oh yeah, man, that stuff just...
Dude, you can't even play like 10 seconds of a song. You play like 10 seconds of a song and you get immediately copyrighted. They're like, oh, I see you played .01 seconds of Beach Boys song number 17. And I'm like, how did you even hear that? And I go like review the footage and I can't even hear it. I like turn the volume up to like 300% and I still can't hear it. I don't even know how they hear it. And then I turn it up to like 800% and it's like barely there, like in the background, like somebody was like farting it.
Man, it's stuff like that is just like ruin the internet for real.
They farted it. I mean, it's a very good talent. I mean, I will say they deserve to be paid for their talent of farting the Beach Boys songs, but not by me. I really started to have like a disdain for the the developers who just throw random songs all over the place. I was watching some YouTuber a little bit higher up than me, a lot higher up than me, Dashy, and Dashy was like playing some game. I can't remember what game he was playing, and like a radio just turned on and it started playing music, and he like ran over and turned it off, and he's like, yo, he goes, I don't know if that's copyrighted or not. We gotta turn that off.
And
you could just be playing random music.
Yeah, that's like a darn shame. You just can't like. I mean, fair use, you know. It's not like you just.
To me, so the reason why I think it started to happen was because people were taking like so let's say you had some song. I don't know. Let's just make up a song here. We'll pick somebody random like I don't know, let's say Nirvana was playing at the end of a credits of a game. So like Nirvana Lithium is playing at the end of the credits, right?
Okay.
And then what people would do is they would record the credits, cut out just the song, and then post the song with the credits, and then put something, you know, like this ends for you, you know, like credits song or something. And then people were basically using this as a way to listen to music songs. But like, and I can understand why that's bad, because obviously you're not actually playing the game. You didn't actually enjoy anything. But like, if I have an 8-hour live stream of me playing the game, and at hour mark 7:59, the song starts to play, and my whole entire 8-hour live stream becomes demonetized just simply because Nirvana Lithium played for 10 seconds at the end of an 8-hour stream, that's just so stupid.
Yep, I agree there.
And we're like, bruh, it's an 8-hour stream. I didn't like make this stream specifically to take advantage of your song. Scary. That scary noise is back. Ready? I'm scared. Scared. It's back again. No. Sounds like demons. Demons and buttholes.
What do you call it? Excommunicated? No, excised it. There you go.
You excised it?
Get thee away from me, demon. Foul demon.
Okay, we got staff. Let's go get the stupid dude, Jake. I should have made a portal. Why did I make a portal? I could have gone back down straight to level 1. But no.
Ghost in the machine. I agree. Something funky going on here. There's something weird, and it don't look good. Uh-oh, wait. Copyright it.
Who you going to copyright? Copyright. I always wondered how they got away with that, like, ridiculously, like, sex innuendo line in that song. Like in the Ghostbusters song, there's that one line that's like super dirty.
Oh man, I didn't even think about that.
where he goes, busted makes me feel good. I'll be like, yeah, busted makes everybody feel good. I don't know. Like, you ain't had to sing it. I mean, everybody feels good when they bust. I mean, I always wonder like how they snuck that in there past the censorship panel. Like, was the censorship panel really innocent that day? Or they were just like super innocent. They didn't really quite understand. Went right over their head, as it were.
Well, hey, how about the song that played on like every Christmas? Baby, it's cold outside. How did that get by everybody's list?
I like that song. I mean, obviously he's trying to get her to stay for sex, but I mean,
yeah. I was like, you could.
Some people look for excuses for things. They look for excuses, right? He's trying to give her an excuse. But baby, it's cold outside.
Well, he's getting her drunk. That's the thing. It's like.
I mean, that's what you do at a Christmas party.
Right. Okay.
She a grown adult. She know what she doing.
So.
It's not like he roofied her drink. Yeah, that'd be something else. You ever see the videos where like people run around putting like sweet tarts in people's drinks? They're trying to show people how easy it is to get roofied, and like she runs around with like pixie sticks, or like he runs around with pixie sticks or whatever. You know, like sugar sticks or like little sweet tarts, or like they'll use Swedish fish or whatever, and they make a game out of it. Like, see if they can sneak a Swedish fish in the guy's drink or the girl's drink without them noticing, to show them how easy it is to do. And dude, like one girl, she was like taking videos. She like snuck around the party, put like a Swedish fish in everybody's drink, like everybody's drink, not just one person, but like all of them.
Surprise!
They get to the bottom of the cup and they see a Swedish fish at the bottom, and they're like, "Damn it!" That's why kings and stuff were doing all sorts of weird things to try and prevent themselves from getting poisoned. Like the Beezor. Like, you know about the Beezor?
No, what's that one?
So there's a stone that apparently sometimes occurs inside of an animal. I can't remember. It's called a Beezor. I have to look it up for more exact details. But apparently if you took a Beezor and you put it inside your cup, and when you were drinking your alcohol or whatever, and somebody tried to poison you, like the Beezor would stop the poison from affecting you or whatever. And like, it's like, I don't know if it's like part mythical and part reality. What's the here it is right here. Beezor, a mass often found trapped in the gastrointestinal system, though it can occur in other locations. Where is it? Beezor poison, curing poison. Here you go. The belief that Beezors could cure poison was once widespread, but it is now considered a myth. In the 11th century, Beezors were introduced to Europe and the Middle East and were popular as a cure for many diseases and poisons. In the 1500s, the French surgeon Ambrose Paré conducted an experiment that disproved the bezoar's ability to cure poisons. But they would like take the bezoar and like put it inside of their like wine glass, and they would like drink wine from it. And if somebody poisoned their wine glass, supposedly it was supposed to like mythically protect them from the poison, because the bezoar would like either A, absorb the poison, or B, like transmute the poison into something else, or C would like make it so that they were immune to the poison as long as the bezoar was in the cup or something. Like it was
Yeah.
really, it was even in Harry Potter for a while. Don't you remember like the one movie where he uses the bezoar to cure what's his face during I can't remember the episode exactly. It was the one where they were trying to get the memory out of the professor, and somebody ended up poisoning his wine. The wine that he was supposed to give to Dumbledore, and I think it turned out it was the Slytherin boy that did it, which I'm like, my brain is completely blanking on names at the moment, but that's fine. Anyway, they drank the wine and he got poisoned, and he ended up using a bezoar to save his life in the movie. They all sorts of crazy things. They'd be putting stuff in their drink to prevent themselves from getting roofied.
When you said that, I was thinking like whale vomit, ambergris.
No, not ambergris. Not ambergris. That's expensive stuff right there.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's gross, but apparently it makes perfume somehow.
Yes, it does. Sometimes you can find it just walking along the beach.
Ah, man, I wish I could stumble around something like that around this beach where I live at, but
Make much
I'm
money.
sure.
I mean, it doesn't look good. It looks disgusting. You probably have seen it before. You'd be like, ew, what's that? Walk by like $10,000.
Yeah. Was
It looks like whale vomit. It is whale vomit. Look like your
I don't
mama
know.
vomited.
Well, she's as big as a whale. I guess she. Oh wait, never.
Whoa.
Was it?
Why
that
you
was a Yo
talk? Why
Mama
you talk
joke?
about my mama like that? Why you talking about my mama? She nice. She a nice lady. She a nice lady. Night, take it out. Man, I'm watching a lot of Babylon 5 recently, and like I try to wrap my head around some of the story plot. And it is one episode where like they finally get the two races that are like causing crap around the entire universe, the Vorlons and the Shadows, to like agree to leave. And I was like, at first I was elated. I was like, yay, they're leaving. It's like we don't have to worry about them anymore. And then, but then I just recently thought about it, and I'm like, wait a minute, didn't they kill like billions of people? I'm like, why are we just letting them go? I mean, I hate to say it, but they killed billions of people. I think they should probably be dead. They should be dead. I mean, they blew up like whole planets, like Death Star style, and like killed millions and millions of people. And not only that, but they instigated wars and all sorts of other things and killed billions and billions more. We just letting them go too. They'd be like, we just, you know what? It's not a big deal. Like just get out of here, right? It's all right. Just go.
I don't know. I think sometimes you're just so fed up with dealing with somebody, you just rather just get out of your sight and be done with it.
Just
Yeah. Don't come back.
if Babylon 5 was great, why no Babylon 6? Because the purpose of Babylon 5 was to unite the universe together under one banner, and it succeeded in its purpose. That's why. So they didn't need to make a 6 because number 5 succeeded. Number 1 failed. It got exploded. Number 2 failed. It also got exploded. Number 3 failed. It also got exploded. Number 4 didn't get exploded. Yay! Finally, one that didn't get exploded. Instead, it disappeared through time, traveling like over 1,000 years into the past, and got abducted and used by aliens. Not quite a success, but it didn't explode this time, so great. Babylon 5 didn't explode and actually did what it was supposed to do. You know, there's a saying, all right? When you make something and it explodes, make it again. And then when it explodes again, make it another time. And then when it explodes a third time, make it again. And then when it doesn't explode but still disappears, make it again.
So, Ginger, by that logic, how come we haven't seen a remake of Babylon 5 series?
I don't know.
Seems like that one's ripe for the redoing.
I don't know if they would want to redo that one. I don't know. I think it was done really well, actually. It'd be hard to replace. It'd be hard to replace some of those people.
Yeah, the graphics have just kind of aged badly, though.
I think they're all right. They're all right. I actually kind of like the 90s, 80s graphics over like some of the newer stuff. I don't know what it is. Like they did a better job with it. A lot of people have said that, like they prefer the era of like the intermediate era between like the full like physical cinematography and the digital cinematography, where they were like combining together the physical and the digital. Like I highly doubt that like the Babylon 5 stuff is completely digital. It's probably props. They probably have like wooden props and things like that they were using in combination with the digital.
I like I guess I see your point, because I liked Star Trek Voyager, the way they did the CGI there.
After you max Holy Bolt, what do you max next? Babylon 4 burned down, fell over, then sank into a swamp, but the 5th one stood up. You're talking about that. He's talking about the Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I always thought that was hilarious. That's where they go to that castle, and they're in the castle, and they're like, and he's like, this is like the 5th castle. And he's like, well, what happened to the first ones? He goes, well, we built the first castle, and it sank into the swamp. And then we built the second castle on top of the first castle, and that one also sank into the swamp. And then we built the third castle on top of the second castle, and that one also sank into the swamp. And this is the 4th castle. We built this one on top of the 3rd castle, and so far it hasn't sunk into the swamp. Cross my fingers.
That's a deep swamp.
That is a deep swamp. What do you max after Holy Bolt? Fist of the Heavens. You want to max Fist of the Heavens. Fist of the Heavens is your real game changer. That's where you go from single target to AoE. That's where you have the ability to fire down one beautiful lightning bolt, which doesn't really do any damage, and who cares about it. And then a whole bunch of holy bolts shoot out from that one lightning bolt and hit everything around it and do massive amounts of damage. No, you don't want to max out Smite. You want to max out Holy Shield before Smite. In fact, you don't even max out Smite. You can do like 10 points in Smite. You need Fanaticism to 20, and you need Holy Shield to 20. Those are your two next objectives.
Wait, Holy Bolt doesn't heal the merc? What?
Fist of the Heavens Holy Bolt does not. Only the only the Holy Bolt does. So the Holy Bolt straight cast does, but not the ones that come from Fist of the Heavens.
Okay.
It would probably be too overpowered if the Holy Bolt from Fist of the Heavens healed. I can understand why they held it back. Because it would be too OP. Oh, where the hell is this thing up there? I passed right by it, didn't I? Ow, did you smack me in the back of the head? Stop it. Don't excuse my inaction for inability, okay? Like the cat that plays with the mouse, I have the rules of the house. I only need to raise my paw, and you, my sir, will die. The hell? Does Magic Tower have like unlimited immunity to magic or something? It's taking no damage from my magic attack. Huh. You got yourself a Life Leech helmet? Good. Life Leech helmets are good. Increases damage, increases speed, give him some faster hit recovery. He'll be nigh invincible. Nigh invincible. Come on down and take a poo. Nigh invincible. Come on down and take a poo. Actually, don't take a poo. Just keep that for yourself. I kid. What's up, Miles? How's it been going? I slipped and fell down the stairs in the snow and can't walk on my foot right. That's how I'm doing. But hey, I'm a streamer and I get to sit in a chair all day, so rest, my foot, rest. Is Kelpie Snare secretly OP? I saw 75% slow on hit. Yeah, it's pretty good, especially if you can get like an Ethereal one. I really like Ethereal Kelpie Snare on a merc. It's really, really nice. It is rather slow though. You do kind of need a socket in it and maybe like a shale rune or something, or like a hustle armor or a treachery or something to make up the difference in attack speed. But yeah, it's the slow on it is really nice. Boop. Stop resurrecting everything. Quit it. Nobody likes it when you resurrect everything. Nobody likes it. Nobody likes you. Everybody hates you. You might as well go eat worms. Stop rezzing everything. You know, for the longest time, I never realized that the Herodrum have the ability to heal as well as res. I don't know why I never realized that. I always thought they just rezzed. Like, I didn't realize that they actually healed stuff, too. So, like, the attack that they use, whatever it is that they use to res, also heals.
That's news to me.
Yeah, you gotta watch them do it. Like, it's pretty obvious when you see it, but problem is there's usually dead bodies around, so it seems like they seem to trigger or target dead bodies more than they trigger anything else. So, like, in general, if there's a dead body nearby, they res something. But if you don't have anything to res, they target something that's alive, that's injured, and they heal it.
Do they heal anything, or is it just undead?
Undead, specifically.
Oh, okay.
Debating trying to make a budget barb, a merc with double last wish, ethereal phase blade. Oh, you're so funny. A budget merc with double last wish. Okay. 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 He's got some jokes today.
Maybe it's budget because that's the only thing he can after he gets the last.
He wants that budget last wish. You know, it's no big deal. Instead of making it out of Istberber, he's gonna make it out of like F. It's gonna be a budget last wish. It's gonna be the we gotta think up another name for it. It's gonna be the worst wish. That's what it's gonna be called.
It's gonna be silenced.
Silence of the wish. Clarice. Clarice. It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the last wish again.
that a unique Joe staff? Oh no, it's white.
I always walk into the zombie parts. I always forget, and I walk into the zombie parts every single time. You still wish you could make the combo rune word so you could get Last Wish and Grief together? Oh, you just want to just like one-shot everything in the game. Okay. No big deal. I once made a Last Wish and a Colossus sword. Ethereal. Put it on a freaking Act 5 merc and let him run around just murdering everything. It's probably one of the most OP things I've ever seen. Last Wish and a Colossus sword. There's more damage than Grief.
They can dual wield swords now, right?
Well, in this particular case, I wanted to use the two-handed because I wanted to get like really high damage for him.
Oh.
So I threw that two-handed weapon on the two-handed barb variant. They can't use two-handed weapons anyway. The one-handed barbs, it has to be a one-handed sword. For some reason, they don't have the barbarian supernatural ability to wield one-handed swords in a two-hand or a two-handed sword in one hand.
You know what? I feel like they need to patch that in the next patch. At least give us something, man.
Maybe we'll see some stuff eventually. I don't know. One day when they're finished playing around with D4.
Oh wow.
I have an odd feeling that D4 is like hype for the time being is coming to a slow crawl until they come out with their next expansion. Especially the last campfire chat when Adam wasn't even in it. He was like hanging in the back. He was like in the back, paying attention to them do the thing, but he wasn't actually like involved in it. It was to the point where people were like really like, "Where's Adam at?" He wasn't there, or he was there. They even made a joke that he like got fired or something.
Oh wow. That game's been out for like almost 2 years now.
Yo, you do put this all on YouTube, right? Yeah, everything's on YouTube. I dual stream. I got 90 people watching me on YouTube, and I got 25 on Twitch right now. I don't know how many on Facebook because it never reports the number accurately, and probably like 10 or 20 on X as well. I stream on X. The only one I can't seem to ever get to work right is Kick. I can never get Kick to work. I was gonna stream on Kick for a while, but I couldn't get it to like accept inputs. I mean, I figured why not? Exposure was exposure, right?
Yep. I forgot who said good. Any news is bad news. Wait, hold on. What's that saying? Goes. No news is. Any news is good news, or something like that.
Any publicity is good publicity.
Any publicity. That's it. Any publicity is good publicity. God. Whew. Maybe I need to get my head checked.
I think I went the wrong way. Every single time I could go the wrong way. +2 poison and bone. Boom, 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 boom. Bony bones.
Hey Ginger, I just want to let you know, man. You make some catchy tunes sometimes. That might be your ticket to
Oh, yeah?
getting
Do you like my
viral.
stingy hoe song? Is that what you like?
Hey, I'm just saying.
Cause she a
Hey,
stingy hoe. She a stingy hoe. Come on back, come on back. She a stingy hoe. She spends all her gold coins on her dairy, yeah. Got her gold apple rings hanging low. But she ain't spend no money on you, though. Cause she a stingy hoe. She a stingy hoe. Come on back, come on back.
you just got to get some guy to do to make a tune for you. So,
There you go, guys. Let's have some stingy hoe music. Come on. Why not? We can have the stingy hoe music. Does double last wish or a stack? Yeah, it does. If you want to be a bougie. Here we go. Stingy hoe music. Stingy hoe. Stingy hoe. Stingy hoe. Stingy hoe. She's a stingy hoe. She got them flames coming out of her hair. Spent all of her gold coins on her derriere. And she got them low ramble rings hanging low. She ain't got no money for you, though. She a stingy hoe. She's a stingy hoe. Come on back, come on back. She's a stingy hoe. She gonna spend every penny that you got at the store, at the lot, at the cars and the places. She gonna ride with her doggy in tow, with the windows down. That's right. You know it. You know it's true. You know it's true. Stingy hoe. She's a stingy yo. Stingy hoe. She's a stingy yo. She got them flames coming out of her hair. Spent all of her gold coins on her derriere. And she got them gold apple rings hanging low. She ain't got no money for you, though. She's a stingy hoe. She's a stingy hoe. Come on back, come on back. She's a stingy hoe. He gonna spend every...
come on, who can hate that, man?
It's a banger. Come on now.
I know that's what I'm saying.
You're gonna get that stuck in your head.
That's viral, man. That's gotta go viral.
Balthazar said, "Where's my chinchilla at?" He's in his cage. Cody's sleeping right now. I could probably bring him out. Let me shut Cody's door so he can't come out and mess with him. There, ethereal chinchillas. Let's go, ethereal boy. Oh, yeah, we got so many donations. I got to take away some of the ethereal status. We got to be a little less ethereal now. There you go. Now we're a little less ethereal. Isn't that right, Mr. Dusty? Tell them what's up. Say suck it. All right, back to the music. All right, Mr. Dusty. You gonna show them what chinchillas do? Sit there and poo. That's what chinchillas do. They sit there and poo. And these good little buddies, though. These good little buddies. Say good little buddies. Some people think it's a stuffed animal. They come in here like, why you have a stuffed animal on your shoulder? And then it moves, and they're like, oh my god!
It's alive!
It's alive!
I'll be honest, Ginger, until I saw you with that thing, I never heard of a chinchilla.
That's too bad. They're great pets.
I thought it was some kind of marsupial.
No. It's a rodent native to South America. It doesn't really live in South America anymore. They went extinct down there. They got hunted to extinction by the natives for their fur, because their fur's so soft.
Oh man,
they got the softy fur. If it wasn't
so they're
for
only in pet trade?
What?
They're only in the pet trade now?
Basically, if it wasn't for a guy named Chapman, there's actually a whole story. It's called the Chapman story. He went down there to South America to like get some of them because he realized they were all like dying out, and he caught like, I can't remember, he caught like 10 or 11 of them or something, and a couple of them died on the way back, and then some of them were born because some of them were pregnant, and he ended up with like a couple of them. He's basically the source of like all the chinchillas like from like all around the world. They came from the Chapman story. So like the fur trade, literally the thing that was murdering them, also saved them. It's stupid. It's crazy what they did to keep them alive too, because they can't really be in very hot weather, and they're kind of cold weather animals. And like they built these like concrete bunkers, and they put them in the dirt, like real deep in the dirt. Because you know the ground tends to be cooler than the air, and then like the concrete bunkers would soak up all the nice cool air from the ground and then transfer it to the chinchillas so they wouldn't overheat and die. And then they had like thefts. People came to the ranch and would steal them, because chinchillas used to be worth a lot of money. Like they were super expensive. You have the Discord. How do I join Nightbot? What? You can't join Nightbot. Sir, are you okay, Wicked Lizard? Okay, so I got the Dujang. Let's get the hell out of town, out of Dodge. We got the staff. Time to go down into the harem and see the dead hoochies. The dead hoochinas.
Hoochies. That's what it's about.
I mean, that's why Jaren's upset. Like,
I was about to say.
he wasn't upset because, like, you know, there were monsters down there. He got upset when all his hoochies died. That's what he got upset about. He had like he had a whole harem of hoochies down there. Like he had like he got like the whole Dujang. He got like fancy pillows, and he got like the little separators so you can have sex behind here and like not get seen by the rest of the group, and the little hoochie statues. He got all the rugs and the blankets and the pillows.
And not just one level, but two.
Oh yeah, he got some Dujangs here. He got a whole second harem level, like harem level 2 down here. Bunch of dead hoochies. Like there's a dead hoochie right there. There's a blood all over that hoochie statue. Poor guards down here trying to save the hoochies, and they didn't succeed. They were just trying to save. There's a dead hoochie right there. There's another one. That's just a waste of hoochies. That's what that is. That is a waste of hoochies. My pappy always told me, never waste your hoochies, okay?
Okay.
What's up, Con?
My pappy didn't tell me that. My pappy told me to avoid the hoochies.
I mean, he said to avoid them too, but he also said don't waste them. So, you know. Why they got like iron doors down here, like it's a jail? Or were the hoochies locked in here? Are they unwilling hoochies?
Uh-oh.
What does that make them if they're unwilling hoochies? They're slaves. Slave girls. They're slave girls.
Secret.
Or maybe he just likes locking them up for fun. No, you're a bad girl. You're gonna go in jail. She's got like all the pillows in the world inside her room. It's like a gilded cage. They bring her like fancy foods and wines.
Jaren wants you to think.
He comes back the next day. He goes, "How did you enjoy your day in jail?" Where's the baths down here? Are these girls just all stinky? Are they stinky girls? I don't see any baths. Where's the hoochie baths? Can't have stinky hoochies.
This is the desert. People don't bathe in the desert. They wash in the sand.
I mean,
of course.
dude, there was a line in the Kingdom Come Deliverance game I was playing. I was sitting there just like, cause like the NPCs will talk to each other, and this one lord, he's talking to like the maid, and he's like, when is the last time you took a bath? And she said, oh, the last time I took a bath was Christmas last year, and I was like, what month is it? I was like, so that was like 11 months ago. And he's like, do us all a favor and go take a bath. Here, have some coins. And she's like, why would I need to take a bath? I have had one recently. And he's like, do us all a favor, wench. You smell like death.
You reek of fish and garlic.
You smell of carbuncle poo gems that come out of the anus of a walrus in winter. Yes.
Hey, this is a real story. Queen Elizabeth I used to brag about how she used to bathe at least monthly, whether she needed it or not. I thought that was like, oh my god, how far we have come.
We do not like this stink. We do not like this stinky. In Kingdom Come Deliverance, all the baths come with a free hoochie, so.
Oh right.
Like they want you to be clean. They're like, look, we know you don't want to take a bath. All right, we're gonna throw in some prizes like a Cracker Jack box, okay? All right, get one bath and it comes with a hoochie. All right, buy one bath, get one bath free.
Oh my god, that was so crazy. Like, I was a couple months ago. I was talking to some doctor, and he was telling me about this, like some of the massage parlors around here where I live, at the beach area.
Massage parlor.
Yeah. And he was like, yeah, you know, if you go down there, you know, you'll see some action. I was like, okay, good to know.
Massage parlor. They walk on your back. They walk on your front. They walk on your.
The happy ending one.
They walk on your Johnson. Everything feet. Feet everywhere. Feet, my friends.
But I was thinking about what he said because like the on the news, I think it was like the next day, the cops raided that same place. Raided the place and like busted. Like,
Yeah, don't you know Hoochie's got to pay taxes like everybody else?
yeah.
Can't be getting away with tax-free Hoochies. Like in like what is it, Las Vegas and stuff like that, where they have legalized Hoochies. Like they get like a 1099 and they gotta actually like pay taxes on all their money. They can write off things like condoms,
Woohoo!
hotel visits. Will you stop
That's
beating
gonna
the
be
crap out of my merc? Like, God dang. Stop punching his face in.
They've been disrespectful.
His face isn't very pretty, but I mean, you don't gotta punch it now. I don't want a pug. Mr. Dusty, what do you think about this? What are you thinking? You got brain. Is your brain okay? You seem a little tense.
What's up, Ginger?
Oh, look at all these people in here. What's up, Demazine? We got Demazine, Khan, ready for you. We got some
I'm
peoples in here today.
Just getting home from having a fun night at Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering.
Yes, that is my in-person nerdy thing. I love it.
Did you lose and clear the land right before you bowed out?
I mean, I got my ass handed to me quite a few times, but the last 2 games I had a lot of fun.
Nah, I was talking about apparently there's some sort of jerk move you can do in Magic the Gathering, like matches where you have a card that literally just clears all the land.
Oh yeah, no, it's called
and-
Armageddon. It
yeah.
destroys all lands. It's
Yeah, and
rude.
so a lot of the times if you're or about to lose, you can just play Armageddon just to screw over everybody before you leave.
That's
If
fine.
I
You're
was
like,
salty-
well, I lost, but guess what? Armageddon!
If I was salty, 100%, but I'm not that salty.
Oh, come on. That's like straight up. That's just gold right there. Just ruin everybody's day.
I'm more of the type where I'll just like completely destroy everyone's field except for lands and be like, peace. Oh, are you playing online? Or are you playing your solos on?
I'm playing my single player account.
Okay.
I was the
haven't
only one
played
on
that
for like
yet.
quite a while, okay?
I mean, when I was
And then
out
Demon
about-
Possessed Microphone Ready for You showed up, and
Oops.
I've been on vacation for a couple weeks, so.
I heard. Welcome back.
Thanks.
You missed out on the 8 Barbarian run.
Yeah, I did.
We had lots of fun, okay?
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch it.
We had many funs. We fought a P8 with a bunch of new barbarians that had only just gotten to hell. We fought P8 Uber Diablo.
How did that go? Not very
We
well.
won. Okay, we won.
Did
Sub
you?
1 hour. Sub 1 hour run, okay? Can you do a sub 1 hour declone?
No, no.
And he's got the bone prisons to prove it too.
There was a lot of bone prisons. I still have nightmares. Dusty, what do you think about this? What do you think? Demons and buttholes?
Crap, you already got your Amazon to Nightmare?
Oh yeah, she's rocking it. She's already 56.
Damn, you've been grinding. I guess to be fair, I didn't play it all yesterday, so.
I mean, honestly, she's kind of just like wrecking shop with this magic arrow. I mean, I don't know when it's gonna top out and when I'm gonna run into like gear problems where I gotta like sit there and just like chug away at a target. But like, so far I've just been playing level 50, like players 8 the entire time. Am I still on players 8 by the way? Because I was playing around with my player count earlier. Players 8 the entire time and just having fun with it.
I'm pretty much doing the same thing until I get to level 30, then our builds will differ greatly.
I mean, you just get a better tank than me. That's all.
Yes.
I'll just be hoping for a really good bow. My build's gonna come down to a physical bow. I need a really good physical bow. I'll probably have to go through tons of bows until I eventually arrive at a good one.
Yeah, I've been playing around with just a super low edge bow with, I mean, level 15 thorns, IAS, and then the damage to undead and demons is really nice, but just having to reflect damage from my mercenary, and once I get my Valkyrie, it's provided tankiness. I can get stronger bows from there. It's not the best, but I mean,
It just doesn't have any
It's
physical damage.
no. But it's also a decent team buff too for one of us to carry that around.
I mean,
So I was thinking about doing that until I got a decent crossbow or a decent bow.
I figured you could just put it on a merc. I mean, like it's a okay bow for like a merc, but it's not really a good bow for like an actual player.
Oh, endgame, no, but like it's been doing good in P8. I'm in Act 3 and it's melting things.
Mr. Dusty. Why is pooping everywhere, Mr. Pooper? He's a pooper. You do the lay poops. What bow am I using at the moment? Lycander's aim. It's not an amazing bow, but it's okay. It's alright. I mean, I ain't gonna complain about it. I think a really good find early on would be a Gold Strike Arch. I think Gold Strike Arch is probably like one of the best bows that you can get, physical damage wise. That's like an early starter bow, and then it can be upgraded to the Hydra until you end up getting something better. I mean, that unfortunately does require a pull and a lum, which does make it rather expensive, but an Eagle Horn is an easier option because if one of those drops, then you just put it on and use it. Like, you know, it's already elite. You don't have to worry about it. Maybe throw a socket in there, put something else. I mean, if a Wind Force happens to fall, that's, you know, more the better.
What's the theoretical best bow in the game, Ginger?
Depends on your build. I mean, if you're talking about
physical, yeah.
Talking about physical damage, it's pretty much Faith.
Okay.
Wind Force and Faith both compete with each other. If you can hit the maximum IAS breakpoint with Wind Force, then Wind Force actually wins. But it usually requires Faith to do it. Like, you have to have like Faith on like a merc or something. For this particular build, it could be Faith or it might be Mist. Mist has more plus to skills, which is what you're looking for with this kind of a build, and then I wouldn't have to put a bunch of points into Pierce, which I could save for other things, so it kind of like opens the door for more skill points into other more useful things. I don't know. Mist is also pretty strong as well.
Plus you also get like extra res and a couple other things that Faith doesn't allot you. So you're sacking a little bit of raw damage for better survivability, basically.
I mean, with the amount of evade, avoid, and dodge, I really doubt I'll have much problem with evasions, even if my resistances are in the negative.
Sounded like dodgeball right there.
That's right. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dash a ball. Boom, 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 boom.
Duck, dip, dive, duck, dodge.
Can you dodge these balls? Oh.
Lead-based paint. Oh man. I don't know. Me personally, I like girls without makeup.
Oh no.
I think makeup just looks too fake. What are you doing, Dusty? Hmm? You being good? Or you plotting to chew on my wire? I can see the little wheels in your brain turning. See, I knew you was gonna do it. I knew. It's my wire. Don't you chew on my wire. Bad. Bad, 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 bad. Sick 8-bar run. You like the 8-bar run? Good. I want to try and get like one of every run. We'll do like 8. Maybe we'll do 8 necromancers after the Amazon one. 8 druids is gonna be silly. I thought it would be funny if we did like something stupid like 8 sorceresses all with charged bolt. And you just, all of us just sit there and just spam like an entire blanket of frost bolts and nothing can even make it through. I mean, charge bolts. Just, you just have like a freaking blanket of charge bolts going outward. I can take a restroom break real quick. I'm pretty sure Cody's got to go to the bathroom too. It's been like almost 5 hours. Alright, Dusty, we're going to put you back. And we're going to take Cody out to go pep-a-doo.
Taking a break.
Yeah, he went to the bathroom.
I was talking to my brother. Sorry.
Oh.
Classic hot mic moment.
At least it wasn't worse than that.
Dynamic. Cody out there chasing possums and squirrels and raccoons.
He's getting all the zoomies in.
Cody, what are you doing? Why do you look so weird? Why are you so weird and why do you got a beard?
You can take the dog out the fight, but you can't take the fight out the dog.
Why don't I have mana potions? I don't need mana potions. Get that out of here. There's stanky things out of here. Stanky potions. Them blue lip Smurf potions.
Just hanging. Okay.
Yeah, new season will be up, before we know it, so I figure I'll just wait.
Them potions taste like Tang, okay?
Tang. Y'all see that thing where Elon sent an email to everybody in the government, like to respond with like the 5 things you did last week or something?
Yeah.
That's gotta be the funniest thing I ever seen in my life. What did you do last week? Like,
It's literally a mirror test. Are you dead or are you alive?
yeah, it's like so easy. All you'd have to do is just write down some things. You'd be fine. Like you could even make up fancy words.
It's a mirror test.
Apparently, they found out that over 1 million accounts didn't respond,
God, I believe
and these
it.
people are getting money. There's 1 million people getting money that didn't respond. Apparently, they're making it a little bit longer to make sure that these people see the emails. But like, I think it's funny. I wonder if there really are just like a bunch of people collecting checks and they ain't even. You know, like what's that one movie, Office Space? Remember
Sure.
that? Remember the red
Yeah.
stapler guy? They're like, due to a clerical error, it turns out that you were still getting your paycheck even after you were technically fired. He just kept showing up to work, like,
Nice.
and then he burned down the entire building because they took his red stapler. It's my stapler. You can't take my stapler. This is my stapler. It's like, did you fire him? No, we just fixed the clerical error. They didn't fire him or tell him he needed to leave or that he needed to stop working there. They just fixed the error. So he was no longer getting paid, but he was still showing up to work. I love that movie.
It'd be funny if like one of the NSA guys like responded and said, "Yeah, I was watching your security camera in your house. the pool boy banging your daughter or something.
It's terrible. I burn it down. I burn it like real fast. What? Make sure all the TPS reports got cover sheets, okay? If your TPS reports don't have cover sheets, we're sending them back. Did you see the report from that one guy in Germany? He was a civil employee, and when he retired, he wrote a letter saying that he literally did nothing for like 20 years, and and nobody ever called him out on it or did anything. Like he literally just collected his paycheck for 20 years, came to work, did nothing, went home, came to work, did nothing for 20 straight years, and just collected his paycheck.
I had a friend that
Sounds
was
like a government employee.
I had a friend that was out. He was an outsourced IT guy for a government building in California for one of the state departments, and he said there were 400 people in the building he did IT for. He said not one of them did anything. Out of 400 people, he said all he did was clear porn off their computers. That's all he did all the
Oh,
time.
that's so bad.
400
at
employees.
porn
did nothing
at work?
Yeah. Yeah. He could monitor everything they were doing. He didn't, not one out of 400 did any work. And that's the state. That was the state of California.
Wow. That sounds like a California thing, to be fair.
Yeah, I think that's, oh yeah, a lot
So
of
I
state.
think we're in
people
the
do that,
Stanley
unfortunately.
Parable.
My dad's girlfriend, he worked for the audit department, and she said that she got the hardest audits. She did 60 audits a week. The average was 1.5. So she ended up just doing 10 audits a week and taking her iPad to work and just like surfing the web, and she'd work like 2 hours a day or 1 hour a day. She said it was no use to like stress herself or work all day long. So she worked 1 or 2 hours a day, did 10 audits. It was like 7 times what everybody else was doing.
Sounds like a government employee.
Yep.
Hey, where's that? Let's see. German government employee says he did no work in 20 years. This was a news article.
That's literally how things are running, like Saudi Arabia, like a lot of government jobs there.
Here it
Or
is.
most-
The
there is
Telegraph.
a
Sorry, not
just in
20.
case.
Not 20. 14. Yeah, let's see here. Still, it's like not even better. That's German civil service servant has admitted that he did nothing for 14 years in frank retirement email sent to colleagues. The man, aged 65, sent farewell message to 500 colleagues on his retirement day, learning his job was axed due to cuts. Oh, well.
At least he was honest about it. Oh, shit. Except he didn't quit 14 years earlier.
The 65-year-old's final words were to crow over colleagues, say he had earned over 600,000, I'm guessing that's pounds, without lifting a finger. Since 1998, I was present, but not really there, so I'm going to be well prepared for retirement. Adieu, he wrote. But naively, he did not think this would leave the office in the German state of North Rhine-Westphalia, but the email was leaked to the press. I do not wish to say anything else, he told the local paper when confronted by the Middendorf News. The email was not intended for public view. The unnamed man, who has worked as a surveyor since 1974, said the situation was all the council's fault because they employed 2 people to do one job and his colleague just did it all. He added that the computers he was expected to use were useless. but angry mayor of Minden, Volker Feig, has admitted to feeling a good dose of rage when the email was passed on to him. The employee had not once complained about not having enough to do in 38 years of employment, he said. Oh, yeah, because that's what people will. Because anybody's going to complain when they don't have enough to do. Like, oh, man, I went to work
Not a
and I just
single
didn't have
person
enough
will,
to do.
and not a single person will complain to their boss that they have nothing to do.
This kind of behavior is very worrying, he added, saying, because of budget cuts, the 65-year-old's post has now been deleted. Maybe you should do a better job making sure your employees have something to do. How about that? What's my
That'll never
job?
happen.
I don't know. Just come to work. You guys remember that episode of Seinfeld where George just showed up to a job pretending that he got the job even though he wasn't sure that he actually got the job?
If I could tell you guys how many times I've been mistaken for like an executive at a hospital when I show up and walk around with a suit on.
That's just people that are dumb.
Get you some of that hospital money.
Yeah, I mean you can like people. Anyway, people will let you in give you access to all kinds of stuff. They think they think you're
Belong.
it works there. Yeah.
You remind me of that show I used to watch back in the day. I loved it. It was called The Pretender. It was about that kid who was like super duper intelligent. I think that was the name of it anyway. And he would pretend to be like anything. Like he could pretend to be a doctor. He could pretend to be a baseball, like pitcher. Like he could pretend to be anything. Like he was like super duper intelligent to the point of like ridiculousness. And he just basically every time they almost found him, because he was like some sort of government experiment. Every time they almost found him, he just like changed to a new profession and a new job. And every episode he was something else. Like he was always like a different profession. And he would just walk in, like he would put on a doctor's outfit, and he would just start. He would speak the speak, and walk the walk, and talk the talk, and he would literally just woo everyone and make them think he was exactly who he said he was.
A genius con man. Sounds like a great show.
I thought it was really good. They always had like flashbacks to his childhood. He was like in some laboratory and they were always training him on some sort of like ridiculousness. Although there was some sort of deviousness to it as well. Like they would show him a building. It was like a full-scale model of a building. And they would ask him like where the appropriate placement of bombs were to take down the building with the least number of bombs. Yeah, there was some crazy questions to ask like a little kid. And he would answer them too, because he was super duper intelligent. But thinking back as an adult, he's like, huh, I think they were trying to blow buildings. And they were using me to do it. No! Die, Summoner. Your mom's a hoe. Your mom's a stanky hoe, actually. She a stanky hoe. She a stanky hoe. Stanky, stingy, stanky, stingy, stanky, stingy hoe. She got them weird fumes coming out of her derriere. I could see them just wafting in the air. 'Cause she a stanky hoe. She a stanky hoe. Don't come back. Don't come back. You a stanky hoe. Cody's listening to me sing right now. He looks at me strangely. He's like, Daniel, are you okay? Are you just having a heart attack or something? He's like, can I have some snacks before you die? Like, if you die, can I have all your snacks? Snacks. He's so silly. His eyes, like, you just say a buzzword, he's like, you'd be like, snacks. Tacos. Stares right at you, too. He's like, Knuckle bone. Cody, do you want to get your alligator? Where's your Mr. Alligator? Did you find him? Where is him at? Did you get your alligator? Damn. You didn't get him. Where's your alligator? Is he lost? Did you lose him? You don't know where your alligator is? Oh no. He runs around for like 2 seconds. You found him! Good job, Cody. Found his alligator. Good job. That's a good job, buddy. Found his gator. He's found his alligator. That's the goodest boy. Let me see. Let me see Mr. Alligator. Why you always gotta hide him from me? Let me see him. Let me see. Mr. Gator. Let me see him. That's a Mr. Alligator. He's horribly deformed because he got chewed up, but him's okay. He's still got eyeballs. See? You just gotta put him up. Could I say you better give him back? He said, that's my alligator. Don't you do that. Has there been any word on a potential like reset for or a league start for like Path of Exile 2?
I haven't heard anything yet. It'd be nice if they did to do like an economy reset and introduce some new material.
My feeling is early on they should be doing that like all the time.
Yeah, especially with how many exploits happened, and then they got like a million freaking what is it? The temporalises and a bunch of other crazy stuff that got like exploited into the game. The whole economy is just ridiculous right now.
Why did Path of Exile 2 like hype go down? Like I thought that was like the biggest thing ever. Supposedly.
It was really fun to start out with. The end game was kind of lackluster. Like the game itself is fun, but the end game is kind of meh.
Yeah.
And then like there's no group play aspect. Like the group play is terrible. So it's pretty much just like a solo game for the most part. You play by yourself. You can trade with other people, but I mean, it's very limited like online interaction. Like you can be in a guild and like share items with each other, but playing together is actually a negative. Like with the way they have the game currently set up. There's also, like, despite the fact that there seems to be, like, an infinite number of ways to spec your character, because of the way that things are balanced, there really isn't. Like, every build ends up using Mana Shield, because Energy Shield is, like, the only way to... Sorry, Energy Shield. Energy Shield's, like, the only way to get a sufficient amount of, like, life to actually survive a lot of stuff. Armor kind of sucks. Evasion sucks. Like, and even Energy Shield sucks by itself. Like, without, like, additional layers... It also sucks. Once you start adding in other things, then it's like better. But
Evasion's nowhere near as good as it was in PoE 1.
But like the problem is that you actually take a look and what you have available to you. Like how many spellcaster like weapons do you have? How many like melee weapons do you have? How many like bow weapons do you have? Like ranged weapons, and it ends up being like a lot less than you would think. And then combined together with a lot of the problems like surrounding like how you build your character, you feel really artificially restricted. A lot of people have kind of pointed it out as like a it's like a false sense of being able to of being able to like customize your character. Like you look at it from a certain perspective, and in the beginning you feel like you have like an infinite number of options. But then you start to slowly realize that, like, okay, armor sucks, evasion sucks, like, energy shield sucks by itself. Like, I have no choice but to combine energy shield with something else. Like, I can't really do much of anything unless I'm doing a specific kind of a build. Can't really group up with other people, so can't really rely on group play as a way to like, beast through content. There's a limited number of weapons and a limited number of ways that I can even build my character at all. And you start to realize there's just a lot less to the game than what it seems, and you burn through it all really fast. Like, before you know it, you've played like every class and every weapon and every combination so much that you can within the constraints that the game currently has set up. And it's because a lot of the stuff is just broken and it doesn't work properly the way it should. And then they went through the process of like nerfing a couple things that people were actually using, which I don't even understand why they did that. Like, there was some things that they nerfed the crap out of that I don't even really understand, like, why they did it the way they did it. They basically just took it from useful to like complete trash for the most part for like 90% of the community. It wasn't even being abused by 90% of the community. That was the thing. It was only being abused by like maybe, I don't know, 10% of the community, if that. Probably less, more like 5. But they nerfed it for like the 100% of the community, except for a very small fraction.
Do you think a change in the, I guess, the development of action RPGs needs to be fundamentally changed? Because it seems like Diablo 4 and Path of Exile are pretty much the same game.
Definitely not. Like, Path of Exile 2 is more along the lines of like it's like a single player experience of Diablo 2. Like, that's how I would classify it. Like, if you wanted to make a game and you wanted to make it as close to Diablo 2 as possible, but as a single player experience, then you get Path of Exile 2. Like, there's no group play. Like that, what we did the other day with the 8 barbarians in a group would never be possible in Path of Exile 2. Like, it wouldn't even be remotely possible. People would quit and stop playing before we even got like 1/4 of the way through because of all the like lag and crashing and the silly things going on the screen preventing you from being able to see the ground-based effects, and it would never work. Diablo 4, on the other hand, is much more open to grouping, not as much as D2 was, but it definitely has a hell of a lot better grouping. Like, you can do 4-player groups in D4 easily. I almost feel like the Path of Exile 2 would be a lot better if they took a lot of, like, notes from D4 and fixed a lot of the problems, because D4 has already fixed most of the problems that Path of Exile 2 is currently having.
I don't know. I looked at the interplay to Path of Exile, and they start talking about like getting one shot. People start talking about getting like one shot by monsters and critters or whatever. And
Yeah,
I just don't like that kind of playstyle.
Yeah, sounds like the beginning of Diablo 4. Like, when Diablo 4 first launched, everybody was getting one shot. And then by the time we got to Season 7, which is what we're currently on, like, they fixed most of that. Like, almost all that has been fixed. Path of Exile 2 has, like, tons of that problem. Like, people are getting one shot left and right by the stupidest things.
And the way I see it with PoE 2 is it's essentially in an alpha and or beta state, so it's got a lot of room to grow.
I don't agree
That's
with
what
that.
it feels like to me, though.
According to what they said, it's been 6 years in the making for this game. 6 years. Average gaming like cycle to put out like a AAA title is somewhere around like 4 to 6 years. So it's already had like a full gaming cycle to come out with like the full version of the game. They've had plenty of time, and not only that, but a lot of the mistakes that they're making are the same mistakes they made in Path of Exile 1. So I give them a lot less rope on this, because I feel like these mistakes are things that they knew that they were making with Path of Exile 1, and they knew they needed to fix, but they decided not to. 6 years, you can't tell me that, like, for Path of Exile 1 has been out for, I don't know, what is it, like 11 years or 12 years or something like that? So for 12 years, and then 6 years from today, like in the past. They spent a really long time like playing and developing Path of Exile 1, figuring out the issues and the problems with the game. Then spent 6 more years after the first 6 years to literally develop Path of Exile 2, and then come to the same problems, like have the same exact errors and issues with Path of Exile 2. I don't buy it. I don't buy early access in general anymore. I think early access is bullshit. I think it's just a way that companies get away with like trying to avoid a like negative criticism on their title. They'll be like, oh yeah, but it's early access, and then you go and play it, and it's a steaming pile of donkey poo. And then people are like, well, we can't really judge it very much because it's early access. And meanwhile, you don't know that secretly behind the scenes, they've spent like 12 years on the title and it's anything but early access. They only said that to avoid criticism.
And that's just my thing. Like that's what it feels like, even though it should be a completed game. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that. It should have been a completed game with carrying over all the fixes they did in PoE 1. They just didn't.
I mean, from what I've heard, PoE 1's group play is just as bad as PoE 2's group play. Like I was talking with people about it.
Group game at all.
Yeah, and they said it's one thing to like, I make a single player game. If that's what they wanted to do, then make a single player game. Like why even bother with the group play then? Like why even have the group play as an option if you're going to do everything in your power to take a steaming green and yellow poop with corn and like peanuts like right on top of the group play once you like put it into the game? Like why even bother to do that if you're just going to take a steaming dump on it later?
That's almost more frustrating. Like
yeah, because it's there within reach, like you can do it, but it just doesn't work.
So the expectation is there.
Yeah, and like you can group play like in the early like content, like when you're doing like the campaign.
Leveling.
Still kind of painful in the campaign, especially with certain classes, but like it's doable. But then as soon as you get out of the campaign into the maps and people start getting their builds online and they start spamming spells all over the place and you can't see the floor anymore, which happens really early on if you play like a summon class, by the way. But like the whole game just slows down. Leon was playing his build, and his build was so bad, like he would literally start firing off his lightning bolts, his lightning rods or whatever, and then my whole game would just like lock up basically. Like it would go from solid 60 FPS at 4K to like 0 FPS at 4K as soon as he started firing his attack, because he would spam so many lightning rods on the screen, like the computer couldn't even keep up. And it didn't seem to be my computer. It seemed to be server FPS, where it was like my computer was fine and could render anything that was on the screen, but the server couldn't keep up with the number of calculations that were being sent or something. And
there was issues with that in PoE 1 too.
Yeah, and so like if you got in a group with Leon, it was like it was the end of the game. You're like, okay, I'll just sit in the back and just do nothing because I can't do anything when I'm like with Leon.
Unoptimized network code.
The vividness of my metaphors are striking. Good. I hope you can smell them. Smell-o-vision. We call this smell-o-vision, my friend.
Hey, look! Don't give Zuckerberg any ideas for metaverse.
Oh, they already talked about smell-o-vision in Futurama back in the day. Remember?
Yeah.
It was in the intro. It said like Futurama now with smell-o-vision. Insert your nose plugs now.
No, I'm talking about the real Zuckerberg, Mark.
I just meant it was on TV. That's all I meant.
Oh,
it was Futurama was a TV show.
It's hilarious. I love that show.
Do you think it's possible to make an actually good expansion for D2? I mean, you don't have to do much to make a good thing for D2. Like I feel like the bar is pretty low. It's low hanging fruit. It's not like you gotta like be a rocket scientist or come up with some sort of crazy story. I mean, yeah, all people really want is some new areas to go to and maybe some new monsters to kill or something. Like it doesn't have to be amazing. I personally think that making user-based content the future is the way, but I've already given my ideas to Blizzard, so we'll see if they act on them.
love to see it, but I doubt they will because most of their support's gone straight to D4. Well, I say most, but it's all.
Unfortunately, one of the best people on their team for the D4 team is gone.
Already? Wow.
You know that guy that was on like the campfire chats? He would always show up in like a kind of a scraggly shirt. His name was Adam, but it wasn't Adam Jackson. It was like Adam something else.
Yeah.
And he always knew what the hell he was talking about. Like he
Mhm.
was like the one guy at the campfire chats that actually did know what he was talking about. And I would always tell people, I'm like, yeah, this guy actually knows what he's talking about. Make sure you guys pay attention. And
He was
sure
one of
enough,
the
like,
older guys, right?
nah, he was pretty young. Looked like to me anyway.
Was he?
Skinny, young, long hair. Kind of
Decoy,
Yeah.
decoy.
and yeah, he's gone to another company. I can't remember. I saw his post on X about it.
They probably got frustrated that none of the other devs or producers or whoever was above them was actually taking it seriously and trying to keep it as a mainstream platform.
Yeah, but when a company loses its vision, man, it's hard to get that back.
They were in it for the money to begin with anyways, ever since they got bought out. And it just hurts the heart just a little bit.
I mean, I think D4's been moving in the right direction, but they've got a horrible problem with just I don't. Me and Leon were talking about it the other day. Like, there's just like this problem with them with mediocrity. They don't understand. They don't understand mediocrity. They don't have a firm grasp of what mediocrity means. Like they either go to nerf something into oblivion to the point where it's completely and utterly just destroyed from existence, or they beef it up to the point where it's so overpowered like nobody in their right mind would choose not to use it. And like they don't seem to have an idea of like what it takes to create something that's in the middle. Like when people
That's because they
complain
want
they're
a
like-
guided playthrough for you. That's what it seems like.
it'd be like if you complain that you didn't get enough gold coins, they rain so many gold coins on your head that you're literally drowning in them and you're about to die. And then you complain that you are, drowning in gold coins and you could use a little less gold coins, like maybe, not like that many to the point where you literally can't breathe. And then they go back to 0 gold coins again. Like they don't have any idea of like what it takes to be like in the middle, like somewhere where you actually have like enough gold coins but not too many, and like you're still kind of struggling but like there's a good healthy like revenue coming in. Like they don't understand how to do it, and they do the same thing with damage, and they do the same thing with everything. Every time they nerf something, they nerf it way too hard, and every time they buff something, they buff it way too much. Like
They did the same thing with Diablo 3, and that's what ruined the game because it went from some kind of creative freedom with your builds to if you don't do this, you're not playing the game.
Yeah.
And thankfully, they didn't do that with this game. They just honored what was already here and fixed the bugs and leveled a few things to make it more viable.
Ginger, keep in mind that you got whole generations of developers now, programmers that grew up with World of Warcraft. So,
World of Warcraft, the plague on the existence of gaming.
right.
The plague. MMOs are a plague. Like, oh my god.
Yes.
MMOs need to go somewhere and do something else.
Hey now, EverQuest set the standard.
To me, I think MMOs peaked around it was like the beginning of Lord of the Rings Online. I think Lord of the Rings Online was one of the best MMOs ever played.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed that. But it got a lot of hate, man.
Why did it get hate?
I mean, it started out like poor, like a poor. It just took a while for it to get its stride.
I thought the beginning was like one of the best. Was the best. It actually was when it started. It was really good. It didn't have a lot of content. We
Yeah.
kind of burned through all the content relatively quickly, but I mean that was like we were like the first crew. We were the first ones. We were on site. We demolished. We came. We beat the alliance. I mean the first raid. We went to PvP. We had fun, and then we kind of like hopped off for a little bit until like the first two major expansion came out. But like honestly, it was a great game. Absolutely amazing. And then Warner Brothers bought it out, and that was where things went downhill really fast. Warner Brothers bought it out, turned it into a free-to-play game, and it kept getting worse and worse from there.
Yeah, I only played it after it became free to play, I think.
Yeah, if you only played it after it became free-to-play, then you have no idea the glory that you missed out on. The PvP in that game was like the best PvP I'd ever played in any game, like bar none. I must have spent like hundreds of thousands of hours easy in that game and just loved every minute of it. Poor Merc just can't hang with Duriel and Nightmare. Neither can my
Try the-
Valkyrie.
Try the decoy.
Decoy just gets one shot.
Oh.
Occasionally I'll get like a strong Valkyrie because her gear is randomized, so sometimes she'll roll with like good equipment and sometimes she doesn't. Depends on whether or not she rolls with any cold resistance on her equipment. Pew, 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 pew. I really need more attack speed. Be great. I'm not having trouble hitting him, am I? I got like a 92% chance to hit him. So I must be landing every single strike. I guess P8 Nightmare Duriel just has a lot of HP. That's really all there is to it. Especially with how easily I'm killing most of these monsters. Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, the Lord of Pain is definitely bringing it to your Valk.
Well, the decoy could act as a temporary reprieve to make sure that I have something up to hold him in position while I'm recasting the Valkyrie. It seems to be working okay. Just kind of go back and forth between the two. Alternate.
The strategy.
Got that knockback there. Pew, 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 pew. Of course, it also helps that Duriel is predisposed to attacking NPCs. He's programmed to attack like your Valkyrie or your Golem before everything else. Makes it super easy to deal with him because he doesn't just like randomly come careening for you. I'm like over here craning my neck like I can see him better when he's on the edge of the screen.
I do think it's kind of stupid stuff.
Oh, I
think
thought it was maybe because you had a curved monitor.
I don't think it works that way. Stop one punking my Valkyrie. Like, I know she's a baby Valkyrie, but still. That Jank's rude. Pew, Keep on firing, don't stop firing, keep on firing, don't stop firing. 10 years later. A crown. Millabragas. Oh, what's that Rosas? I think I need another crown. General's Tando we got. Pain Mangler. Beep. Moving on to Act 3. She's doing just fine. I mean, I wouldn't say that was the smoothest Ethereal kill I've ever had, but she certainly didn't have any trouble with it, and I didn't die, so. It was just a matter of, like, proper application of abilities. You have done very well. It's too bad that all my hoochies are dead. But you have my permission. Take this to Mashif, and he will take you to a land far away, where hopefully there are more hoochies. He's going to pick me up another batch.
A dozen.
William Shatner impersonation, buddy.
A baker's dozen, thank you very much. Baker's dozen. What do we got in here? I got these weird drinks. I don't know what to think about them. They're called poppy sodas. They got 4 grams of sugar. They don't have any like fake sugar in it, but they do got stevia.
Oh no.
What, you don't like stevia?
The aftertaste.
Oh yeah.
I haven't had any trouble with
Yeah, I don't have trouble with Steve.
it. All it is
funny
a,
thing-
it's just a plant. It's like a cactus. I've actually tasted the real thing. Like the leaf right off the cactus. It's just really sweet. I don't know how to explain it.
It's funny because I use a product called Huel, and it's got stevia in it, and it tastes all right in that, but that's because it's got other flavors like going on.
Yeah,
with it.
yeah. Sometimes they mix it with other things, like monk fruit, or
Yeah.
change the flavor.
I can't do aspartame. Aspartame gives me headaches.
Oh
Ugh.
no.
I get
Oh.
sick drinking aspartame.
That one gives me
disgusting.
huge headaches. Sucralose is okay. I don't know. I don't really know what to think about that one. Like, it's alright. I don't particularly like it, but it's okay.
I do okay with xylitol, the sugar alcohol.
What the heck is that in?
What's it in?
Yeah.
They use it in different things. I can find it. There's a
Bubblegum
one
usually.
like an alternative to what.
It's in bubblegum a lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
If you've ever
Sugars.
chewed any kind of bubblegum, it's xylitol is usually in bubblegum.
Like, I have to ask, like, how do these guys find this stuff? These chemicals to put in these. Like,
Sugar alcohol.
is-
Yeah.
I just try not to drink all my frickin' like sugar. Like if
Yeah.
I want to eat a piece of cake, I'd like to eat a piece of cake. I don't want to drink a soda that has the same sugar content as the piece of cake. I want to eat the piece of cake.
Probably like
Right.
5 pieces of cake and a to get
Exactly. That's the point I'm
50
making.
grams of sugar. Yeah, you probably
It's a very, very simple statement. Like, don't drink your calorie intake. Like, why are we drinking our calorie intake?
I don't want to eat ice cream that's supposed to taste like birthday cake. I want to eat birthday cake. I don't get that.
Birthday cake ice cream.
Yeah.
Jade figurine.
What would this bring from the right buyer?
Do a run. I'm just going to keep all 3 Jade figurines in my stash. I'm going to start my own collection. I got the bug up my butt the other day on about armor. Like I used to make my chainmail, obviously. Like I made my chainmail, and I was looking at like titanium riveted and like titanium scale mail.
I can't carry any.
I'm like it's like with a car guy. Like I might as well just be looking at like some like Ferrari or something with like a really souped up engine. Like to me that's like awesome. Like I'm over here like, oh man, got the titanium scale, man. 46% the weight of steel. Probably wear that all day and not even get tired. Could probably wear that under my shirt. Nobody would even know.
That'd be me throw.
Can you see my bow, young lady? I'm not a lady. I'm definitely a dude. I got a big old red beard, so. How many ladies? Actually, you know what? Let's flip this back around. How many ladies you know with beards, Chuck?
Too many.
How many you know with beards?
Yeah, they're not the the new women, right? Not the old fashioned boring women. Do you ever see that Ricky Gervais when he's talking about the new women versus the old fashioned women?
The new women versus the old-fashioned women.
Yeah, it's like the boring ones with wombs. He's so funny. I think.
Loose and dangerous.
I don't know, man. Some of the naturally born ones have the old face fuzz too these days. Standards are going bye bye.
From my experience, if they're easy with everybody, so. Even if they're with you. She go throw that thing back for anybody who's got a pulse.
Right.
That's not what you want, fellas. You don't want that game. That's how you get the hyper aids.
Hyper aid. Jesus.
That's
Ginger.
how you get the hyper aids.
The petri dish. Yeah, so the county I live in is like, I think it's rated now like the STD capital of the United States.
Oh, well, let me know where that is so I don't ever show up there.
Myrtle Beach.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's cause we have so many transient people coming through here that it's just like a peak. Like we have like literally have like these like coming through.
Sounds grodaculous. That's my
Yeah.
own word. I made that up. You can use that. Grodaculous. That's grodaculous. That's where you keep your pistol in its holster. You don't let it out to play. I'm still using Lycander's aim. I mean, I could try and upgrade. If I feel like I need to upgrade, I'll upgrade.
Yeah, the only thing you really need for Lycanders is just a shale rune in it.
My little magic arrow doesn't seem like a lot, but it hits hard. My main problem with all the bosons is they just lack like any serious boss killing capability. It feels like they just suck at bosses. I mean, I feel like this one would probably do a little bit better at most of the bosses, but magic, like Uber Diablo and the Tristram crew, they have like really high magic resistance, so I don't really think Magic Arrow is going to do very good against them.
Gotta get that guided arrow piercing amp damage going.
Beautiful ass runes.
Ooh, you know what I just thought I could do with the Valkyrie is I could run Blood Ravens and just be a summoned Valk, a summoned Zon.
Can be kind of interesting. As long as you can keep up a fast enough kill rate, I guess it would work. Pew, 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 pew. I'm considering some things with this character. There's other options for damage types besides just magic. I was thinking about maybe rolling other damage types. I can do fire, I can do ice. Fire arrow and cold arrow both convert to the same way that this does, so if I'm building for conversion, I could potentially build those as well. It's an option.
I think we're gonna have some fun with it.
And then I also technically have physical, like if I'm building physical for the conversion, I technically can do physical as well.
Alright, I checked the roster for launch day, and like 3 other Valks were doing Magic Arrow and or Valkyrie as their main. I'm like, come on, y'all. Change it up. We need fire, we need cold, we need fizz.
We got 3 magic arrows. I'm doing magic arrow. You're doing magic arrow.
Oh, my main's a Valkyrie, but there's like 2 or 3 others besides us who were doing it. I was like, ugh, we don't all want the same damage type.
I mean, magic is a really good damage type, but it doesn't really matter.
Isn't Strafe like mediocre? Like,
It's much better now. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Strafe is actually
okay.
quite good right now. Ever since they gave it some synergies, just helps with the damage buff. It starts at a higher base at level 1, so you're actually doing damage instead of not.
But like compare like multi-shot, like a full multi-shot zone though. Like what would be the advantage of Strafe versus that?
Strafe, you have the chance to hit one target up to 11 times, versus multi-shot, you can hit one target once.
Oh right.
So
Okay.
depending on what your build is, like if you have a very high pierce chance, Strafe could hit several different people in a line, versus multi-shot just hitting everything once and nothing else unless you're piercing.
Oh, okay. Strafe's kind of like a machine gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's shotgun versus machine gun. That's the way to think about it.
Okay.
Most people go multi-shot because when you run a physical Zon, you're mostly there to kill large crowds.
Right.
You're not really the boss killer, but Strafe works just as well, and you use way less arrows. It's not as fast, but I think it's definitely more efficient.
Pupus interruptus.
Okay.
I mean, you know, I sit on here and stream for like 5.5 hours. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Gotta go when you gotta go.
It reminds me, I went on a trip to England one time, and I think it was a 12-hour flight or 12. Yeah. Couldn't go to the bathroom because everyone else was on the plane had gotten sick at the same time.
Oh,
So
that's just rough.
yeah, and I was sick too, but I just couldn't go to the bathroom because.
That's when you pop a squat in the middle of the aisle.
Oh, I wanted to.
Be like, look, I gotta go.
Yeah.
You
There-
gotta
there's-
go. You gotta go.
Yeah, there's sometimes I can't hold it.
You got one of them little doggy bag things that you vomit into? Like,
Yeah.
I'll try and aim. I mean, I'll try.
I was walking in a park once and it hit me. I was like, oh shit, just squatted behind the tree. Just had to do it. It's like coming out.
When you're walking through the park and you feel something fark, diarrhea. Diarrhea.
You gotta find a good bush, man.
Yep. What I did.
Else you get that public indecency charge. That ain't decent.
Did I get my eyeball? Or I forget to get my eyeball. I got my eyeball. Okay. Eyeball. We got some eyeball, boys. And my merc is dead yet again. Merc, 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 merc. Merc can't hang in the merc, merc. Pew, 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 pew.
There's his wall.
Oh, somebody's hunting Izzy.
Short warbow. Is that a hell crap? I think that's a hell crap. Yep, it's a hell crap.
Alright, once I kill Iswal and get the city waypoint, I'm probably hopping off and going to bed.
Sleepy time.
Yeah, I woke up at 3 a.m. today. I'm dead to the world right now.
Rough. I worked night shift last night. It's the only reason I'm going awake right now. Cody, you messed up my green screen.
Talk to you guys later.
Alright,
Yeah,
see you.
Have a good one.
Womp, womp, womp.
Oh. He has so much HP on players 8.
What bow are you using?
I'm just using a short battle bow edge. I don't have anything better yet.
If.
I have a single ith.
You.
I know.
But you had an Amrune? What?
I found an Amrune, yes.
Yeah, dirty hoe.
I also just found 2 Thuls so I can make myself a piece.
I've been completely
3
slacking.
socket light plate I can put it in.
I literally just have Arathas and Angelicon right now with the Lycanders.
So I have a Linger Briser in the stash that I found. And it rolled 60 MF, which is perfect. The ED's 170, which is close to the minimum, but that magic find's pretty sexy.
I like Ginger's approach of showing us how to live off the land.
What do you mean?
whatever you find, you know, is what you got.
Yeah, well, solo
Don't
self
just sit there
found.
farming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't a solo self found character. I did yoink a bunch of the stuff from my mules.
Oh, okay.
I already did a solo self found Amazon. Went from friggin' on P8 all the way through. It's the easiest thing in the world. I just did freezing arrow, clapped everything. I mean, the only thing that was an issue was killing Bale, because Bale takes forever on freezing arrows on. But like the rest of the game was
Takes forever
cakewalk,
in general.
especially on P8. I was in there just like bow 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 bow. Like 30 minutes later. Look, don't let that distract you from the fact that we got a sub 1 hour declone kill on players 8 with 8 noob barbarians, okay? Sub 1 hour, boys.
That'd be a record.
I was on my toes the entire time. I was totally expecting declone to just start regenerating at any moment. Like, because if he had regenerated even for like 2 seconds, he would have undone everything we did in like the past 30 minutes.
Oof. Yay, I have a piece, and now I can have a level 15 Valkyrie on strike instead of a level 1 baby.
Level 1, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the level 1, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Then in 2 more levels, I can use a Linger Briser and literally like quintuple all of my damage.
Pew, pew, pew. I just got recommended a vid from you about farming burr runes. Was that a glitch? Nah. It's an exploit. It's like doing the Mario shell trick on Super Mario Brothers, where you get infinite lives and you jump on the shell and you get like you keep going. Like it's no different than that. Or like you know how where you can get Mewtwo by that truck in like one of the Pokemon games by doing like a specific sequence of commands. Like it's pretty much the same thing as the Mewtwo trick, actually. So in the Pokemon games are also PRNG, and so somebody figured out like the exact sequence of events that was required to force a Mewtwo to spawn, which was crazy. And like so you like go and you do these exact sequence of events and you get a Mew, like a Mewtwo, like really early on or whatever. Well, you're basically doing the same thing. Like you're just doing a sequence of events that leads to a result. And if you follow the instructions precisely, you too can have infinite burr runes. It is not fake. It's not a mid gimmick. Like the instructions are in the description if you want to try it. I can show it to you right now, actually. I don't want to, but I'm trying to play my Amazon, okay? I already did that earlier. If you want to rewind. I was literally doing that just like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours ago. I explained the whole thing too and talked about all of it, so might be worth the watch.
Actually, Ginger, my one of my networking classes just start talking about laying down how to lay down seeds or like
Say, I must have done that, but I had an rune seed because I have like 10 runes in my shared stash and offline.
Yeah, a lot of the times in offline you'll come across something like that and you'll just keep doing the same run. Keep
I
getting
may
the
not
same
even
rune.
realized it. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
People come across the craziest ones too, like they don't realize it. Like they'll come across, like one guy was talking about how he had one where like every time he went to Mephisto's throne room, he clicked on the rack and a Tal's mask popped out. And he must have done like 30 runs and got like 30 Tal's masks. And I'm like, yeah, that's one of them. Not a very good one, but I mean, I don't know what you're doing with 30 Tals masks.
Combining them all to make the mask of all.
Just combine them all together.
Yes.
Wear all of them.
1000% magic or mana and life leech.
It worked for me, but I also should say it made me question everything I've ever done in D2. Good. That's exactly as it should be.
Fight the status quo.
Keep on shooting, don't stop shooting. Bro's got a lot of mercs to gear. Yeah, I guess. That could be a valid excuse.
Good day.
Even though Bulwark's way better. Bulwark, 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 Bulwark. I probably should make my merc a Bulwark. I don't think I have a 3-socket helmet anywhere, though. It has to be an issue. Just keep accumulating wealth. When he stays alive, he raises my damage output, which I like.
9.
The creature from the bog. I'm kind of surprised he's getting his booty cheeks clapped so bad. He's got a hustle, he's got a Honsudan Yare with 3 shell runes in it, and he's got a lifesteal helmet. I mean, he should be doing better than that.
It's everything a merc needs.
I mean, he does more damage than me, I think.
Yay, a whole Ral rune from the forge. It's actually a
Boys.
decent find for normal.
As a soul would be the optimal.
Yes, soul would have been nice just to have the runes ready for an insight.
Pew. Pew, 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 pew. It's the Great Marsh, and I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here in this Great Marsh. It's really ugly. I don't want to see your butt. Your butt is hairy. What? It's so grody. Pew, 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 pew. So many drowned carcasses in here. They just be coming from everywhere. Like I'm in an episode of Zombie Warriors. I kind of feel like certain weapons would just be completely useless against zombies. And skeletons, for that matter. Like slashing and piercing weapons. Like, what is that gonna do against a zombie, really? I guess the slashing
Cut
ones could at
head
least
off?
cut off an arm or something, but like, yeah, or a head. But piercing weapons ain't gonna do much of anything. I feel like for the most part, when it comes to zombies, I mean, or skeletons especially, like, they ain't nothing gonna destroy them things except for getting beat up. Like, you gotta crush them
Blunt
things. Like,
force.
yeah, blunt force trauma. Need them good old mace class weapons. Kingdom Come Deliverance was pretty good with that. The second one, like you had armor class and like you put some chainmail on and that helped you pretty good against like your slashing damage, and then you put your plate mail on, which would help you against your blunt, and you had like the padding underneath and like so it's generally like you kind of protected yourself versus all the types. Make sure you had all the armor on.
Oh, so many maggots down here.
Kill them all. You got to get Pierce as soon as possible so you can get some kind of an AoE.
Yeah, I put 1 point into it, and I'm already up to level 5 for 55% chance, so that's
Makes
not
a
terrible.
huge difference.
It really does.
Because then you can hit 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 monsters instead of just one. Especially Magulair. I had fun in there. I just fired the arrows down the road and everything died.
And 50% chance really isn't bad for level 31. I mean, it's
No,
not
that's
bad
not
in
bad.
general. You could 1 point wonder it and just put on a razor tail or something to get 80+%. No, I would love to find a Bariza and go that route.
It's a little bit of extra cold damage.
Cold damage, high base physical damage, hits pretty fast, 100% pierce. Pretty much everything you want for a budget crossbow.
Pew, 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 pew. Superior Death Mask. 8% enhance. Am I finally out of frickin' Great Marsh, or is this just more Great Marsh? No, look, it's just more Great Marsh. Exactly what I always wanted.
Right, if I usually find the Great Marsh, I just backtrack into the Spider Forest and see if I can find a different exit to Flare.
No, you're absolutely right. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you do. Doesn't always work. There's not always a skip. Wish there was. Well, good. If it was super easy, then you would feel bad about it, right, Zanetti? He's like, it's not really that easy to get the burr rune, and I'm like, well, good. Then you won't feel like you cheater when you get like 30 of them. You're like, man, I worked hard for these 30 burr runes.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Damn, why are you so rude? I mean, this has been an entirely enjoyable like run. I gotta admit, like for P8s, I've had relatively no issue with just about anything. Like immunities haven't been a problem yet. I mean, granted, I'm only in Act 3 Nightmare, so immunities will be coming up. But then at the same time, like I don't think I'll have any issue with any of the immunities anyway. Like what immunities? Oh, fire immune? Oh, I don't care. Lightning immune? Oh, I don't care. Cold immune? Oh, I don't care. Physical immune? Oh, I don't care.
But that one magic immune.
I don't think that magic immunes even exist until like
Hell.
it's
Hell
like
Act 2.
yeah, it's like not
Ancient
even
tunnels.
it's not even until
Not
like
even
deep into
relevant.
Act 2 like hell difficulty.
Alright, I'm getting off. It's bedtime.
Nighty.
Have a good one.
Play your jungle waypoint. Play your jungle waypoint. Come on down a waypoint. Play your jungle waypoint. Alright, so what's my next weapon upgrade from here? Most likely an elite base. Grand Matron bow. Or my Grand Matron bow is like 60. Is it 67? I think.
It's locked.
Are you trying to do a rune word?
Yeah, I'll probably just end up going to like an insight for the time being because it's like the highest damage bow that you can make early on. Highest physical damage anyway. Until I can get my hands on like a better bow. I don't necessarily need the meditation aura because magic arrow doesn't have a mana cost. But it does have critical strike and it also has pretty decent damage output.
Well, unfortunately, you're not a boss killer, so that kind of limits your ability to like get like uniques and stuff.
I can get pretty good uniques just like farming. It's not that big of a deal.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. You're a mass killer. Yeah, that's right.
Trying to think like the best way to actually build this character. I mean, you definitely want 100% deadly strike, if possible.
That works on the magic damage though.
Yeah, because it deadly strikes before the conversion.
Oh, okay, nice.
So I'm doing like 897 damage, like times 2. So I might be doing like around like 1700 damage. As long as I'm deadly striking, which is nice. Half of it is physical, half of it is magical right now because my skill level is kind of low. Which is just par for the course with the way that Magic Arrow works. Because at level 20, it's only well, 24 is what I'm at right now with a 51% conversion rate. So half of the 1600, basically 800 is magic damage. So it just bypasses all immunities. I do notice when a monster is immune to physical, but like it doesn't really stop me from killing them. The mana decreases, Mr. Steiner, with every level. By the time you hit level 13, it costs no mana. So you just gotta keep pouring points into it. The mana decreases with every point that you put in. So the more points you put in, the less it costs, and eventually it gets to the point where it costs nothing. At level 13, if you put every single point you have into it, at level 13 it costs 0 mana. At level 12, it's 0.1. At level 11, it's 0.2. Like, it goes down pretty quickly. Berserker Ratman. He's a rat man. Beep dee beep dee beep dee boop boop. Beep dee beep dee boop boop. Rat man. Let's go get the brain. Pew 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 pew. Like, this guy's got stone skin. Ripping straight through him, too. No problem, Steiner. There's a couple abilities like that that decrease in mana cost as you level them. Double Swing is another one. Double Swing's really good on the Barbarian. I actually really like it for that reason. Double Swing costs no mana once you get it to... actually, I think that one's level 13 also, actually, now that I think about it. Will I respec in Nightmare Hell? No, I don't like to do that. I don't really see the reason for that either, because I feel like if you build your character properly to the build that you're trying to do, I don't think there's any reason for it. I feel like it's just a waste of a respec. I mean, normal difficulty is easy. Nightmare difficulty is honestly pretty easy too. Hell difficulty is difficult, yes. And depending on your build, you might have to do a respec there, which I can totally understand, but like... I just play the same build the whole way through. I have fun with it. Never really had much of a problem, to be honest. When I did my Freezing Arrow Soul Self-Found P8, I literally did the entire thing all the way through on P8 with a friggin' Freezing Arrows on. Never once changed out my skills. Kind of like a little tri-res pair of boots there. Kind of better than my Hasarus's. I mean, they got 30 instead of 20. They got 3 reses on them. Not like particularly amazing reses, but they're 3 of them. There's 3 there. They're there if you got a magnifying glass. All these little dollies in here. It's crazy how good this just 20-point investment is. Like, the ability itself is kind of nuts. 20 points early on, and then just like find a good physical damage bow, and stack on like max damage charms. I mean, anything you can to increase obviously physical damage output, but Dread Froth. Dive Dread Froth. You are a very frothy individual. Nobody likes you. Ooh, so many dolls. Elite dolls. I think I saw some champion dolls in there. I don't know. Death Maul the Dark. That's really close to Darth Maul. What's up, Ice Spell? I love how there's a monster in this game that's literally just two regular monsters stacked on top of each other. Go back to town, drop off some crap. Take you Gibbon. Give my ring. 10% faster cast, 104 attack rating. It's kind of poopy. It's kind of poopy. Take it back. I don't want it. Take it back. Down in to Flare Dungeon Level 3, where the maze of iron bars waits for me. I don't like it, 'cause I gotta run around all over, deep inside underground, and I don't wanna get lost in here. Poison traps everywhere with my fear, and I don't like all the flares, no, shooting flames right up my nose.
Alright, y'all. You hearing that? You hear it live. Ginger's building his first track.
The sounds of D2R. D2R Lullabies by Ginger. Oh my god. Did I go completely the wrong way? No. 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 No, 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 no. I can't believe I went the wrong freaking way. All these stupid iron bars in the way. If only I was a barbarian, yo, I would jump over them and laugh, ho, ho. The fact that the barbarian can jump over the bars is hilarious. Like, bruh, that's not how that works. There's a ceiling there. What ceiling? I don't see a ceiling. Pew, 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 pew. Witch Doctor Endugu. Stop trying to burn everybody with your stupid inferno. Give me my brain. If I only had a brain. Why does this kind of sound like a song from Fifth Element? I don't know why. It kind of sounds like a Fifth Element song. It does. It has a Fifth Element vibe to it. Huh. This website be straight up ripping like songs off too. Like I don't even understand. Like I was listening to one of them and it was straight up just like a BitTune version of like one of like the what is it called? Trans Arc Orchestra or whatever. I can't remember the name of it. But it was straight up a rip off of them, and I was just like, oh, okay. Another one was straight up a rip off of Mario Brothers. I was like, did they just pull this right out of a Mario game? Just like change it up a little bit, like speed it up like tiny bit here, or like slow it down tiny bit there to like make it pass muster, but straight up just like a Mario song. Because I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure that's what they did. This is Mario song. Ow! What? Standing at the door being rude to me. You got 3s in it. You know you can always transmute them up and get yourself some. You can transfer as your burrs to jaws, and your jaws go to chams, and your chams go to zods. You get enough of them, you can do some transmute ups and get all the high runes you ever wanted. And then realize they're useless because you don't have the ist runes to use them. You don't have the mal runes. You don't. You don't have any of the runes that you need to actually make it function, like Vex, Cham. Vex, Sir, Low, Ohm, Mal, Is. You don't have any of like the other runes to actually make it work. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm glad I have opened the door for you to some fun things to test out. Finding your own patterns, I think, is the more fun part of it. Sometimes I feel like people don't realize that when they watch my video. They're like, oh man, this is stupid. You're a butt face and you look ugly and your mom's a hoe. And I'm like, oh dang, you didn't have to go that far. But like, other people who are smart enough to understand what's going on start to like play with it and like you know, mess with the system and see how it functions and like change variables and start testing various things and actually like having fun with it, which is really what I intended in the first place. Because once you start to understand how the system works, you know, once the veil has been uncovered from your eyes, you can start messing with the system yourself, and you can start making your own patterns and finding your own interesting things that you could potentially mess with. And I like that. I like that. Did I already find the Flanger dungeon with the jungle waypoint? I can't remember. Somehow it made you think that life is a simulation. Well, I think that Diablo, the way that Diablo 2 handles the random number generation is probably the most realistic random number generator I've ever seen. And I think it might explain why so many people come back to Diablo 2 after many, many years. I think it's that the random number generator is very lifelike in how it functions. You know, I'm not really sure how to explain it. You know, like when you flip a coin, like people will say that there's a 50-50 chance that you will get, you know, heads or tails, right? So you got a 50-50 chance. But that's not how Diablo 2 works, and that's not how real life works either. Like realistically, if you actually look at how it functions, there's no 50-50 chance about nothing. Like in real life, when you flip a coin, the result is predetermined by a series of variables in real life. You know, like what are the variables of real life? Well, like how much, you know, pressure did the person put onto the coin when they flipped it? Like what was the airspeed at the moment of the flip? What about the barometric pressure? How about the like weight of the coin? Is it a lighter coin or a heavier coin than a normal coin? You know, like did he catch it midair or did he let it fall to the ground? Was the ground made out of tile or was it made out of wood? You know, like there's millions, if not like trillions of variables that can occur in real life that eventually lead to a result. And you know, a lot of people have speculated that if you had like a supercomputer, you could calculate all the variables and predict the future basically, like within a certain like margin of error. There's a couple of movies that were made off of that very same principle actually. And I mean, in a way, Diablo 2 is giving you a very lifelike simulation. It's creating variables by using your actions to give you a result, and your actions are therefore, you know, like the same thing as the variables in real life. Like how much pressure did you put on the coin? Like when you flipped it? Like what was the airspeed when the coin flipped? Like in Diablo 2, though, it's where did you go? Like what borders did you cross? How many items do you have on you at any given time? You know, like what's your magic find percentage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it uses those variables to come to a result. What's your player count? You know, and the variables that you input equal an output. It's like an input-output system. Just like life is an input-output system, really. That's deep. It's deep. What's up, Darkado? No pay to play on D2R. No pay to play? You can pay me. I take monies. All math. That's right, all math. Big brain. Math brain. Big math. Big old math brain. Come on down and let's train. We got a brain. A math brain. We got a beautiful, lovely math brain. What's up, Mr. Flayer Demon? Die, Mr. Flayer Demon. Nobody like you anyway. Your butthole is itchy. Thrasher minions. Oh, he got stone skin. He's so pretty. It's too bad I don't care about your stone skin. It's too bad I don't care about your stone skin. No wonder they're actually hard to kill though. But my magic hero is doing his job. Pew, 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 pew. Bringing him down pretty quickly. And there goes your boss. I thought he was a house. And then we get the double shot. Look here, you weird doom apes. These monsters always like I never understood these monsters, the way that they attack, their pattern, like the whole 9 yards. It was always really weird. Like the way that they run away. Like I never understood what they were. Like, are they gorillas? Are they demons? Are they gorillas? Are they Greemans? They kind of look like Greemans. Greemans and or gorillas. Or Greemans. No, Greemans or Dorillas. They're frogs? No, because there's another frog monster in the game. That definitely is a frog. There totally is a frog monster. Gear and level, I'm level 59. Like Cander's aim, Annie Rothaset, all its main. Cause Rothaset, and I use some angelic rang mail with a little rang. Going to jail, and we got some Janks with the maximum damage. To get all my maximum damage, got the Janks. Janks. I basically just stack maximum damage. A little poison damage to arrest regeneration. I like to stop regen. It helps out a lot. If you don't have a regen stopper, you should get one. It's amazing. I think you'll like it. That's a mean snake. Look at that mean snake. Snake'ems. Step on the snake. It's a mean snake. Come back here and get stepped on, snake. Fine, don't get stepped on. Can't imagine living in a jungle like this. With like snakes and ants and all sorts of crazy stuff just crawling over you all night long. I mean, it's not like they had insecticide. Them bugs probably crawl all over you in the nighttime. I hope you itchy just thinking about it. I hope you just got itchy. I hope you got itchy thinking about it, because it makes me itchy too. It's grody. I can't remember what movie I watched. It was a long time ago. This guy tried to sleep in the jungle and he had like bugs all over him. Like woke up and just was covered in like ants and all sorts of crazy bugs. What the hell movie was that? It's been a while. I mean, that's some creepy stuff. Just wake up with a bunch of bugs all over you. Man, can you get out of my face? Can you get out of my face? Dang. Gloom Crawler, Mana Burn. Man, they be going at it too. They got the frenzy and they start building stacks, and then all of a sudden they just smacking the crap out of everything over there. They don't even care. Pew, pew, pew. Extra strong, extra fast. Spine wolf. Welcome to the Spine Wolf. We got lots of spines. If you need a spine, my friend, we got some extra spines in the Spine Wolf. These Thrashers got a lot of HP. Which way am I going to go late game for Boson? Which skill? Magic Hero. I'm planning on doing an actual Magic Hero character. I'm going to build full Magic Hero. Magic, magic, magic. I may specialize, sub-specialize into Cold Arrow and Fire Arrow just for the lulz. I don't necessarily need to, but I'm going to have a lot of points left over at end game, so I can pretty much do whatever I want with my points. Man, y'all some mean little punks. I've always wanted to do a Magic Hero build, and I think this is the time. This is the moment. This is the do jank, and I'm gonna get some fruit snacks because I want some fruit snacks. Fruit snacks. And some porkum twists. Some ethereal porkum twists. These come from the Ghostland. Snacks. Alright, so we're in Kuros Bazaar, right? Yeah. Alright, so let's find our book. You have found a book? What, offline? Online? And total? A lot? A lot. More characters than I think I can count. I have multiple single player accounts. I mean, I definitely have 24 characters online. And then, probably way more than that offline. Because there's no limit offline, so. Hey, there's that guy that was spamming my chat earlier. Why don't I play hardcore? Because I don't like having a momentary mistake end my entire Diablo 2 career that may or may not have anything to do with me. Actually, usually doesn't have anything to do with me.
Or a risk sudden stroke from the oncoming blood pressure.
I mean, I don't really die that often when I play the game anyway. Like, unless I'm playing a character that I'm deliberately, like, going out of my way to be more aggressive with than I otherwise normally should, but... Like, I don't really see it as a challenge, I guess, because I don't like to play that way. Let me put it a different way. So, me and 7 other barbarians during our 8-man barbarian run decided that we wanted to go try and kill Uber Diablo well before we were supposed to be able to kill him, and group up and see if we could do our best to just make it work. At like, what would be like level 60 with like very poor equipment, we went in and we spent almost an hour dying repeatedly to try and kill Uber Diablo. It was amazing. It was super fun. Like, wouldn't trade it for the world. And you know what? And I thought to myself, I'm like, you know, this never would have happened if we were in hardcore. Never. Not in a million years would we ever even dare to try and attack a declone, an Uber Diablo with subpar level 60 characters that have no equipment. I had more fun doing that freaking declone run than I'd probably have over 100 hardcore runs. And that's just one such example. I think the biggest failing of hardcore is the simplest failing of hardcore. You can no longer ask the question, what if? You just can't do it. So when you approach a really strong monster that looks like he could pretty much one-shot you in a single stroke, you can no longer ask the question, well, what if I fight him anyway? You can't do it, because if you go in there and he one-shots you, then that's it. That's the end of your entire run. As a softcore player, I can ask that question. I can ask the what-if question on a regular basis. If I see some ridiculous pack of monsters that looks like it'll absolutely ream me out of existence, I can go in there and see if I can do it. I can try and, like, challenge myself to fight a monster that looks like he'll probably one-shot me in a heartbeat, and play around with all the different ways that you could potentially approach that fight and come up with responses to, you know, like the way that that particular monster is challenging. The hardcore becomes a lesson in futility. Like, you don't go fight those monsters. When you see them, you run away from them. Like, you don't go and fight Uber Diablo with an under-geared character. You wait until you're properly geared and you go fight the character when you know you'll survive. I mean, that's besides the point. Like, I use the animals as an excuse, but I mean, I think that the inability to ask the question, what if, is probably the biggest failing of hardcore in general, and why I just avoid it. Like, what if I take my level 49 character and go fight Udu declone with him? I feel like I'm much more capable as a player too, because I don't avoid those kind of like encounters. Like the really strong monsters that will kick your boot cheeks in. Like, going up against them on a regular basis has taught me how to deal with them, like how to maneuver, like what to avoid, what not to avoid, like where to stand, how fast to kill them, how slow to kill them. 1,000 million things that a hardcore character might never learn. Like, dolls, for instance. You know, those things that hardcore players probably avoid like the plague. Dolls are actually eminently killable if you kill them properly. You just got to kill them slowly, one at a time, and with a single target ability that doesn't hit the entire screen. If you kill them one at a time, as slowly as you can possibly kill them, and heal up in between, you can actually generally stay alive in between kills. You're probably not going to die to just one doll. You usually only die to multiple dolls. That's really the biggest issue. You can also block them, which you wouldn't know either because most of the time you just run screaming from them like your hair's on fire. So like when it comes to dolls, if you walk on your Paladin, if you have 75% block chance, and you do your best to kill them slowly, most of the time you can almost completely mitigate them entirely. But that's not what happens most of the time in hardcore. In hardcore, people run screaming from them. They don't block anything because they don't realize that they can block them. They also accidentally kill them way too fast, and that's how they end up popping. So you don't like ask the question what if and find out the answer, which the answer is yeah, there's ways to kill them effectively that don't exist if you don't actually fight them on a regular basis. I mean, you can also have your merc engage them. Yes, that works, but I don't particularly like doing that because then the doll runs over to me and then the merc runs over to me and then I end up getting freaking like one shot by the doll because the merc runs over and kills him really quickly. I prefer to deal with them like on my own terms as opposed to somebody else's terms. The merc is okay if you can handle it and keep the aggro on them, which is not always the case. And I am like super poisoned. Look at this super poison. Have I played Witcher 3? I think I did like maybe like one or two videos. I don't know. I don't remember if I played it on stream. I think I've always kind of avoided Witcher on stream because there's boobies in it. I was afraid I was going to get banned or something. I got boobies all over that game. Not that I don't like boobies. I like boobies. But you know, YouTube has like that whole censorship thing, and then I don't know, they probably put like a 18 plus tag on my videos. I think that's why I kind of avoided it. Boobies. Boobies, 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 boobies.
Damn it! I wish you people would just leave me alone. Oh, here I am alcohol the alchemist. I dabble in potions and salves, and I can sell you some if you really need them. But don't make a habit of coming here. I don't like to be disturbed while I'm studying. Ah, the golden robe of Kunle. Busy yourself when I experiment with the ashes within it. Then return and see what I've made for you. It pains me to waste time with you, so I'll get right to the point. There is a very special book that you must find. It was written long ago by a sage known as Ramson, who studied Skaxini magic and the effects of the prime evils on the mortal world. The black book was lost when the children of Satarum took over this land. Now you must reclaim it without delay. It pains in the ashes.
There's freaking spiders in here, man. How to get uber poisoned. I've even got 75% poison length reduction, and that poison was just insane. It was like a 12-minute poison over there. I don't think this is the right one. It can't be the right one. What was that? Oh, yeah, I definitely went to the wrong one. Why did I come in here? I guess I was just playing around. It's definitely not this one. It's always the one that points, like, down. It's never the one that points to the right. Here it is. I think these guys are immune to magic in hell difficulty. The Wailing Beasts. I don't know if I remember correctly.
Yep.
They seem to be resistant to my magic arrow. I was kind of mad when they took magic damage out of Diablo and put in arcane. So stupid. Oh my god, one of them got me with their super duper uber poison. Pardon me while I melt over here in the corner from rancid gonorrhea land. Did you just run away from me, you little punk? Ow! That poison is ridiculous. Freaking. I got like really good poison res. I got decent poison res anyway. And I got 75% poison length reduction. That jank still lasts forever.
Crit poison.
Oh, you know it. Apparently. I didn't get the right waypoint. Holy crap, that chill. That was ridiculous. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to make it. I was looking hairy there for a second. I slowed down to a freaking crawl. My Valkyrie just got punked by a flying scimitar. The hell? She got wrecked too.
It's locked.
There she is, Battle Maid Serena. Good old door choke points. Keeps you from getting surrounded. Lets you take out a large group of monsters. Ah! So many spidums. Why are there so many spidums? Ow! Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a crit poison. Time to fall back to the choke point. Alright, still poisoned, but okay, whatever. Will you guys drop me an antidote potion, maybe? Of course not. What's up, Tomac? The Mac of the toe. He's a Tomac.
I am over.
He be macking on them toes. Oh, no, you don't be healing the person I'm trying to shoot. Oh my god. That poison. Why? Dude, this poison is like eternity. How many seconds is this poison? Like 10 trillion? Oh my god, it's finally over. It was like a full minute. And that's with 75% poison length reduction. That comes from the Aratha's amulet. What the hell would it have been if I didn't have 75% poison length reduction? 10 years? Your grandchildren are poisoned, and your grandchildren's grandchildren are poisoned, and your grandchildren's grandchildren's grandchildren are poisoned. Like, dang, all right. That seems a little rough, but I mean, it's poison for all eternity.
Spider's curse.
Just poison for all eternity. Let me max your toes. Don't mac my toes. Mac your own toes. Get your own toes to mac. Don't be macking on my toes. Ow. Stupid dolls. Pew, 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 pew. Knowing my luck, if I ever played hardcore, I would have a very helpful Javazon come down and help me with the dolls, and then throw a javelin into the dolls while I'm in melee range, and pop them all at the same time, murdering me instantly. Which has happened to me on multiple occasions. People join my group and they're like, "Let me come help you," and I'm like, "No, please don't." And then I instantly die because they throw a javelin into the doll pack, and they're like, "Well, I'm fine," and I'm like, "Well, I'm so happy that you're okay." So happy. Ecstatic. Now, if you would mind picking my body up off the floor and bringing it to the nearest priest for resurrection.
Wrong game.
Ow. What? Wrong game? Aw. Please, will you resurrect me? I was watching some anime recently where the guy was, he was happy he died. He was like, good, I can finally rest now. And one of the other characters started resurrected him and slapping him in the face. I was like, "Don't you give up on me." He's like, "No, I don't want to go back."
You robbed the man of his visit to the Great Hall.
Did you ever see that episode of In the Heat of the Night where the guy had like 6 wives and like 2 children with every wife, and like he was a really dutiful and very good husband, and all of his wives actually loved him to death, but like in the episode he ends up getting accidentally poisoned. The poison was meant for somebody else, and he dies, and like on his deathbed he's like, "Thank God I could finally rest." I don't even know how he's doing it. Taking care of one woman hard enough. I just want to sit down for a little bit. Man, these little bats.
It's locked.
Alright, we gotta find his hearts. Finding that heart at the bottom of the tomb where the poopies are. I like how there's just poop and pee like all over the place down here too. Like when you look on the ground, it's just like doo-doo. Rats running around everywhere, eating doo-doo turds. Doo-doo turds.
There's like a new species of crocodile that got found recently. They live exclusively in a cave system and eat bats, and they're orange color because they swim in guano all day.
Interesting. I mean, pink flamingos are pink because they eat shrimp all the time.
Yeah.
They're actually not pink until after they start eating their shrimp. They're born white. It's kind of interesting to see. Like the little baby pink flamingos come out and they're not pink. Where the hell is this stupid heart at? I just wanna collect and move on to Act 4. Where the hell is this stupid heart at? I just need to get it to move on, my friend. But it's never easy to find. Always running around and wasting time. And then you finally find it and you'll be like, yo, why was it so hard? Where you at, Ice Hawk with Riftwing? Oh, there you are. Teleportation.
That's a good question. Was magic damage reduction, does that work on poison?
Don't know. Don't know if it's considered magic or not.
Yeah.
I mean, technically physical damage reduction and magical damage reduction, like flat damage, kind of both apply to the same thing anyway, so. I was looking into the crossover at one point, trying to figure out what the hell, like why there's a crossover in the first place and how it functions, and like basically what I came down to the conclusion of is it seems to have something to do with the fact that, like, you know, like some abilities are not purely physical and some abilities are not purely magical. So like in the case of, say, like Fire Arrow, which is half physical, half magical, like MDR and PDR work together against that. Like there's a lot of abilities in the game that have like both elements apparently. I got the hot boys. Let's get the hell out of town. My boots are covered with the poopies and I do not like. I need to get the hell out and take a hike. But the duty's everywhere and I cannot run away. Oh my dear Lord Jesus, it smells like hay in the middle of the farm. With the horses in the brown
Got a small
turds.
charm back there.
With the horses in the brown turds. A small charm.
Yeah, it was back in the
15 poison damage over 3 seconds. I already had one of those. I threw it away earlier. Because I found a 15 poison damage with 135.
Hey, you can stop monster regen.
Yeah, I have a couple poison charms for that.
Oh, okay.
I already got a few of them. I got a 25, I think another 25, and I got like a 15. It's more than enough. Oh, we in the upper crest. We doing a loop-de-loo. Don't let them catch you. Don't let them go. And that decoy running low. We gotta go. I think I'm gonna have to kill these guys. Well, that was easy enough. Moving on. Alright. This should be pretty easy. Let's put a decoy up at the door. See if we can attract some attention. Torque Ice Fist. I pretty much figured they were going to spam heal each other. I'm probably not going to be all out DPS there healing, which is fine. See if we can drag them out. Alright, there's one council member down.
Your question: if you were able to snipe, like randomly shoot arrows and hit one while they're in the temple, will they all heal the guy that's being hit while you're out of visual range?
Yeah.
Okay.
They love spam healing.
Gotcha. I didn't know if if the heal was like a range, depending on like how close you were to them.
What I'm trying to do right now is hit like multiple of them at the same time, using my piercing ability, and hoping that my piercing ability can cause them to cross heal each other.
Oh yeah.
Which will lead to one or more of them becoming vulnerable from spam healing back and forth. I don't need to kill all of them, I just need to kill one of them.
Oh, run!
I mean, Ishmael Vilehand's looking pretty low. Oops, I didn't mean to pull in extra monsters on the side. Why is Ishmael Vilehand not getting healed? Out of all of them, he seems like he's just kind of being ignored. Oh, well, there you go. He got a heal that time. Gotta be some Night Lords around to shoot some fireballs at my butt cheeks. Nice. Oh, come on. That council member's dead. Yes. Alright, one less healer in the mix. Here we go. We're hitting two of them at the same time right now. That is the ideal. There we go. One more down. Two at the same time again. Just kind of spread their healing out a little bit. It helps out tremendously. There you go. Now it's just torque. Man, that frost nova. Alright. A blue circlet. It is the boobies. It is the boobies. let's see who's left up here. I know I didn't kill them all. Ow. I managed to pull out a group of them, which is good. Aw. They spread out and started healing each other. That was weird. It's like they stopped attacking and we're just like, alright, heal mode. It was unfortunate. Can't see them to line this up properly. Gonna have to pull them out here. Oh my god, will you stop it? Spinning me. Nice, a Grand Charm too. Ugh. Stupid healing council members. Heal this. Of course you do exactly the right move. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even know what's going on with the other guy. He's just standing there. Golem Flamefinger is literally just standing there. See if I can. I think I'm hitting all three of them at the same time right now. Which is the best way to dish out damage to these guys because they can't heal very well when they're all taking damage. And now Gleb, who seems to be stuck in the wall. Easy win, I'll take it. Can't remember how big the fire enchant explosion is. I think this is far enough away. If it's not, I'm dead.
Skatsum's reign is renewed.
Alright, on to kill a Dance of Hate level 3 Mephisto. Running through the durance because the dolls are trying to get in my pants.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
They're so mean that I'm looking kinda green. Just keep running. Just keep running, just keep running. Don't stop running, just keep running. Bingo! Bingo bongo. Get some health potions. I seem to be completely out of health potions. Ah, there's so many dollies. Run away from the dollies. Dolly distraction. Ah, so many dollies. There's so many dollies. It's like they've got a factory down here or something. So many dollies. Everywhere that I turn. So many dollies. And not the good kind, the kind that burn. It burns, it burns. It burns like fire. It burns so hot. They always try to kill me, and I don't know why. Maybe they're just evil. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they'll do it anywhere. But I don't wanna die. Evil little zombie, yeah. Evil little zombies, yeah. When you kill them, they go pop. You don't want it, no, you do not. They blow up and your face goes with it. It's not fun, let me tell you what. Pop, 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 pop like popcorn. Little popcorns with horns. That's right, with horns. They got horns. With horns. Not without horns. They got with horns. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, stabby stabs. Why are you so many stabby stabs? So many stabby stabs. Get on. No, okay. No stabbing. Stabber, no stabbings. Ow, ow, ow. Stop stabbing me. I said stabber, no stabbing. It's like Dora the Explorer. You guys gotta help me out, guys. Say it with me. Stabber, no stabbing. Stabber, no stabbing. Stabber, no stabbing. Aw, shucks. I just wanted to stab. I always like how in Dora the Explorer, like, they like, swiper, no swiping. And he just like, eventually he just gives up. He's like, aw, shucks. Well, dang, I guess I can't swipe things because they said swiper, no swiping 3 times. Like I'm some sort of reverse Beetlejuice or something. And she says it in Spanish too, just to be sure. Apparently swiper's Spanish. I'm not sure if that's racist or not. The thief fox is Spanish, guys. Mexican. That's okay, guys, because we got a map, we got a map, we got a map, we got a map. This map is doing us no good because we can't find stupid headshots. Oh my god, we've looked across the entire thing already. Where is it? We got a map, we got a map, we got a map, we got a map. Map, 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 map. Is this it? Is this it? Is this? No, this is not it. This is the fakey. This is the fakey fake outer. It's the fakey fake fake fako. This is the faking town from faking land. It's fake for faking fake people. Fake. And that's a dead end. I can tell by the tile. Okay. What is even left? What is left, 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 baby, don't hurt me. Don't twerk me. No more. Bow, 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 bow. It's like we haven't checked up here yet. Let's check up north. There's definitely a pathway up here which leads to something. Perhaps my soul. Oh my dear Lord Jesus, man, this is ridiculous for a nightmare map. Unless I just missed it somewhere. I ain't ever seen a nightmare map be this ridiculous. It's like there's an area up here I missed. This is it, isn't it? It is it. I recognize that pattern. Pew, 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 pew. Let's try casting a decoy. Let's see what happens. Immediately, like, freaking gobsmacked by freaking Bremla Sparkfist. Just keep letting them have it. Keep letting them have it. Keep letting them have it. Don't let them heal. Don't let them heal. Don't let them get them. Ah! Pew, 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 pew. Can we actually kill one? Hey, we did it. We did it again. Miracle among miracles. Oh, there's one of them just spamming heals from the corner there. We spamming heals. Come in here, spam heals. Dang it. Heal's impressive. Ah, you failed! You failed! You dirty hoe. That's right, fall down. Can nobody like you nary ways. Nobody like you nary ways. I don't know what a nary ways is, but I'm sure it's impressive. What's up, Mayfer Poopy Hand? Would you like a porkum twist? I got, there's a big one. You want that one? Bloodlords. Friggin' champion Bloodlords. They're life leech. Alright, almost done. Almost done. And we got one more champion hiding in the corner here. Let's get rid of. Oh, it's a possessed. Ooh, fancy. Not used to seeing those guys. Possessed Bloodlords. Thank you for my juvies. God. These guys are always such a pain in the butt to kill because they steal so much HP back. With spells, no less. I always wondered how that was possible, like, that they're literally casting spells and they're stealing HP with spells. I was always wondering, like, what that was really about. Kind of seemed OP. Time for some AFK fruit snacks. I have my ways. I don't need to always hold down the mouse button. There's a bunch of different ways you can potentially make the game keep firing if you're not even doing anything. Look, it's fruit snack break, okay? Fruit snack break. There are some lots of fruit snacks. You guys want some too? Oh, let's take some. Andy, Mephisto, or Diablo? Mephisto got some pretty OP abilities. I think Mephisto would probably be the one. I mean, I do like Diablo's Fire Nova, though. Which that thing could be legit for farming some low-level zones. Tap that Fire Nova and everything dies. Man, it's gonna be a minute. It's gonna be a whole minute. A whole minute. I'm gonna take this time to get some snacks. Yeah, but then I wouldn't be able to like AFK it, which was what I'm doing. I'm not actually holding down any buttons, so hands free, my friend, hands free. Then I'd have to hold down the shift key, and I don't think that would work. Hopefully not as long as it took you guys to kill Declone. Yes. I never noticed he has like, so he has like this smoke coming up from underneath of him. There's like little skulls in the smoke. I never really noticed that before. Behind Trav Waypoint? I have to go take a look. You talking about behind the building or up on top of the platform? I'm just slowly waiting for Mephisto to die, boys. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Slowly but surely. Oh, you want flat physical damage, Mark. Higher physical damage because it converts your fizz to magic, so you want fizz, not magic. I mean, Zephyr is right. If I just aim down the center, I'd probably hit more often. Unfortunately, he does like to dance. Sometimes I wonder, like, Cody, when he's downstairs with me, sleeps, or at least I think he does anyway, because he's usually with me when I'm sleeping, so I'm sleeping at the same time he is. But then when we come up here, he's just sleeping the entire time. As if this is his bedtime and not that. Which means, what is he doing the entire time while I'm sleeping? Probably whining at the door. Come on, Mephisto, die. We ain't got time for this. Alright, Mephisto. You dead yet? No. More time. You don't even have to do the moat trick. There's a couple different ways. There's like a corner trick you can use. There's a couple like little weird spots where you can get him stuck in. Poor guy.
Success. But still, there's something not right.
Well, he dropped me a stag bow.
I am overburdened.
Can they all do it? I don't know if they can all do it. I know most of them can do it. So we got Woe Stave, which didn't roll very well. We got what? Pierre Tomblequion. I don't think I need that either. Then we got a stag bow. Rolled awful. Sword is awful. An ethereal belt with repairs durability. Alrighty then. Got a whole lot of nothing else going on for it though. And an axe of dipoopies.
I am overburdened.
Somebody asked why I wasn't using my mercenary. He was just dying too much. I don't really know why. He's not badly geared. He's not underleveled. He's got a hustle armor on. He's got an undead crown for life leech and a Honsudan Yare with 3 shell runes in it. And somehow he's still murdering himself. I don't know why. And he's got Valkyrie to back him up. Getting his booty cheeks clapped is what he's getting. I'm making sure to follow one good one. And Zafira. And Zydikos. And Silas. And Free Up One Upples. And the Wicked Lizard 2000. And Iron Mad 15. And Space Scoundrel Shasta. And Adam K. That's right. Kill that like button. Kill it hard. What's up, Robbie? What if I can upgrade this bow? Actually, I don't have any pole runes, so. What if I could even transmute up to a pole? I don't even know. I mean, upgrading this bow would be massive. Yeah, I need a good base for it, though. Unfortunately. Currently using Lycander's aim. Lycander's aim. Not to be confused with Lysander. It's Lycander. Two different people. Where are you at? Izzy busy, wizzy, wizzy, busy. Are you yanking my pizzle? Superior Partisan. Not Ethereal. What's it got on it? 2 sockets? Yuck. Pew, pew, pew. Banehorn. Sounds like a porno name. Come on down, guys, and see Banehorn live in camera as he spreads his filth across the world. Banehorn. Alright, well, there's the way down. With some spicy Fanat monsters in the way. Stone Skin or Enchanted. Puke Venom the Wrath. Look at those steady chunks coming off with the magic damage. It's pretty impressive. Especially considering he's Stone Skin, so most of my physical damage isn't even counting. Alright, we still gotta find what's his face. I want my 2 skill points. Everybody like their 2 Iswall skill points. What are you gonna do? Gotta have your 2 Iswall skill points, suckers. Izzy busy, 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 busy. Izzy busy was a wizzy. Izzy busy had no hizzy. Izzy wizzy wasn't very busy, wizzy hizzy. That doesn't really quite work as well. It's not as good as the original. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't very fuzzy wuzzy. Izzy Busy was a bear. Izzy Wizzy had no hair. Izzy Wizzy wasn't very wizzy wizzy busy. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. It's in the thing. It's how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. And then you can follow it up if you want to. We used to follow it up. But a woodchuck can't chuck wood, so a woodchuck doesn't chuck wood. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. But a woodchuck can chuck wood, so the woodchuck can chuck wood. Hey, a pole rune. Exactly what we need to upgrade our dewjack. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Now we need a lum rune so we can do this. And then we need an emerald for the perfect piss. And take them dewjacks out of there cause they suck. Gonna do some stuff and then we transmute up. Transmute up. Transmute up. Gotta do the transmute up. Oh no, it's 65 and I'm only 62. No! No! Now we go back to the baby bow, cause we got that jank, that baby bow. Baby bow, look at me, a baby bow. I got a baby bow, she's not a ho. I got a baby bow. Baby bow. That's why I didn't throw away my baby bow. Baby bow, baby bow. Baby bow. Baby bow. How much do I need? 152 decks? Okay. And how much more we have? Hold on. Is there any stats on this? There's stats on this in there. Hold on. Okay, and we need how much more strength? We need 108 strength. Okay, we gonna be ready. We gonna be ready. We gonna be Redums. We gonna be Redums. It's gonna be a big upgrade because we gonna do the Grand Matron. The Grand Matron, oh. The Grand Matron. We should socket it too. Probably the best bow we're gonna have for a while. I need 3 more levels. Baby bow working better? I don't think so. It's a little faster, maybe. I think it's a little faster. I think it's about the same damage. Less plus to skills, less conversion, more physical damage, less magical damage. Because my magic arrow goes back down to level 20, which means I only have 43% conversion instead of 51% conversion. Where the hell is his wall? He be hiding up in here. Oh yeah, my AR is 14,648. Well, I think even with the other bow, I was sitting pretty high on AR too. What's the best endgame bow for magic arrow? It depends on what you're doing. So I'm trying to go for the unblockable magic arrow, which requires like level 49 magic arrow, and I'm probably going to end up needing faith or mist bow for that. My merc just got merked, boys. However, if you were going with a pure physical build, it could be faith or wind force, depending on how you have your build set up. Gut poison the impaler. Pew pew pew. Pew 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 pew. What if I could make a mist? What does mist require besides the cham rune, which I already have? I don't even remember. Shamshield Gullthal. I don't have a gull. Ohm Ja Lem Eld. Huh. I don't have an ohm. No ohm, no gull. Don't have the base either, so it doesn't matter. Anyway.
I am overburdened.
God, where is this stupid guy at? I'm so sick of looking for you, his wall. Oh, that's kind of nice. 1 to 25 lightning, 29% fire risk. Where are you, Izzy? Bo busy, banana fan of full fizzy. I kind of like the old school graphic for Magic Arrow better than the new one. I think it looks cooler. Pew, 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 pew. Actually, yeah, COH is my end game goal for this build. Plus the skills, try and get as many plus the skills as I can. And the undead demon damage is nice too, of course. Laying of Hands would be really nice also. So many corpulents. Corpulents have such high HP, especially at player's 8. Oh, and this one's Demon Stone Skin. I'm glad that corpse didn't touch me. That corpse probably freaking would have hit me like a Mack truck. Foul Maim the Hunter. Do I not have treachery? I'm still using a bunch of low-level equipment. I haven't really upgraded anything. My goal for this wasn't really to like deck myself out in the best gear that I could possibly get. I'm planning out a character for the ladder start on March 7th. And I kind of wanted to get an idea of how good and how far the character could go on basic equipment. I mean, I'm already level 62. And I'm in Nightmare Act 4. So, like, I think I've been doing pretty well. I managed to clear everything with pretty trash level gear. I mean, Lycander's aim is decent, but, like, this, like, short siege insight bow, which isn't even really a good base for it, it's pretty decent, too. Like, it's not terrible. Yeah, and I'm still on Players 8, so I've been on Players 8 the entire time. Like if I drop this down to P1 right now, I'd start flying through it. Wom, 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 wom. Hey, we've been looking for you all over the place as well. Is it busy? Is it wizzy busy? What's going on? Is it busy wizzy? So you betrayed all your friends and the angels in heaven, they booted you to the curb. And you became a demon, and it's not very nice cause you is steaming, and you got a sword. It's really pretty. It's nice and shiny, but it's gone. Cause you a silly Billy angel that betrayed your friends, and now you gonna die in the end. And gonna take your soul back to his wall and give it to Ethereal, cause he gonna give me 2 skill points, yo. If I tell him I killed you in hell, yo. Is it busy, wizzy, tizzy, wizzy, wizzy, pizzy, izzy? Man, my single target damage is terrible. I mean, it is player's 8. And if I dropped this down, I think I'd be fine. Like, if I dropped it down to P1, I think I'd probably rip right through him. But man. His wall can't kill my Valkyrie, though. What the hell's up with that? Stingy, stingy, stingy hoe. Stingy, stingy, stingy hoe. It costs 0 mana for Magic Arrow. 0. 0, 0, 0 mana for the Magic Arrow, cause it don't cost nothing, son. Ain't got nothing on the bun. It gonna level up to level 13, and once you hit level 13, it costs nothing. It is the Magic Arrow. Don't cost no arrows, yo. It don't have no mana, even an arrow. That's right. I don't have to worry about mana. I don't got to worry about arrows. I'm not burning no arrows. It don't matter. Like, I could throw the arrows in the dirt. I guess we get another snack break. I mean, I don't know. Get some water. I haven't drowned. Some thirstums. Get some of that distilled. I got some distilled. Hey, he's almost dead. He gave me a burnt wand and a cudgel. An ethereal burnt wand. 20 to 42 fire. 1 to 283 lightning. 19 to 73 cold. Dual leech. Friggin'. Tyrael was a fool to have trusted. He was a fool. Not know I'm sorry. Not know I shouldn't have done it. Not, you know, like, hey, you know, I'm sorry I betrayed all my friends. Nah, you know what he said? You know what he said? You know what he said? He said Tyrael was a fool. That punk biatch. Come down here, trusting people. How dare he put his faith in people? How dare he trust his friend? How dare he put trust in anybody? That's his fault. That's all his fault for trusting people. He not allowed it. You shouldn't be trusting nobody. Don't be trusting no souls. Don't you dare have friends. Don't you dare have family. Don't you trust nobody your whole life. Don't you dare do it. Don't you dare do the trusting. Don't you be trustworthy. Hey, you just a fool. You a trustworthy fool. That's what you is. A fool. Pew pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Hey, look, it's a beverage keep. A bevrato. A bevrato gelato. Pew 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 pew. Got enough attack rating. Got 14,000 attack rating. Ah. Attack my decoy. Punk. Stop picking on my merc. Y'all always picking on him. Always picking on him. Stop picking on him. What do you do to y'all? He ain't do nothing. Quit picking on him. Picking, 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 yo. Picking, 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 yo. Always picking on my merc. Picking, 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 yo. There'd be like 72 minions on the screen, and the monster still going straight for my boy. Turn him green. I don't like it, yo. He's always dead, ho. And then I gotta spend another 50K. Valkyrie, get in there and back up my boy. Okay? Back up my boy. My boy needs your help. All you gotta do is get in there and take some hits so he don't take all the hits himself. Alright? He already handling business. He handling business. You ain't handling business. He handling business. Alright, so just get in there and support my man. And keep him alive. Alright, just do a little support. You gotta get in there and do a little, you gotta do a little thing. Gotta do a little thing. He'll be alright. As long as you do your little thing. There, I leveled you up a little bit, now you're level 9. Get in there and be a level 9 Valkyrie and go do your thing. I got some new equipment, I think. Got a new ring or something. Got an amulet. Some dude ain't got a little thing. Got something. I know you got something. Pew, 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 pew. Keep working that. Keep working that spear, my boy. Keep working that spear. Don't let them talk to you about nothing. None of them things. Keep working that spear. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop believing. Shadow Vex, Cold Enchanted, Demon Teleportation. I'm gonna need that, and I'm gonna need that, and that, and I'm gonna need all that. Alright, so we got 2 more levels. 2 more levels until we unlock the Grand Matron bow. There's so many maggots. Little baby maggots, yo. Little baby maggot hoes. They putting all of their eggs on the ground and they keep on hatching and they turning brown. They ugly, yo. They look like bugs. They got 6 legs and they really want hugs. Not nice hugs though. They like the mean kind of hugs. They want the death hugs. They want death hugs. They want to hug you to death. In the rude manner. Rude death hugs. What's up, Abyss Knight? That's right. Get in there, do your thing. Come on, let's go. Ow. These P8 monsters are dying pretty quick, I gotta admit. Even with my little baby bow. Uh-oh. Extra fast conviction? Yucky. I don't like it. I do not. Yeah. Do some damage. Get him. Don't let him talk to you any kind of way. Get him. I don't want to fight him by myself. Get in there, smack that booty. Smack that booty hard. Leave a handprint. There you go.
I can't carry anymore.
Did they patch 2.6 to have magic arrow synergies? You're still playing 1.14. Diablo 2 Resurrected is they upped the amount of conversion tremendously on magic arrow. So instead of it being like maxing out at like 40-50%, now it maxes out at like 100%. The conversion rate being upped really makes it much more useful for dishing out one particular kind of damage to a target. It's really quite useful. So like once you get it to around level 49, it's 100% conversion from physical to magical. Alright, boys. I don't know what I need, but I want an rune. How about that? Rune. Rune. I need a rune for a hell rune. That is disrespectful. That is just disrespectful. That is disrespectful. Give me a hell rune out of my nightmare forest. Yeah, it still applies open wounds and crushing blow. I mean, I don't think crushing blow is really worthwhile on a bow, but I mean, having it is not necessarily a negative. But stacking it is. I don't think stacking crushing blow on a bow is really worth it. I tested 100% CB on a bow character. Built an entire character around it just for fun. It was not, it wasn't very good. It wasn't very good. It was de poopies. De poopies. It was de poopies. The mega poopies, actually. I don't really know how to explain it. Like I didn't think it was bad actually. Like, but it wasn't good either. For what I had to invest in it to make it work, it felt mediocre, very mediocre. Kill speed was low. Even on bosses, very slow. I mean, you'd think having 100%, crushing blow would be a lot better than what it was. There's a video up of me doing the theory craft. I ended up using a witch wild string with like 2 burrs in it or something like that. I think is what I ended up running. Which brought my crushing blow up pretty high, and with relative ease I was able to bring my crushing blow up to 100%. Didn't really take a lot of work. And focused on getting my attack speed as high as possible to make sure I was hitting my max breakpoints. Witchwild String, of course, applies amp, so I didn't have to worry about that. I had like free amp at all times. And then, I mean, there was some other like little things. I mean, obviously, I was trying to stack physical damage as much as possible, grab the synergies, use something like Guided Arrow on the boss, and I don't know. Like, I remember I tried like P8 a regular Diablo in Hell. And man, it took me so long to just kill like P8 regular Diablo. Like it wasn't amazing. I'll say that much. It was not amazing. Die. Super die. Extra die. Super duper 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 die. This magic arrow does really good on these maggots. Surprised at how well it runs on the groups. You get them all nice and grouped together and just fire an arrow straight through the whole pack and starts ripping them to shreds. I mean, Players 8 is difficult. I feel like I'm doing really good on Players 8. If I swapped over to P1, I think I'd be demolishing everything. Now, granted, when we do a ladder start, we're in a group, so I'm going to have to be able to carry myself in P8. So this is the reason why I test things in P8, because I got to see whether or not my character can actually handle, you know, like what if I get, you know, isolated? Like, can I handle a monster on my own? Am I going to be able to kill something? Or am I going to be, like, stuck over in the corner by myself, you know, not able to kill anything? Like, what weapons are going to be useful to me? Obviously, as I tested, you know, like, Insight, even in, like, a really bad bow is still pretty good for the majority of the game, like, early on. And then if I can get an even higher bow, that's even better, obviously. We have a sign-up sheet, Zephyra. I mean, we do sign-up sheets every season. I think the only season that I wasn't participated in was, like, the last one. But that's because PoE launch and D2 season were like on the same day, so it kind of sucked, but it is what it is. We do softcore mainly. There is a hardcore like following in the kinship, but it's not as big as the softcore following. Most of us don't prefer hardcore. But like I said, there are some that do hardcore. Need to get my merc back. Alright, working my way through town, through hell.
What do you need?
But yeah, I was gonna grab my merc. Well, we're almost 64, so one more level to go. You see my bow? I currently had to switch over to my baby bow I was using earlier. It's just an insight short siege bow. It's nothing special. I do have a bow that I'm waiting on, which is this one here. So that'll be fun to swap over. I'm sure I'll get a pretty big damage bump from that. I need 2 more levels. Well, 1 more level. I'm almost at the other level. 1 full level and 2 bar. Less than 2 bar. I got a big bow. Wait, what are we talking about here? I like big bows, and I cannot lie. Bigger the bow, the better it fires. They're gonna shoot some really big arrows. Maybe I will shoot some ballista bolts out your butts, into your face, and out your butts. Cause I like arrows, and I cannot lie. Gonna shoot arrows, and they fly. Everywhere, everywhere they go, come on down, and we'll know. Zon is so slow, I'm losing my mind. I mean, it's player's aid. I expect it to be slow. I mean, shall we switch to players 1 just to see what the difference is between P1 and P8? Or mercenary, just can't hang. Trying to see if I can get all 3 of them with 1 shot. Slow and steady wins the race. You look like an ugly place. You're watching this Japanese supernatural mystery movie called Howling Village. Oh, yeah? Japanese horror is always really weird. Like, I'm not really sure whether to be scared or whether to laugh or whether to be like, whoa, what the hell even is that? Why is that baby wearing a diaper and why is he 9 feet tall? 9 foot tall baby. I'd be scared of a giant baby. I'd be pretty scared. Babies don't have any concept of like grip strength at an early age. You guys know that? Like they only know on off. That's it. There's no like in between numbers for grip strength. Like if a baby picked you up, like a giant 9-foot baby picked you up and squeezed, they would just squeeze at maximum strength. And you'd pop like a ketchup packet. Never really figured out why babies have like no control over their muscles until they're a certain age, but like they don't. They have no control over it. It wouldn't even be deliberate. They would just pick you up and just be like, pfft. They also have no kneecaps either until they're a certain age. If you ever wondered why babies walk weird, they walk weird because they got no kneecaps. I can't remember what age kneecaps grow in. You guys could look it up. Remind me what age your baby's kneecaps grow in. I always wonder why babies walk so funny. I was like, are they just learning to walk, or they just got something like actually wrong with them? Turns out they actually do have something wrong with them. They got no kneecaps. They got jelly bones. He's going back to his movie. Good. I've scared you back to your Japanese horror. I want my baby, 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 baby. I want my baby, 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 baby. Chili's baby, 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 baby. There's all sorts of weird facts about babies and like toddlers. Like, did you know that like babies and toddlers don't have bones? They got cartilage, and their cartilage doesn't harden into bone until they're older. And because they got cartilage, which is like what your nose is made out of, like you can see a cartilage. And since you got cartilage, which is what their nose is made out of, they bounce. Like there's actually been cases of like little kids falling off of like 6th-floor story buildings and bouncing and being relatively unharmed because they got jelly bones. They got jelly bones. I mean, I wouldn't advise it doing it on purpose or anything, but like, it takes a while for the bones to harden, the cartilage to harden into bone. And there's actually been cases, like I'm not even joking, like in the news of like babies falling off like high-story buildings and then bouncing because they're just jelly bones. Jelly bones, radioactive jelly bones. Does whatever a jelly bone can, 'cause you're gonna be a jelly bone man. Well, a jelly bone kid. Pew, 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 pew. Shonk, shonk. Pew, 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 pew. Try and get the most pierces. It's hard to get all the pierces exactly right. More pierces, more better. You ignored the poor Mac of the toe. The toe Mac. Man, these freaking Doom Knights are easy to kill. And then the freaking Pit Lords are like ridiculous. They're like, we shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. We shall not. Sorry, they're not Pit Lords, they're Venom Lords, my bad. We shall not be moved. Yeah, Macato. Toe a Macato. Gonna tell you Macato. Toe Macato. Oblivion Knight. That song's gonna keep up, Knight. Keep up who? Two Bull Cathos, Gore Riders, Razor Tail, COH, Faith Diamond Bow. What are you rocking for gloves and helm? What? I'm rocking a Rothas full set and angelic 3-piece and rare boots. Just basically starter gear. Half asleep playing D2R. Good. Now be full asleep. Rockabye Darkado in the treetop, where the squirrels will eat your top. The bottom and top of your head are gone, 'cause the squirrums have eaten you all day long. There you go. Horrifying lullaby for you. I found a BK ring. I haven't found a BK ring on this run yet. This single player account. Eventually, I'm sure I'll find one. With time. I'm getting sleepy. I've been streaming for like 8 hours. Ow! Why is always being rude? Stop being so freaking rude all the dang time. So freaking fire. They're supposed to be Venom Lords, not Fire Lords. Always shooting flames. Because you guys are really Flame Lords in the skies. Pew, 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 pew. They're immune to my poison, so I can't stop their regeneration. It's kind of mean. You never been to Burger King? Darkadell? You'd never been to Burger King? Tomac? I can't believe you guys haven't been to Burger King. You can get yourselves a Baconator. What are you guys talking about? If you guys are talking about Hammerdens, I know nothing about Hammerdens. If you're talking about North Star Smiter don't need no FCR. That's for weirdos. Pew, 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 pew. Get that mage back in the back, 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 in the back. Back, 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 back. One little Venom Lord is all that's left. Shoot him in the face and his left cleft. Oh, I can shoot you both with one arrow if I do the pierce. It is very powerful indeed. I thought you were going to bed, Darkado. I thought you was going 9 nights. He's not going 9 nights. Oh, did he go 9 nights? Cody's got all his paws in the same place. It looks really strange. Yeah, it's always possible to add Prevent Monster Heal into a build. Would be nice. Would be nice. Whose question am I answering for what question am I doing what and what? Y'all are gonna get me killed. Why guys don't play hardcore and distract the crap out of Ginger until he dies? And then giggle. Like a little 5-year-old who just knocked down a tower of Legos. It's oddly specific, but if you know, you know. I don't know what build he is. What build is he running? Nova Sorceress? I prefer. I think Nova Sorceress is better at 200% FCR, but I mean, if you're not shooting for 200, then you probably want to shoot for 125. Ow. Why are you picking on me, one Venom Lord? This whole pack of Venom Lords over there. Go pick on them. Pew, 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 pew. Keep on firing. Don't stop firing. Blackheart the Impaler. It's kind of a cool name. I mean, I'm ripping him to shreds, but poor guy. He ain't got no resistance to magic. Keep shooting him in the butt with magic arrows. I mean, Nova Sorceress isn't usually a build that you pick for, like, a starter. Ow. I was rubbing my eye. You guys are cheaters. You don't normally pick Nova Sorceresses for starters. Like, do you not? If you don't have the equipment, then, I mean, why are you playing an endgame build? I don't remember the Nova Sorceress being particularly good without endgame gear. I mean, you can do it, but it's definitely not one of those builds you start with. Nova just costs way too much mana. It does like no damage. Without negative resistance, it's relatively useless. You need things like at least Crescent Moon. I mean, level's not really the issue. It's gear. Gear is the issue. With the appropriate gear, a build like that just absolutely demolishes everything. Will I be 65 by the time I hit Diablo? Don't know. I can try, though. Evil little spiders. Venom Lord. Venom Lord. Come on down. I'm bored. We are steady working our way through this. I feel like I'm just like a lumberjack or like a, you know, like we've been working on the railroad all the live long day. We've been working on the railroad just to firing them arrows away. Can't you see the sun is shining? Let's go down and get paid. They're working on the railroad all the live long day. Almost got a couple of them. There you go. There's one down. Oh, there's the big boy himself right there. Let's hit him up with Doojanks. Hull Shale P Diamond. What the hell? You mixed up like a whole bunch of wrong recipes there, Darkado. Type in exclamation point upgrade armor 2. Man, stop giving people wrong information and use the bot. First Darkado gave a wrong recipe, and then Tomac gave a wrong recipe too with his toe up his Mac. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Look at Mr. Bot over here. He gonna tell you what. Type in exclamation point upgrade. Upgrade. Armor 2. And Mr. Bot'll give you recipes, cause that's what he do. He's down on his knees. I tell you what. I tell you, huh? He does a good job with them recipes. He knows the rune words and all them janks. And you can take it right down to the bank. What's up, CCHN? I'm glad you're enjoying it. You should check out my shorts. I got Stingy Ho and I got a whole bunch of really good songs. My body carrying song. I like my body carrying song. Everybody needs a good body carrying song. I mean, if you ain't got a body carrying song, then what you got? You ain't got nothing. Carrying the bodies down to the bank. Gonna shove them in the river, let them sink. It's not even the song. I have the look and the locks. All right, let's do it. Dark Asian booby zombies? What? You don't want zombie boobies. They're cold and they don't really quite have the right feeling anymore because they got no blood in them. That's what you call the LQ. That's the LQ boobies. The low quality. It's the low quality boobies. Low quality boobies. You don't want the LQ. Them LQ boobies ain't good. Trust me. He's thirsty for some zombie nips. Oh lord. Don't be thirsty for zombie nips. Oh no. My intro is playing on my phone. Ow. There's a movie about zombie nips. pew, 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 pew. Lord, I'm so close to level 65. I need some EXP. Extra fast fanaticism. That's scary. I'm trying to like just do some damage to them before they come over here and start beating the crap out of me, which they will eventually. Pew 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 pew. They're leashing to the boss is what they're doing. Holy crap, that's spicy. Extra fast fanaticize is not something I want to mess with. They're gonna rip my booty cheek open. They're gonna take my booty hole right out. Ain't gonna have no booty hole left, y'all. I like my booty hole where it is. I just gotta kill Infector. Ah!
I need mana.
I think I'd ever hear my girl say she needed mana. Oh no, one of the Chinchillas is crying out for crying. She's crying. What a Chinchi's crying for? Alright, all we gotta do is kill Infector and then we're golden. Boom. We're almost there for the bow. We should probably go get it first before we fight Diablo. Let's see if we can get ourselves a little EXP, shall we? Let me grab my merc while I'm at it. It'll make everything a little faster. Does lower resist affect magic damage? No, it used to a long time ago in like old patches, but it does not anymore. Nope. Not unless you're in some sort of modded version of the game. Ow, my eye hurts. Why does my eye hurt? One of you guys got a voodoo doll and you're like stabbing me in the eye right now? Because that's really rude. It's not very nice. You guys shouldn't do that. Stab people in the eye. Didn't your mama teach you guys better than that? Not to stab people in the eye. Because she should have. She should have taught you guys better. That's more like it. Stab him in the butt instead. It's more polite. Well, 8.5 straight hours of playing, you know. No big deal. A Portalis Shrine. Man, the Pit Lords are like way weaker than the Venom Lords. I think my merc was actually being useful, and my Valkyrie is just like lost in a sea of maggots over there. Lost in a sea of maggots. Maggots every freaking where. Lost in a sea of maggots. Maggots in my hair. They just keep on spawning. And I don't know why. Evil maggot mamas making lots of eggs. We got a maggot mama. An evil maggot mama.
I am overburdened.
Evil maggot mamas. Evil maggot mamas. Some evil maggot mamas. This ain't even a joke song. They just evil. There's some evil maggot mamas. They spit poison at you and stuff, and they send their babies after you, like right out the egg. They just be sending babies at you like full bore. They're like, here, have some babies. And I'm like, no, why you send me? Why? Yeah, the Valkyrie is kind of interesting. Like she walks around everywhere like she's holier than thou and got a stick up her butt cheeks and she can't run. She's like, oh no, why would I ever want to run? That is so silly. Why would I do that? I'm the Valkyrie goddess of the wind and the storm, and more powerful than Jesus, and Gandhi combined. Yay, we did it. We did it, boys. We finally have a good bow. Now we do big damage. Now we do chonky boy damage. Boom, 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 boom. Now we do the chonk. The chonky chonk. Now we do the chonky chonk. The chonky bonk. The bonky donk. Wrong portal. They're both river flame. What the hell? Up here we need to go without freaking fear. Got a freaking awesome bow. Got a grand mage. Ow. Matron bow. I think after we kill Diablo, I'm gonna hop off. I'm an old man. I'm getting sleepy. I'm just kidding. I don't know why I'm tired. I worked night shift last night, so I shouldn't be really. But it is 3 a.m. Never mind. I just looked at the clock. It's 3 a.m. I still got 123 people watching at 3 a.m. You guys all sleeping? I should sing you guys a lullaby before I hop off. Be like rockabye viewers in the treetop. When the viewers want to sleep. And stand really close. Probably get killed. 'Cause I am gross. France here, it's morning. Oh, okay. Well, dang. Alright. My bad. I like to add sound effects. Okay. Okay. I like sound effects. Alright, sound effects are cool. Pew, 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 pew. Get your butt back over there and actually do something. Ah, not that. Pew, 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 pew. In Colorado. I'm all the way in Virginia. I'm a Virginian. Why'd she kill my Valkyrie so fast? Bibablo. Let's go, Bibablo. Bibablo and Dale. And Meffy Peffy. Bibablo, Dale, and Meffy Peffy. Those are their new names. Don't call them Diablo, Bale, and Mephisto. No, it's Bibablo, Meffy Peffy, and Dale. Alright. Bibablo. Stop being rude to my Valkyrie, okay? What does she do to you? She ain't do nothing. Quit being rude to her. Y'all always turn around and just start beating the crap out of her. Nah. Nah. Look, she's strong. She's strong. She got big bones. She a big bone gal. You can't take out big bone gals. That's just sexist. Big bone gals need love too, Diablo. Okay, big bone gals need love too. She got big bones and she needs a good homes. She got big old bones, and that's okay, cause she got big old bones, and you got to pay. Regenerate. We gonna take. Gotta kill Diablo with his plate. He's always shooting lightning from his fingertips. Or maybe that's just bad breath coming out his lips. He got them spikes. He's going bikes. All up and down his spine. And when I kill him, they gonna be mine. My magic. My magic arrow. My magic arrow. Arrow magic. Magic. I don't know. Lycander's aim doesn't really have as good physical damage as I thought. It's not that much better, honestly, than the Insight bow that was made in a crappy base. If I'm being perfectly honest. I think I'd be better off with the Grand Matron Insight than I would be the Lycanders. Just need more physical damage and it just doesn't have it. Alright, we got Poopies, poopies. Maybe okay, probably not. Let's check just to be sure. Yeah, poopies. Arbalest, probably also poopies. Poopies. Great Mall, probably also poopies. Poopies. Lots of dookie pookie.
I can't carry anymore.
Poopity doopities. Man, I got some cleanup to do. Look at all them runes. Clean up. I'm out in California. I see Mount Diablo twice a day in my commute. It's what this franchise is named after. No joke. Huh. You should go plant a Diablo 2 disc in the ground. See if it sprouts up a demon. One good one. Thanks for the follow. Alright, guys and gals. It's been fun. It's been almost 9 hours for this live stream. My live streams always go so long, don't they? I'm like a freaking gaming addict or something. It's almost like this is my job. Anyway, as always, be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you enjoy the content. Obviously, if you want to support the channel, comments, likes, subscribes, all sorts of doojinks, donations also help, of course. I also have a Patreon and a merch shop, so there's tons of ways that you could potentially show your support. And I think I even have I got a partnership with Dubby if you guys want to grab some energy drinks, which my code is GGMentor. You can get 10% off your energy drinks from Dubby. I get a little bit of a kickback from that too. Anyway, as always, keep watching.